Hello, everyone. I am Tim Yeager here with you. We are going to be here on this live stream for our 260K buy, or 260K, $260 buy-in with $100 rebuy, 100K guarantee tournament here all weekend long at the Reserve. I am Tim Yeager, as I mentioned, and I'm here with
Maxwell Rossi.
Awesome. And like I said, we'll be here all night long. We are going to be running a feature table until we are down to our top 15%. So a good group of guys here that we have on this feature table. Some of our regulars and then some players that we have actually never had here before. So already some new faces, which is absolutely amazing. Starting right there in seat 1 is a guy named Ryan. He is a friend of one of our local players here. The local player he's friends with is kind of well known around here, Mr. Batis. So he said he's been playing poker since he was 8 years old. So hopefully he can get a good run here on this feature table. Good to see him on the feature table right away too. So now first time here, gets to play on TV. So that's pretty cool. In seat 2, we have Kevin Wall. Kevin's one of our favorites here and one of our regulars. He was nice enough to bring in dinner for all of us. That's those
that is nice.
the Paco dogs that you see back over there. So that was nice. In seat 3, we have Mike Morales, really good guy. He is a legendary guy around here just because he takes care of us dealers and staff so well. Huge Vikings fan. He also works at the casino. Is one of the best craps dealers that they have there. To the left there, you see Neil. Neil is one of the people that helped us put together this live stream room. And he comes in here quite frequently. One other guy that takes care of the staff extremely well. Tom Mowbray here in seat 5. Tom actually has taken down a couple of our big tournaments before, so that's kind of cool to see. David recently has played on our live stream there with the camo hat. Can barely see him. I don't know too much about the guy sitting there in seat 7, but the guy sitting there in seat 8 is one of the guys that comes in here pretty frequently also. And I don't. So like I said, we have a little bit of regulars and people that I don't really know too well. And in seat 9 is Hutch. So you see that card protector he has?
Yeah.
I don't know if that card protector looks familiar, but that's the same one that I don't know the guy's name, but the World Series of Poker main event champion this year.
Oh, Yorstead.
Yeah, that's the one he uses right there, the little Mario one.
Cool.
So,
I like it.
Yep, Hutch has been coming in here pretty frequently as of late, and there in seat 10 is a guy from Warren, Michigan. I believe his name's Ricky, and Ricky, I think this is his first time here also. So, a good mix between everybody. And then obviously we have our outstanding staff member there, Brian, in the box. Here shortly we're going to get going, and I'm hoping that we see some action right away. I know that it's going to be a feeling out process. So if you're playing, Max, what do you think how would you start out playing on a table like this or a tournament?
Yeah, look, a couple of preliminary thoughts, right? I think Daniel Negreanu has a quote where he talks about how these early levels in tournaments are never the time that you win the tournament, but they're very often the time that you lose the tournament,
okay,
right?
I like that.
People get too attached to hands. You're playing super deep stacked, right? You really should be playing a lot more nutted than people typically do, which is why you see so much shifting in chip stacks right off the get-go. People feel a sense of urgency that you don't necessarily have to feel, right? You're super deep, like I mentioned. You have a lot of big blinds, a lot of tournament ahead of you. You can feel free to be a little bit more patient and be more speculative pre-flop and then play tighter post-flop. That would be kind of my approach to it. But to the second point, as you're going through the descriptions and the names of everybody playing, I'm realizing that I know almost nobody at this table, and that's just kind of a part of tournament play, right?
Yeah, definitely.
When you and I do the commentary for the cash games, for example, which are always fun to watch, it's a lot of the same people.
Yeah, a lot of the guys we know, we're familiar with, but these big tournaments bring people all in from everywhere.
That's what I mean, and you never know. You kind of have to bucket people based on either their table presence or maybe if you have some history, you can kind of differentiate based on the buckets. But like I said, a lot of what you're going to be doing is trying to assess based on the early preliminary things that you're seeing.
I agree.
Put somebody into a bucket and then play according to how you think you should play against that bucket.
Great.
Because in a cash game, it's a lot different if you're seeing the same people every week. You know their tendencies. You know the way they play. With this, if I were sitting at this table and I were one of the 9 or 10 people playing here, I would have no idea how anybody else plays. All I would have to know is a baseline strategy, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious to see if we have anybody that'll kind of take over the table right away. There are some aggressive players at this table. I know Mike in seat 3 can play a little bit aggressive. Hutch likes to play aggressive also. So
there's definitely opportunity. Like I said, you can play a little bit more speculatively pre-flop and then tighten it up a little bit post-flop, because when a lot of chips go in, you want to have the best of it, particularly in the beginning, right? This isn't like you're playing on a 10, 15 big blind stack where you're kind of just looking to get it in with a slight advantage. You want to be way more nutted, especially in the beginning stage.
Yeah, and blinds here, for anybody that doesn't know and anybody that rewatches this, blinds start out at 1-1, and you start with 40,000 in chips. So you have a lot of playability. Even through the entire tournament, you have a lot of playability.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, that's 400 big blinds. That's insanely
yeah,
deep.
that's so probably try not to get 400 big blinds deep in a first hand here.
Yeah.
However, it does change the play a little bit because we have $100 rebuys.
There you go.
So you already paid your $260 entry, and then now, it's only $100 to rebuy.
Yeah.
So it kind of changes things a little bit. We have had some kamikazes here come in before. I forget what the number is. I want to say it's in the high teens for most buy-ins in one tournament.
Oh, okay.
So we did
by
have
an individual?
Yes,
a single person.
Yeah, they were
Wow.
shoving all in blind every hand. So, but I also want to mention that this particular segment of Live at the Reserve here, our 100K guaranteed tournament, is brought to you by Carpet Spectrum. Address is 1855 South Reynolds Road here in Toledo, Ohio. David Joseph is the owner, and Anthony Lamb, a.k.a. Monkey, is head of sales over there, so go check them out. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your flooring and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering, ranging from carpet, luxury, vinyl planking, hardwood, ceramics, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum is home to one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and the surrounding area. Come in and mention that you saw our ad on the Reserve Poker Club live stream and receive 20% off your next order. So we're going to get into the action here, and it looks like we're going to start out, like I mentioned, kind of slow. Tom's going to limp here with suited 2-gapper, I believe that. Yep, that's what that is. So.
And this is kind of standard for this early, like I said, the early stages of a tournament play like a 1-2 cash game almost. Lots of passive play, lots of limping, which is where, kind of like you were mentioning, you can get a little bit more aggressive and look to put chips in the pot with good hands like what Ricky G is trying to do here. It also allows you to raise for greater value than you would be able to in a normal circumstance. What I mean by that is Ricky G probably could have made this upwards of 1,000 plus, and he was going to get called in at least 3 spots because people have a lot of chips in front of them. They think they can speculate more.
Yeah, an interesting flop here. We got a set for Tom. We have top kicker for Ricky, and 2 heart draws. So these are the hands you're trying to avoid early on in the tournament.
Let's go back exactly to what we were just saying at the beginning here. You do not want to be putting a lot of chips in at the beginning of a tournament with a very susceptible hand, and Ricky G is going to find himself in a really precarious position here, playing against 5 opponents with only a top pair on a board that can get really difficult to navigate against. Imagine a 4, 5, deuce, 7, or heart comes out. Then your ace king.
And Tom's
going to
raise it
small.
to 6,000 here with his. Oh wait, Tom. Okay, so Tom raises with his heart draw, and we have set of 6s here. And I wonder if he's just going to smooth call.
And if you're Tom here, I like a smooth call. And the reason why is because, again, super deep stack. You do not want to be getting the money in here and subjecting yourself to some variance. If a heart comes on the turn or river, you're immediately an 80 to 20 dog. And so why not, at this early stage of the tournament, let's take a card. Let's see what develops.
And look at that. What a great fold by fold by Ricky. I don't know much about Ricky. Like I said, I just know that he said he plays up at Rosemac. It's a charity room up in Michigan. And he's from Warren, Michigan. But, wow, what a good fold there. Prop card on the turn. I mean, deuce of clubs. Sorry.
Tom picks up a gutter ball here.
So now Tom has a gut shot and his straight draw. Kevin picks up a pair with his, though.
And if you're Tom, you can't really do anything other than...
Wow. Wow, a large raise.
And I just don't like this raise here from Tom. The reason being is that you're really only going to get action from better here. The only worse hand that might be able to call you, having 2 6s in your hand, you block ace-6. Might be ace-3 or pocket 3s. I don't think a sole ace, as played by these 2 opponents you're up against, would be wanting to call off. However, it's a double flush draw board. If somebody did have a hand like ace-3, they could convince themselves to call. But what Tom G does here is he allows Tom and his third opponent there, whose name, sorry, I forget.
Kevin, yep.
To just fold, right? And even though he had him on the line.
You know, it's interesting though. He does kind of get a 50% double up there. You know, like he gets 22,000 in that pot.
Yep.
And I still feel like he might have left a little value out there.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, Tom's kind of blasting it down there a little bit. Why not give him some rope to continue to do so? I mean, Tom could also, like I said, Tom could be doing that with value that is worse than what Tom G had. Like if Tom had flopped 2 pair there. And that same bet, you know, that's something you see a lot in live poker, particularly at low stakes cash or in the early stages of tournaments. You know, people are trying to represent a valuable hand that they're also nervous to put a lot of chips in with, right? Which is kind of exactly what Tom G would want to be targeting by just calling with a set of 6s there.
So that's another thing I'd like to bring up is that I wonder if the nerves play any factor for some of these players that have never played in a tournament of this size.
Yeah, this is a big guarantee tournament. Like I said, you don't want to go out in the first couple of hands here. But Tom G seems to be on a roll here a little bit, picking up ace, king. Opting just to call.
So I did get a chance to play on the live stream for my first time this week.
Really?
Yeah, it did not go well.
Okay. Was it a tournament or?
Yeah. I final tabled the tabled the pineapple tournament.
Okay.
And I went to the final table, either second or third in chips. They were paying the top 9 spots, and I bubbled. So not not the greatest.
0 for 1. That's okay.
Yeah. So 0 for 1.
Small sample size. I mean, you can all you need to do is just cash on the next final table, and you're 50%.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's we'll see how that goes. So I don't plan on playing too many tournaments here in the near future.
And Tom G flopping top here. Neil's going to continue to barrel here using a very small sizing.
Raises 3,500 total bet. C4. Fold.
And Tom G picking up another nice pot.
Again, you see Tom G kind of opting that he wants to play his good hands very quickly.
But it seems to be working, so until that doesn't, he picks up another 2,500 there in chips, and that's...
This is definitely a very fortunate first 2 hands right out the gate here for Tom G. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to playing. I'll be playing on Saturday morning. I know these tournaments are great. You know, they're great.
You're not going to find a better value.
Exactly. I mean, I enjoy cash primarily, but I think that these large-scale tournaments, you just see such a wide diversity of players, and you see a lot of craziness, particularly in a tournament that when a big guarantee like this comes around, you know, it's attractive to play.
There he is. Josh is going to pick up kings, and it looks like makes it 800. Hutch gets out of the way. Ricky's going to get out of the way here. Now I can see Tom calling. Tom likes to mix it up, as we've seen with his 5-8 of hearts. And there he goes with the completion. And I don't hate the call by David here. I mean, that's a sneaky good hand in this spot. No one's going to put him on that if it's something along those lines comes up.
Yeah, he's being laid a price. I mean, he's got 24% pre-flop. How about this for a flop here?
Right.
Josh with the overpair. David flopping bottom pair. Tom with a straight flush draw.
Yes. Jason, I think we're currently at roughly 70. So I want to say it's between 60 and 70 currently entries for this particular flight. And that's not including the rebuys, so. Prop card deuce of clubs on the turn. Seems to be coming in a lot on the turn. Where's Glenn when I need him?
Oh, waiting for Tom here. How about that? Tom with a check mark.
Oh
my.
No. Oh, no.
Look at this.
Does Tom get a double up here?
Yeah. And I like this sizing from Tom here. This could induce Josh to want to raise for value if Tom were betting a worse set to pair. And Josh will opt to do so. And if you're Tom, you have a slam dunk call. That is a brutal river
What a
card
brutal
from
river.
Josh there. But that's why I like that sizing, right? And we talk about that, Tim, sometimes in the cash game setting, where when you have a good hand like that, you want to be able to bet across a wide variety of sizings, just depending on what you're trying to accomplish, right? The king is a really good card for Josh's range, and so if you're Tom, you can comfortably kind of bet small, knowing that if he had a set, if he had 2 pair, maybe even ace-king, he's going to be raising it up there a little bit.
You see, I don't know if you mentioned or noticed at all, but we have new carpet in there also.
I did notice that. I went in
Yeah,
and checked out the
so-
stream room. I like it. I like that the players have. It looks like they've started up a bit of a signature wall there
Yeah,
on the
little
back
signature
corner.
wall
That's
there
a fun
too.
little.
You got the players.
Yeah.
You got brand new carpet that was just put in on Sunday. Thankfully, it was put in by 2 guys that I know.
I like it.
It happens to be my daughter's stepdad and her uncle.
Oh, good. Okay.
So a little small world thing here, but that was all put in by Carpet Spectrum or through Carpet Spectrum.
Awesome.
So.
Yeah, I saw it. The stream room is beautiful here. I mean, it really is nice. Again, it's just kind of amazing to me that here in Toledo, Ohio, we had the opportunity to have such a high-quality production. And, you know, our backroom staff was fantastic, Jim and Marissa, for putting it on. So, and it's a pleasure to be able to commentate it here.
Now here's a guy that's been ducking me all year on the golf course. Derek's finally watching. Derek, we haven't golfed at all. Not once this year. What's going on, buddy?
3 players action on 4 seat first.
3 ways to a flop here. Neil flopping middle pair. Tom with 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. And Kevin open-ended.
Calls 8. Calls.
Tom, I'm going to go ahead and float here.
4. Check. Seat 8. Checks.
Kevin picking up a pair. Tom's backdoor flush draw is now live.
And Neil with the straight.
4 seat.
And
Neil's gonna
Kevin
river
with
the
2 pair
straight.
too.
Bet 1,700.
And this is a good sizing. Again, you're targeting a very specific kind of range. This is a very connected board. Lots of cards that are going to be together in the field's hand. So you want to target 2 pairs or a deuce somehow.
See your second. Calls. Go down.
Kevin with kind of a light call there. The deuce or the 7 makes the straight there, and there's clubs out there.
Yeah, but you're getting late at price again. That's
Right, yeah.
Neil sizing is very good there because you're targeting a very specific kind of hands. But what bluffs can Neil really have, right?
Yeah.
And when you're thinking about, you know, when you think about poker mathematically, you know, you're constantly kind of evaluating the trade-off between what the odds are that the pot is laying you, meaning the value that you have to put in relative to what you could win, versus how many times you think you're good there. And when Neil bets out super small like that into 2 players and clubs are on board, both front door straights come in, I mean, what bluffs is he really going to have?
Right.
Yeah.
Hutch hasn't played a hand yet there, sitting with 40,000, and the blinds must not have fit him either.
Top to 6. 7 seat first hand. Open ender. Fold. Seat 8. Fold. Seat 9.
Over to Hutch, Queen 10 offsuit. And we might have finally found a playable hand.
700. Raises 700.
A raisable hand.
700 again, large sizing. You'll see a lot of those large sizings early on in this tournament.
And Kevin picks up ace-king behind him, though.
So we've seen 1 or 2 ace-kings so far. Everybody's kind of opted to go with a call. I wonder how Kevin will proceed. Looks like a raise.
Raises 2,100 total bet.
Mike not picking up too many hands here. Now Mike is one of my favorite players, like I mentioned before. He's very good. He's a very solid player. Does very well in the cash game here.
9.
Oh, good fold. Good fold by Hutch. So one of the good friends of Daniel, one of our dealers here.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good fold by Hutch again. One of those things, playing Queen 10 offsuit out of position in a 3-bet pot this early on. It's not a proposition that you necessarily are clamoring too.
Right, yep.
Yeah, it's one that, again, you want to exercise a little bit of caution here when you have a hand that's as weak as Queen 10 offsuit.
Patch, when you see this, buddy, give me a call back. I called you earlier. I have a funny story to tell you. So I don't know if he can hear me right now or if he's got the volume up, but I went to my daughter's parent-teacher conference today.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever met Patch? Do you know who Patch is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Patch's daughter is my kid's teacher.
Oh, really?
I
Okay,
had no
cool.
idea until
Yeah.
I walked in the room, and I was like, oh, Patch has posted, on Facebook pictures of his family, and it's like, you look familiar. And then we got to talking, and it's like, oh, I get it now, Mrs. Patchett.
Yeah.
Or, Miss Patchett, I get it. So, yeah.
Patch's son is actually at Miami University in Ohio, where I graduated from. He's studying finance, which I studied, and I've been trying to get him to join the club the clubs that I was a part of at Miami.
Nice,
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I guess everybody always has a good Patch story.
There
right?
you go. Very likable guy.
Very likable guy. Where is Glenn when I need him? This deuce of clubs is hitting the board every other hand, and I'm not making any money on it.
Little players with backdoor draws, but the hearts come in on the turn here.
And this is the bet sizing. This is why I think that Mike is such a good player. Just knowing that he's able to bet 500 and possibly take it down, but also still have the hand that could take down the hand and get paid off there at the end there. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, you want to push hands that have equity, right? The days of trying to do pure bluff in tournament play have kind of subsided to being very selective about hand choice when you're bluffing, and that's a good one to do it with. Again, turning hearts, you have a lot of backdoor outs. You also have 2 overcards that could be good when you hit.
Now, you and I are a little bit different in age, but when I started playing poker, it was I was in high school, but then the poker boom happened.
Yeah.
So when I was playing on Poker Stars and Full Tilt and all that back then, if I had the knowledge I have now of poker, back then, I would have done so much better.
Your average player now, compared to what I've heard and the stories that I've read about what the player pool was like 15 years ago,
it was pretty tough.
Yeah, poker would be a much easier game for sure.
It was great to find those people that were married to top pair on no matter what the board came
out
at. So.
C3, folds 4. Calls C5.
All right. We're still folding around here. There's a raise from Kevin with the suited connectors.
Calls C9.
Tom and Joshua with spades.
You got a variety of playable hands here. Lots of suited, connected hands. How about this, Kevin flopping?
Yeah, how about just the raise with 6-7 suited and flopping trips? Easy game.
That's 1,000. C4,
I like Kevin's sizing here.
folds 8. Calls 1,000. C9.
Wow.
Tom's got a variety of backdoor draws, an overcard. Plus, being a caller in the field, he's much more likely to have a 6. Could be looking to set up a bluff if Kevin decides to check the turn here.
That's 2,000. C8. Folds.
It's kind of interesting to think about what sort of sizing we would be seeing from Kevin there had Tom decided to give him a call with a hand like a jack, for example. That could be a situation where Kevin could look to make a massive river bet, obviously blocking. Having a 6 means it's less likely that Tom has one, and while Kevin's kicker wasn't great, there's not a lot of 6s that are going to be beating him in that scenario. Kevin could look to make it look like he had a hand like ace-queen, ace-king. Was just looking to kind of bully Tom.
Now, once you pick up as many chips as Tom has in such a short time span, are you looking to slow down a little bit or kind of go, hammer down a little bit more and kind of become the table captain to be able to just kind of control the action a little bit when you're in the hand?
Yeah, in my experience, having an early, having a large stack early on in a tournament is a lot less valuable than like later on in the tournament, right? So like if Tom were acquiring a massive amount of chips and he had a large stack right at the bubble, for example, he could really look to put the pressure on people because people are looking to make the money. They're looking to climb up the prize pool ladder. In a situation like this, I mean, we've seen it. We're going multi-way almost every flop. You know, there's very little people. There's very little people folding speculative hands, right? So, him having a larger chip stack, he's not going to have the same ability to pressure everybody.
Okay.
Because there's more chips out there, right? People feel less incentive to want to fold or play more conservatively right now.
And here we go. Got another one of our fantastic dealers here at the reserve. We got Josh stepping into the box.
Are you playing it all, Tim?
I am not. So I just I'm gonna work as much as I can this tournament. That's my plan. It's kind of nice. A couple of my kids are going out of town. One of them staying in town, and then the girl I've been talking to is going to Disney this weekend. So kind of hammer down, focus on work the entire weekend.
Hit the grind.
Yep.
Hit the grind.
Mm-hmm. She's actually watching right now. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tom picking up another one of that. I feel like we've seen him a couple times now with these suited, connected, low card type hands. This is an interesting hand for Hutch to try to raise with. You know, theoretically, if your opponents are kind of taking note of the hands that you're playing, you want to include hands like this in that wheelhouse. But early on in the tournament, you know, this could be a great hand to just want to go to a flop with and try to evaluate in a polarized way, meaning either I flop really well or I don't flop very well. I can get away cheaply. But Hutch flops very well for this particular hand, flopping bottom pair with a flush draw. And he'll use a large sizing here. This board does favor what he's representing he has in big cards. I wonder on blank turns how it proceed.
Oh, just right
no
on the
waiting.
Turn. No waiting.
No waiting. Man, we're not seeing any waiting.
No.
Where is
the stress?
Yeah,
the
where is the stress?
Anxiety.
Where are the decisions here? You know, Hutch is. If you're Hutch, actually, I kind of like a check here, and I like it for a multitude of reasons. I like it because it's sneaky. I like it because it's deceptive. I also like it because when Tom limp calls, he's going to have a lot more like suited
Did
cards.
Tom just raise?
Wow,
Tom raised
look
the 10K.
Look at this. Look at what Hutch has induced here, though. Maybe Tom picking up on the fact that what I was alluding to is that when Tom limp calls, he's going to have a lot more suited cards than Hutch will. Hutch is going to have a lot more hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, king-jack.
Yeah.
But Tom, as you see, he can have a lot of suited.
Jordan, you'll see a lot of interesting play here on this live stream, buddy. So tune in.
Now look at this. Tom has a pot-sized bet behind.
Daniel, how you doing, buddy? I can't wait to see you.
And Tom just snaps all in.
Wow, all in by Tom here.
Wow, look at
Huge.
Tom.
I don't think Hutch can get away from this, honestly. It's going to be so tough for him to get away from this.
This is going to be tough. Again, this is one of those spots where you're playing. Hutch has a flush, but it's a marginal flush, and it's so early on in the tournament.
He said can't call it.
Yeah,
folds.
he's going to fold.
Wow.
Look at Tom. What a
Hutch.
beast.
Oh, and he shows it.
What a
And he
beast.
shows it. Oh, man, Hutch. Wow.
Wow. Tom taking it to the
And
streets.
Hutch is just flabbergasted right now.
Tom taking it to the streets there.
Wow.
To kind of go back to what you were saying earlier, though, Tim, that is a spot where you'll see a lot of players call, and what they'll, in my experience, what they'll think about when they call is there's only $100 more they have to buy in for as a rebuy.
When you're in that spot and you have a flush, we're playing hold'em. I mean,
yeah,
it's
tough. But again, Tom just kind of taking it to the streets there.
Wow. I didn't think Tom had that in the repertoire.
That was, to go
back.
back to my point about you see people early on at the table and you try to put them in buckets. Tom would not have fallen in my bucket of gangster poker.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't think that would happen.
Let's take it straight to the mat. Yeah.
Wow.
No. So kudos to Tom, though, man. That's
It's the
pretty,
Indiana Jones hat that gets you.
That's pretty baller. Yeah, that's pretty.
Wow,
all right,
Tom.
there's really no diplomatic way to put that. That
Okay.
was savage.
Wow. Now let's see how Hutch recovers from this.
And again, kind of, to the point earlier about the rebuys, Hutch is now playing kind of a much smaller, much more mitigated stack. When you could have rebought for 40,000, I mean, it's still around 250 big blinds, so you're still super deep. But it's one of those things mentally where, you got to kind of get right quick in your mind.
That's 1,200. See, now imagine how long it's got to be in there. Fold. See, 10. Fold. It's crazy over. It's got to be crazy over there. See, 1.
So if for anybody that's actually hearing the little bit of sound that we have coming in, Kevin had just mentioned it. There is a dance studio that is next door, so any of the sound that you're hearing is coming from them, not anybody's headphones or anything else in the live stream room. Kevin just mentioned it for how loud it is over there. If they just wonder how loud it is for the people actually in the dance studio. But that won't be going on for too much longer. They'll be done over there, and we'll get back to, you won't be able to hear any of that going forward. So,
Is that where you take your dance lessons?
No. My
Okay,
dance
gotcha.
lessons, well, they're long over with. My knee will give out or something like that.
That's 2,500.
Yep. But I've been working on my stretching routine.
There you
and
go.
Trying to eat a little bit better for this 40. So,
Be curious to see what David has here. Ryan going very thin with a king.
C6 wins 5. Button's going to be in seat there.
Oh, excuse me. David is the one betting there. So here on the screen, we've got the Black Friday Mystery Bounty Tournament. $25,000 guarantee happening this November 25th, Black Friday on Friday. $240 buy-in, 12:15 p.m. start time, 40K starting stack, 30-minute levels. The bounties are worth, I mean, that is a wide
large,
range of
yes.
bounties right there. I mean, could you
Yes.
imagine winning a $2,000 bounty in a $240 tournament? That would be,
yes, that'll be great.
yeah, that'll create action.
Just in case Jim and Marissa are watching, hey, I need that day off. I just want to play in that.
Looks like the blinds are up here, 100, 200.
Raised to 800. Seat 5. Fold. Seat 6. Calls the 800. Seat 7. Fold. Seat 8.
And here we go. We've got a hand here developing. Neil raising an early position. King, queen suited. David with king, jack suited. Tom going to go ahead and put the raise in with pocket queens.
Fold.
Bless you, sir.
Fold. Excuse me. Call.
I'm allergic to all this bad poker play.
Call. 3 players. Action will be in seat 4.
Alrighty, here we go. 3 ways to a flop. Oh, and how about this for a flop here? Neil flopping a gutter to the nuts. And the nut flush draw. An ace on the turn.
Now I like a lead out here with the queens. Well, never mind. We're gonna get David a lead out here with the jack. There it is. Okay.
David
And-
wants to get value from worse jacks. I mean, the field could easily check through something like queen jack or jack 10. So when you have the best possible jack that doesn't boat,
Oh, and Neil with the
and
nut
Neil
flush
gonna go ahead
on
and
the
make
river.
nut flush. And if you're Neil here,
Check to the queens over here.
if you're Neil here, you kind of got to lead small
Oh,
because it's just
Neil.
going to check through a lot.
All right.
So kind of similar to what Neil was doing earlier, where he was value betting really small. That's also a situation where you're going to want to do a very similar sizing on a lead because barring somebody having a lower flush, which is difficult for somebody to want to value bet, like a 9-high flush, for example.
Right.
You're going to want to be able to lead and get called at a pretty high frequency for like a small sizing, maybe like a third pot, for example. So just like one of those situations where you want to get really thin, where you want to get thin value where you can, because over time, if you continue to do that, those are the sorts of things that'll differentiate players that have large stacks versus players that have small stacks at late stages of the tournament. And as if Neil wasn't running well enough already, we're going to go. Where's pocket kings?
Raise to 11. Seat 5. Full. Seat 6. Calls the 11. Seat 7 full. 8 full. 9 full. 10 full. Seat 1. Full. Seat 2. Full. Seat 3. Full.
Here we go. Heads up to a flop.
Neil and his pocket kings.
Ace, king, 8, 2 hearts.
Ace, king, 8, 2 hearts. Wow, you're just...
Oh,
all right, we got the 2 hearts.
This will be spicy. Neil, of course, having the king of hearts as well.
Calls the 8.
I like David's just call. You want to play in position. Be able to speculate for cheap.
Now, I
if
do
you-
like, if Neil leads here, I do like a raise behind. Depends on how much he bets here. So he bets about half pot, 2,100,
Call.
and just a call. And what do I know?
That's 3,300. Seat 6 full. Let it be in seat 2.
Yeah, you know, to your point, David could opt to want to raise the turn there. I don't think he's going to get a better hand to fold. The reason being that it's a double flush draw board. There's plenty of straight draws out there, but at the same time, that's a board that definitely favors David, though. David could have pocket 6s, pocket 7s. He could have pocket deuces. He could have 6-7. And on the river, he could have at least 2 combos of 4-5, spades and hearts. But ultimately, he'll decide to lay it down and, again, look for a better spot at this early stage of the tournament. Don't want to try to get too crazy.
Folds. Seat 6. Full. Seat 7. Full. Seat 8 full. Seat 9.
Hutch picking up a playable holding here. Ace-10 suited.
That's 1,000. Seat 10. Full. Seat 1. Full. Seat 2. Full. Seat 3.
Now, Tim, are they doing multiple streams on Friday, Saturday when there's levels, or are they just doing the night streams?
So I believe they are, excuse me, I believe they are doing the stream tomorrow night.
Okay.
And tomorrow night and Saturday night, and then if I'm not mistaken, it's all day on Sunday.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get clarification on that to find out exactly when.
Plenty of action
and
for.
if they are, yeah. So I'm gonna get clarification, but I believe it's the 2 nightly flight or 2 nightlies, and then the all day on Saturday.
Okay.
So
Got it.
and I will be dealing tomorrow's flights in the morning. Tomorrow's flight in the morning, and I will be dealing Saturday flight in the morning.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
pretty excited about that.
Quick note there, Neil opted just to complete from the big blind with the queens to Hutch's raise pre-flop. Neil wanting again to play a little bit more conservatively pre-flop. Look to play aggressively on boards that favor him. Boards particularly that don't have an ace or a king on them.
So I did just get clarification for anybody that's anybody that's watching or wondering about the streams. We will be streaming tomorrow night and Saturday night and all day on Sunday. So we are in it for the long haul here. We will be a lot of us here will be working. It'll be all hands on deck. A lot of hours. So bear with us. We'll try to make sure that we get everybody accommodated as best we can with our professionalism here at the Reserve.
Yeah, if you guys are playing here, be sure to, thank the staff here. These guys are working overtime. They're putting in a lot of hours to give us this tournament here, and the staff is great here at the Reserve. Right, that's why all the regulars love coming here. Is the quality of dealer, the quality of support staff.
And
that you get.
it's not even just the regulars that we get here, and that's what's amazing about this place is that we have We have our regulars that come in here, and that's great. But we also have people that have come all the way from New York. We have people from Wisconsin that have come, Missouri, Kentucky, all around the entire Midwest. We get people. So these 100K tournaments bring in the best of the best.
Oh yeah, I bet we'll see plenty of out-of-town people as the weekend progresses.
Yeah.
Tom here flopping a precarious top pair. Ricky opting to check here with kings.
Wow, Daniel. I see how it is, buddy. Okay. All right. Daniel didn't know tomorrow that when he's here, I'm flattening one of his tires.
Ryan picks up the nut gutter.
Scare card on the river there for
That's
Ricky.
about the worst card Ricky could see there.
Yeah, check back.
One check. Pocket king.
Everybody will check through.
See 10 wins.
It's not really a card that many would feel comfortable betting. Ricky having raised pre-flop. You could have a lot of aces, particularly of the non-heart variety.
Hey, Jason, man, we really do appreciate that. We try our best here. We try to make sure that everybody has a great time no matter what. And, even if win or lose, we still want everybody to have fun. And absolutely, Daniel, am I in for that? You kidding me? Dominic's time chiming in. Our buddy Dominic.
Uh-oh.
He says that you and I make a great team, he
Aw.
says. So, yeah. So,
Thank you, my
Dominic chiming in. We really appreciate that, Dom.
I hope you're
Miss
doing
you, buddy.
well, Dom.
And as always, go blue. So,
See, he's Michigan?
huh?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know Dom's a Michigan fan?
Man, I don't
I've
check.
never seen a bigger Michigan fan. This
Really?
guy puts up hype videos.
Man, I only
He
ever
puts-
see him in a
oh,
suit.
my Lord.
I only see him in person in a suit.
This guy puts up hype videos. He'll. I bet you he could
I
probably tell you.
gotta check Facebook more
Oh my
often.
Lord,
That's what that means.
he could probably tell you everybody that yes. he says hail.
Hail.
He could probably tell you the entire roster from start to
That's
finish.
awesome.
He's one of the biggest fans I've met. I love it.
Hope you're doing well, Dom. Couple playable hands here, very connected together. This could get dicey on lots of midland boards. We'll go ahead and see what the flop brings.
Well, the flop brings 2 hearts for Tom here and a gutter ball.
Kevin has a backdoor flush draw. He'll continue. Quite large. No waiting. Man, where is the waiting?
There is no struggle anymore
These
now.
players have it. These
now
players have
Kevin
it too
is
good.
Kevin's going to lead out here, drawn dead.
Now we've seen Tom. We've seen
Sorry,
Tom
Kev.
play these. We've seen Tom play these hands extremely fast on the turn. Previously, it looks like this time he might opt to just go ahead and call. I like the change of pace. I like the fact that he made a flush on the turn earlier of a similar ranking and decided to raise with it. Now we'll just. Go
That's
ahead and
right
call.
there. Pairs the board and brings in the 4th heart. And Kevin's gonna lead out trying to steal this. The triple barrel bluff by Kevin.
I don't really like the sizing too much from Kevin. I just think that Tom is, I guess Kevin is trying to get Tom to fold a king. I don't think you're going to see Tom fold this flush here to the sizing.
Now maybe Tom put him on something along the lines of like Ace King with the king, with the Ace of Hearts, but I just don't see how Tom could ever fold this.
Well, and that's what I mean. I think what Kevin is representing is basically the Ace of Hearts or pocket kings, pocket eights. He probably wouldn't continue on the turn with 8-7. And Tom will go ahead and make the call there. Oh, and this one, Tim, if you want to go ahead and tell the people about it, this is one I'm excited for.
Yeah, so we have a heads-up championship going on November 5th at 12:15. The field's limited to 32 players. So please, if you want to play in this tournament, let us know as soon as possible. First place is $15,000. We have $1,000 buy-in here. It's a random draw, single elimination. Every starting stack you're going to reset after every time. Every time you have a match, it resets back to 100,000. You play heads up against the person in your bracket. So top 4 are going to make the money, and you're going to play each round. Will be limited to 90 minutes or until one player is eliminated. I doubt that it'll take the full 90 minutes. I feel like heads up can get a little crazy sometimes, but yeah. So that's what we have going on here, November 5th at 12:15. Please come check that out. That's going to be. We got a lot of good players. A lot of good players in that. If you win that, you really have done. I mean, you've really gone through the gauntlet.
Look, I mean, to put it bluntly, heads up is brutal. Heads up is like, you know, when you're playing 9 or 10-handed tournaments, right? You can kind of comfortably fold hands and then sit back. You have a break. You know, they don't allow phones in the stream room, but like outside, for example, on the tables, you could pull up your phone, Twitter, whatever. Yep. When you're heads up, you are engaged 100% of the time. Yeah. And when you're playing deep stacked heads up, that's even more, because you're not going to be, you know, within those first hour or 2 hours, you know, you're not just going to be shoving all in and hoping that you have the best of it, right? There is a next level of play that you'll see. And to put it frankly, the players that I've heard, you know, who are going to be playing in that are action players. That is going to be a super fun tournament. I cannot express to you how excited I am to watch that one.
Yeah, all right, Daniel. Well, you have a good night, man. Be safe, and we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow. Get here a little early. We'll get you all set up. We'll get you all registered and whatnot. Should be a good turnout for the morning flight tomorrow, I hope. So that's my plan. You gonna be here for the morning tomorrow?
No, I gotta work, but I will. I'll be here back in the booth tomorrow night, and I'll be playing the Saturday morning flight and then commentating in the evening.
Okay. Yeah. So I just got word we will be streaming that heads up match also, the final table of that heads up. So
that'll be a fun one to watch. And if you're Hutch here, this is a very large sizing to flop or to continue with just a gutter, no backdoor flush draw, out of position, but he will make the call. Oh, and how about this for a turn here? Neil
with the 6.
Neil's going to go ahead and bet and take it down, and Neil getting a good run of cards here, bringing his stack up to around 60,000. 1.5 times starting.
And Daniel wonders why I say things like I didn't see you walk.
There you go. Chip count series, you see Tom G and Neo kind of leading the pack there a little bit. You know, it's the early stages. People are, you know, hovering right in between 30, 40,000. Obviously, Kevin and Hutch so far kind of having the rough go of things. Hutch running into it a little bit earlier, having to make a very difficult decision against a very aggressive play from Tom. Still can't get over that one.
Yeah, that was
Tom took it to the streets.
But the good news is, for $100, they can get 40,000.
That's exactly.
So let's see some here. Right. We haven't seen any big hands, no all-ins yet. So
no all-in, no two-player all-in. Yeah, we saw Tom. Like I said, Tom took it to the streets, and there have been a couple of big bluffs. This is again one of those situations where he put a lot of pressure on people early on in a tournament.
So earlier, Jason, you had mentioned how many players do we have right now? I just got a live update. We are up to 77 out there in the main room. So 77 players. It's a sizable amount of players.
It is, yeah.
And once again, I'd just like to reiterate, that is 77 unique players. That's 77 individuals here in the tournament. That's not including what the rebuys are. So you can add that in. That'll be all added in at the second break, and then we will give the top 15% going forward. So, and when that happens, we will let you know that immediately.
Check dark.
I like the dark check.
Hutch always dark checks.
There
He
you go.
he loves that dark check.
Nobody really flopping anything here.
That's 800. Seat 9. Fold.
Tom just trying to do a little bit of equity cleanup here.
Fold.
Tom
And
wants-
while we have a little break in the action, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know that this particular segment of Live at the Reserve is brought to you by Carpet Spectrum, located at 1855 South Reynolds Road here in Toledo, Ohio. So basically just down the street here. Owner's David Joseph, and the head of sales over there is Anthony Lamb. His nickname's Monkey. You've seen him around here, always wearing a softball jersey. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your flooring and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering ranging from carpet, luxury, vinyl planking, hardwood, ceramic, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum is home of one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and the surrounding area. Come in and mention that you saw our ad on the Reserve Poker Club live stream and receive 20% off your next order. And yes, Jason, as you asked, it they can still register till right about 9:30. So you still have 3 hour about the 3 hour mark to register into the tournament. So yeah, plenty of playability left, even if you max late reg. So.
Seat 3. Fold. Seat 4. Fold.
Max, I did play in the PLO tournament.
I know. I heard about this.
This did not go well for me.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you mentioned
It
that
did
a
not
little
go
bit
well for
earlier.
me.
Yeah, there you go. Like I said, small sample, man. All
Yeah.
you need is one cash on there.
Well, no, I played in the PLO. Well, that's the thing. I played the Pineapple and the PLO tournament.
Oh, you
I
played
played
both.
both. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah.
So 0 for 1 on stream, 0 for 2 tournament wise.
Yeah, 0 for 1 and 0 for 2. Not exactly a good batting average. So.
Hey, that's okay. Hey, 30. Hey,
Yeah, I feel like a baseball-
33%.
I struck out yesterday, or I struck out 2 days ago, and I at least put the ball in play
There you go.
on Monday. But yeah. That was a Terry Dale reference, a little baseball reference.
I like it.
Just to have Terry watch, But those tournaments were great.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a great Fall Classic
Yeah,
series
so
here,
far.
right? So, for anybody that didn't know, just to kind of recap where we are this week, we've been doing the Fall Classic Tournament Series. This last Sunday, there was a 10K free roll. Monday, we had a $3,500 guarantee Pineapple Tournament. Tuesday was a $5,000 guarantee PLO tournament. And then Wednesday, we had a $7,500 guaranteed bounty tournament.
Yeah. So for the Pineapple Tournament, we had 46 entrants. For the PLO, we had 84 total entrants, and last night for the bounty, we had 90.
Oh,
So 90 players for that tournament. That's
a lot of players for
lot
this
of-
region.
yeah, that's
for
a
this
lot
area.
of players.
Yep.
Definitely blew that guarantee out of the water. So that's really all that matters. So
Seat 10. Fold. Seat 2. Call.
Wondering where he was. There he is.
hey,
Players. Action.
Kevin and Neil, plenty of history between the two playing hands. So to the flop we go.
I feel like we've been saying these names quite a bit
Check. Seat 4.
on the stream so far. Kevin flopping nothing here. Going to go ahead and just release right away. Neil, it's kind of interesting to note Neil is using a lot of very large sizings, regardless of his hand strength, which I think is interesting. I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on people, right? The facing small bets makes it a little bit easier to speculate. Facing large bets, obviously, are a little bit more uncomfortable. So,
I do, like I mentioned at the beginning of our live stream here about Mike sitting in seat 3. He's a super solid player, but he just has not played it very many hands so far. And, just sitting there being patient. As we mentioned before, we are super deep stacked here at the beginning stages. So he's able to sit back and still have the playability going forward with the stack. So it's nice.
yeah, I mean, like I said, that quote from Daniel Negreanu rings really true, where he talks about the easiest time to lose your stack in a tournament is right at the beginning. People want to tend to get a little crazy when they have a lot more chips in front of them, maybe get too attached to hands. But Mike seems to be doing a good job.
Hey, one of the guys that I have a feeling will be here this weekend just logged on. Sean Crockett said he'll be here tomorrow, and then we have Sky that just chimed in and is watching with us. It's a guy I'll never pick as my horse, but if he's wondering, no. Just kidding, Sky. If I see you, I swear I'm picking you as one of my horses tomorrow. I have no choice. After you and JT called me out, I gotta do it now.
Couple of playable hands here. Hutch deciding to get a little speculative.
2,300.
Ace 8. Ricky's going to go ahead and just kind of click it back here.
C1 fold.
Kevin, if you're in Kevin's spot here, King Queen offsuit, not a proposition you're super excited about. Josh will continue, and
C7 call.
if you're Hutch, you have the button. You also have a terrible hand, quite frankly. So
You have the button, but you have a terrible hand. What do you do?
But you have a terrible hand. He is going to go ahead and make the call.
Action against C10.
Ace 8-9. Oh. Max chaos.
Oh,
Max
man,
chaos.
that would.
And nowhere close. Nowhere close.
If you're Ricky and Josh, though, this is not the worst flop in the world for you. I'm a little surprised you didn't see either player bet. You kind of want to protect your middling pairs here that you have by betting. Gets checked around to Hutch, though. He's going to go ahead and...
500. C10 fold.
Wow,
Ricky
just a snap fold.
folds.
Yeah, just a snap fold there by Ricky. Now Josh, on the other hand, he has his nines. Not, you're beating a lot of the ranges, especially from Hutch's. Didn't Hutch limp in this hand?
Hutch called the initial raise, and then Ricky went ahead and 3-bet. I am a little surprised by the double fold there, but Hutch obviously picking up on something. It's checked to him. In that's the benefit of being in position,
Yeah.
right? You can go ahead and take the aggressive route.
So if you see there, Hutch is wearing a reserve hat and a reserve hoodie. We do have merchandise available for anybody that wants to come in and go ahead and buy some. Yeah, Frank, a little slow going here. We've only been playing for about an hour, so not everybody's a kamikaze crazy player like you sometimes. No big deal though.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the blessing and the curse of tournament play, right? The early parts of the tournaments are the grueling. You're trudging through muddy water here a little bit. But that being said, as you get closer to the bubble, as you get closer to the time when people advance to day 2, that's when the action really kicks up.
Brevin, what flights are you playing this weekend? I know you got to be playing at least one of them, right?
Neil picking up another playable hand here. The blinds are up 200, 400.
5 fold. C6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. C9 fold. C10 fold. C1 fold. C2.
No one picking up any hands on that.
Neil's going to take down the blinds.
Show pocket 9.
Neil developing a pretty good stack here.
So did you play in any of the satellites we had for this?
No, I didn't play in any of the satellites. Most of the days, honestly, just didn't work for me. I heard they were pretty fun, though. I know a lot of people that did. Again, the Fall Classic Series has been, people have been building up to this. People really look forward to these events, these week-long tournament series that we do here at the Reserve, and they're super fun to play. It's a change of pace from the typical tournament that you play, and it's a great atmosphere, especially when you get large pools of players. A lot of people being out of town, a lot of people not being regulars here.
Yeah, no. What's great about here also is that to get into these tournaments that maybe are a little bit more of a buy-in than you're used to, we run satellites for it. So we were running satellites on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah,
and then we also ran. I think we ran a free roll for this also. And between that and some of our showdowns and whatnot, we've already had 70 players that are able to get into this tournament.
Yeah.
So which is nice.
I mean, that's awesome. Yeah. And here we go.
2,300.
Kevin going to go ahead and raise it up with pocket nines. Mike with ace king suited. We were mentioning earlier that Mike's been a little bit more reserved in terms of his play. I like this raise here. You kind of want to isolate. When you see Kevin on the short stack here, you would prefer to isolate, get him heads up. There.
Frank must have an easy job today. He said he's listening at work. So must be nice, Frank. We're jealous.
And if you're Mike there, he kind of just clicked it back. And when I say clicked it back, I've said it a couple times now. Clicked it back is essentially just a min raise. If I were Mike, I probably would have wanted to play the hand a little bit differently, get it all in pre, but obviously
It's a good thing you didn't.
in this particular
That's 5,500.
Now Kevin has 12-3 back, and there it is.
12,300.
Tough spot for Mike here. I think he's got to make the call.
yeah, Mike's
but
kind of
he's
got to
make the
It's
call.
essentially a min raise. Mike is essentially drawing dead here. He's got two backdoor draws.
No. When I was commentating with Ryan,
Uh-oh.
he said this about Joe, and Joe was at 6%, went runner to win. So he said the same exact thing, that Joe was drawing dead. There is going to be what do we need here? The 5 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, the
five of spades on the
spades
turn, just
would be
for something
spicy.
nasty.
It is important to note that I think it was 9-8 of spades was folded,
Yeah.
actually, so that is the case 9 on the board there. And he's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, my
come on,
God.
Mike! Oh,
The punishment.
God!
Yeesh. That is extremely unfortunate there. That's just a needle. I mean, that's really what it is. It's just a needle
Running
to Mike.
aces for him. Ouch.
Yeah. It's brutal.
But I mean, if Kevin has anything else besides a set there,
Yeah, I mean,
he
if he
wins.
has anything else.
It's not. Yes, he made it. Yes, he made the call. Unfortunately, he had to though. He's got 2 overs to the board. He obviously doesn't know that he flopped a set of 7 or a set of 9s there. That's,
I mean,
that's
yeah,
tough to
he's
take.
getting what, like 6 to 1
At least, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, he could, Kevin could just have 10s there.
Yeah,
if he could have 9s, he could have 10s, or if he has 9s, he could have 8s, and meaning that all of his overcard outs are live. From Mike's perspective, that will put Mike at the short stack, though. Again, just how quickly you can go from playing tight, playing conservative, looking for your spots, to all of a sudden one hand, and now you're at the bottom of that table there. Let's see let's see how Mike responds.
Fold. Seat 8. Call. Seat 9. Fold. Seat 10. Fold. Seat 1. Fold. Seat 2. Fold. Seat 3. Fold. Seat 4. Checks 2 players.
Go heads up to a limp pot here.
Action will be on seat 4.
Now, do you have a hand that you like to play that, obviously if I say what's your favorite hand, you're going to say aces. But do you have a hand that you like to play that's kind of
9-7 suited.
9-7
man. That's my
suited?
favorite.
Okay.
Yeah, 9-7 suited. Have to play it. It's kind of the one. I think everybody kind of has their one hand.
Yeah,
It's like
yep.
the guilty pleasure. That's 9-7 suited is mine.
Yeah, mine
Always
is.
has been.
I know it sounds so bad, but mine is deuce 4 suited.
Hey, there
I've
you
had
go.
won some massive pots with deuce 4
Deuce
suited.
4
I've
suited.
lost some massive pots with deuce 4 suited, but
Neil went ahead and called with backdoor draws there and an overcard. Nothing to really make of that turn, though. Tom will go ahead and take it down. As we wait for this next shuffle to go through, this next section, part of the reserve live stream here is brought to you by Danny's Cafe. Danny's Cafe, located at 600 Dixie Highway, Rossford, Ohio. Principal owner-manager Brian Morrison. Danny's Cafe in Rossford is under new ownership and management and proud to announce opening in mid-September. They are open now. I see it all the time. It's right by my house, and it's a super fun
Nice.
spot to go to. They've got NFL Sunday Ticket, Lotto, Keno, 10 TVs inside, and 2 TVs at the outdoor Main Street patio area, plus 4 more out back in the beer garden. The hours are 11 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. They have new restrooms, new pool tables, jukebox, and golden teas. And yes, they now have draft beer. Go check out Danny's Cafe over at 600 Dixie Highway. I love Danny's Cafe. Like I said, it's right over by my house.
Yeah.
It's a super fun spot. Some friends and I will go there to watch the NFL games on Sundays. I'll meet my parents there every once in a while.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really fun spot. And what they did inside it's a really, really nice.
yeah, that's just right down the street from the casino, correct?
It is right down
Okay,
the street
there
from
we
the
go.
casino, and it reminds me a lot, honestly, of like a college bar. Like you go in there, it's always full now. It's
Oh,
always
nice.
full now. They've got the music going, people are there. It's a really great atmosphere. They did a great job with the renovations.
Fold. Seat 5. Fold. 3 players in the hand. Action will be on seat.
Go 3 ways to a flop here.
So 3 ways to the flop. Deuces. Deuce of clubs. That seems to be the proper popular card on the board lately, so that'll be on the turn.
C1. Check. C3.
And if you're Mike here, this is a board that it might look good for you initially because it has an ace and you're the pre-flop aggressor, but there's a lot of 6-7s, lots of spade draws, lots of 8s, 5x that are going to call you.
Now Mike picks up a ton of equity here with the queen there, and gonna lead out. I don't see anybody calling behind him. Ricky's gonna go ahead and fold the best hand, and now he's wow.
Ryan did pick up a gutter. He does have the deuce of spades. He's going to go ahead and call. He does happen to be ahead here.
I wonder if he was calling because he had the straight flush out.
On a blank 9. You don't figure Mike to have too much 6-7, although he could.
Ryan, no, there is no add-ons today. So I just a $260 buy-in, and then there is $100 rebuys.
And I like Mike's sizing there. It's a sizing that he would bet if he had a some sort of ace-x holding that opted to check the flop. We'll go ahead and take it down there. Some chip counts here. Again, Tom kind of leading the way there. Neil and the other Tom as well. Towards the bottom, we've got Josh, Ryan, and Mike. Mike, of course, being on the unfortunate losing end of our first all-in pot that we had earlier. Ace-king versus nines. Nines flop top set.
And once again, I'm kind of shocked we haven't had to have a rebuy yet, or really anybody just extremely short stacked.
Yeah, you know, it's early on, 200, 400. Players still have, even the players that are, you know, a little bit less than the average stack size. You know, they've got 50 big blinds. They've still got a lot of room to play with here. I like the pace of the structure that they have here for the reserve, though. You know, we're playing kind of quicker on the levels. That'll induce action, particularly around the middling levels when people are trying to decide whether what they're trying to do is just make it to day 2 or dominate the field.
Now, what is your strategy on this? Like when you play, are you going to be that one that's just trying to make it to day 2, or are you playing to win, or playing to make day 2? I guess that's
It depends on the way the prize pool is structured. You know, you'll see a lot of players, for example, if the prize structure is such that it's top heavy, then you're playing to win, right? So making day 2 really means nothing. What you're really trying to do is make the top 3 pole positions. Whereas if you're playing in a structure that, you know, is a lot more evenly distributed, then you kind of want to play, a little bit more conservatively, maybe look to take the money where you can, as opposed to willing to be a little bit more aggressive in what you're risking.
Yeah, so for me, if I'm playing in this particular tournament, it would be imperative, obviously, to make day 2, and that would be my main focus. Then once I make day 2, based off of what I have chip-wise going into it, is how I'm going to dictate my play the next day. So I think that's going to be, you know, I try to take it one step at a time as I go.
That's good. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not good enough to think that all the way through.
Man, but that's the thing. Everybody has different strategies. Everybody chooses to approach it differently. And honestly, a big part of it, too, is just what are the cards that you're being dealt, right?
That, too, yeah.
You know, are you card dead? Are you running bad? And if so, you know, how do you try to navigate those things? Neil going to go ahead and bet with pure air into a field of 6 players here. I like it. It's aggressive. Although you'll notice here, though, so this is kind of interesting because Neil uses about half pot. We've seen Neil with his other good hands using full pot or more on flops. So this is a bit of a sizing tell, something that I hope, something that I suspect players will take notice of.
Terry, I played a little too aggressive on Monday and ended up giving away my chip lead and ended up bubbling the tournament. So I got to learn how not to play that aggressive.
He was going for the win, people.
I was going for the win. I was going for the win when there was 15 players left. Not exactly the smartest thing to do.
And Ryan will regret folding the ace-3 of clubs there.
Oh, just the gutter right in.
And Again, 6,200 here from Neil. Important to note that Ryan's not super deep stacked, so if Neil did have a...
All in and a fold. Yeah, so Terry, yeah, I would have chopped, though. I've learned my lesson. You've jaded me on that. So if you know one of our helping out dealers that we have here is Mr. Terry Cool.
Yeah.
Our inaugural PLO tournament, I had him. I think it was 4-1 or 5-1 in chips.
Uh-oh.
And he offered to chop.
Oh, okay.
And I said no, obviously.
Playing for the win.
We got to even in chips.
Yeah.
And he asked me to chop. And I said no. And then I asked him to chop after he'd taken all of my chips. And he said no. So, yeah, so that did not go well for me. Terry, I get tired of having to tell that story every time you bring up my play about how aggressive I play.
Josh flopping top pair here to Tom's middle pair. Tom's going to go ahead and continue as the aggressor. A blank turn. We'll go check, check. And if you're Josh there, I think you can lead kind of small. You want to use a block bet sort of sizing. What I mean by that is you want to essentially try to get Tom to call with a marginal hand as opposed to potentially turning it into a bluff. Into a 5.5K pot there, you could maybe bet something like 1,700. Chip counts here for you. The Tom's reigning supreme. Tom G well ahead of the field.
Tom G way ahead.
Almost double. Starting stack, Hutch, Josh, and Mike there at the bottom. Hutch being on the losing end of a very aggressive move from Tom earlier. Definitely outside of traditional construction. Wanting to just take it to the streets. Probably my highlight of the stream so far.
Yeah, that bluff was pretty epic.
I mean, yeah, that was aggressive. It was fun to watch. He did one for the people there. Tom G, our table chip leader on the in the big blind there, excuse me. Opts not to complete to a 2.5 big blind raise with 6-7. Little conservative, but that's okay. So Mike flops top pair. Tom calls with gutter. Mike is now going to go ahead and check to Tom. I like this check. Tom has established himself as a aggressive player. Let's let him bluff with all of his clubs, all of his straight draws. We, of course, block the made straight draws with the 6. I like this call, and we'll take a river. Oh, and how about the 9? Wait. And Tom checking back the nuts.
Tom, did
And
Tom
Tom mucks
what?
the nuts. Tom mucks the nuts.
Did that just what?
Whoa, we could have seen a massive pot there.
Did he just
Tom just checked back the river with the nuts.
and then folded?
And Mike had the bottom end.
Wow. Does Tom? Okay, I need to
Tom
get clarification.
must have misread his hand.
Tom had to have done something, misread his
Tom-
hand, or
Tom's first misstep of the
that was a
night.
$9,000 pot too.
And that was a big one. And
Okay,
when you look at the hands, I mean, Mike has the bottom end. Mike is not going anywhere. Could have very easily
wow.
gone a much different direction there. Mike should be he doesn't know it, but he should be thanking his lucky stars there that
Yeah,
that
and
situation did not end up going a little differently. Let's just say Tom is playing unconventional.
C2, fold. C3,
I like it.
C4, fold. C5, fold. C6, fold. C7, raise 11. C8, fold. C9, calls 1100.
Got a
C9, check.
There you go. So
C7 here. That's 1600. C9 calls 1600. Just because that way you get back out there. I don't want your chips. Check. C7. Check.
Josh flopping top there. Checks through to the turn. Checks through to the river. Hutch bets 27. Josh gonna make a quick call.
Get that across the line. Call.
Hutch trying to steal that one there with a pair of deuces, blocking the straight. Josh has a pretty easy call there. Hutch could also be value betting worse. Hand like 8-7, 8-6.
Give me the last hand before break, guys.
We've got one more hand before break, and then we're going to have an interview with one of our players here at the tournament just to get their tournament experience. Our dealer, Dan, will lead us out here on to break. One more hand. Get a $400 call from Ryan here.
C5 folds. C6 folds. C7 folds. C8 calls 400.
Got an early call here. Tom G going to go ahead and limp on the button with ace-4. Hutch will complete, and Ricky will check. A pretty unconsequential flop here. This will kind of be just a situation of who wants to take it more. The answer, it looks like, will be Hutch. And it'll fold around to break here. Hutch will take down the last pot before break, and we'll swap over to the booth here. Well, it's nice to meet you again. My name is Maxwell. What was your name again, sir?
Derek.
Derek? Okay, Derek, tell us about what brought you to the reserve and what you're excited about for the tournament.
I mean, I've been playing a long time, and I ran into Jim up in Motor City,
Okay.
and he told me about the reserves, and I've been up here a couple times, and I like the way the poker tournaments are ran up here.
Okay. And what do you like specifically about the tournaments? Kind of the structures or the type of players, the action?
Everything, the structure, the players, and I got to get to the final table one time to play on the feature table.
Oh, yeah, that'll be exciting, man.
Oh, yeah.
So is that something that you think about, kind of wanting to play at the final table on the live stream? Is it something cool that attracts you to the reserve here?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, awesome. Have you gotten to play on a live stream before?
Not yet.
All right,
well,
man.
I've got I finished 7th up in Dayton, and I was on live stream
Oh,
there
okay,
a couple
cool.
weeks ago, but I didn't play on the table that can see the hands and things like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So kind of walk me through, what do you think, as a tournament player, what are some of the things that go through your mind when you're playing at the table? What are you thinking about at these kind of earlier stages?
Honestly, I just try to be super aggressive in the early stages.
Yeah.
Try to build chips as much as I can during the early stages.
Okay. Do you find people are a little bit more accommodating? They're maybe a little bit more passive, and that kind of allows you to build the stack, or?
Not so much early.
Yeah.
Not so much early. I found out early in the tournaments to where they know they can rebuy.
Yeah.
They're going to call you pretty light.
Yeah, I mean, I bet that's something that that the field kind of thinks about. The fact that it's $260 up front to play, but then only $100 more. That kind of makes it you're a little bit willing to gamble at that stage.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that puts a little bit more gamble in myself as well.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
I mean that sounds. It sounds like you kind of got a pretty good strategy, a good feel of how you want to approach the game. Is there anything else that as a tournament player, you're kind of thinking about, or that you would recommend people to think about as they go into a big tournament like this 100K?
I don't know. My strategies is different from tournament to tournament,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know if a lot of people want to take my approach. But like I say, I try to in the smaller tournaments, I try to put the pedal to the metal and build up a lot of chips. But in the bigger tournaments, I got a different approach.
I like it. Cool. Make it different based on every field. Well, hey, anything last before we kind of go to break here that you want to suggest or say, or any message you'd like to get out there?
No, just be looking out for me on the final table.
I like it, man. Hey, it was great talking to you.
All right, thank you.
All right, and we'll be right back from break, everybody.
Okay.
And we are back here at the reserve.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? We are live at the reserve here for our 100K guaranteed tournament, $260 buy-in. Blinds are now up to 200, 400. We're not in the antes yet. This feature table has been actually it's been a little slow to start, but there's been some big hands.
Yeah,
it really has. So
yeah, there's been a couple of noteworthy hands, but again, this is kind of consistent with what you see for live, medium stake tournaments. So it is what it is. Now the action will start to pick up again as those blinds start to creep up. And like I mentioned earlier, I love the structure that they've kind of got here. We're moving along quickly in the blind levels, which is important to inducing action.
And here we go. We have two big hands here. Pocket nines and pocket queens going to play each other. And Tom in the mix here with the jack seven. Pocket fives, pocket queens, pocket nines. Who flops the set? And queens.
A little unfortunate here for Ryan that nobody has an ace. Look at this. I like this check from Ryan here. Tom wanting to start blasting off here as he's been prone to do. You could see Hutch want to continue here. Again, Tom has shown that he's kind of an action. He's the action driver at the table. So when you have nines here, lots of available draws, lots of available air. If you're Ryan here, I like a smooth call. You don't want to scare off your opponents.
We are 3-handed to a river.
And that is just the ugliest card you could imagine if you're Ryan here. If there were ever a card.
Right.
But unfortunately, Tom is going to be thinking that he is he's going to be up against it a lot here. But man, that is an uncomfortable river card for Ryan there.
Here I thought you had king, queen.
Hey.
Now I know
One of my favorite people in the world is watching right now. Hi, Katie. How are you doing? I'm glad that you finally watched it for a little bit. It's my best friend's wife.
Oh, good.
She's amazing.
What? No more kisses. What? No more You had to say something. Bang kidney.
Got Jonathan in the box here for this next half hour.
One of our fan favorites here. One of our player favorite dealers, John.
Yeah.
C3, fold. C4, fold. C5, fold. C6, fold.
Do you think I could pull off that hat? I don't think I could.
Man,
But
what hat-
I'd love to try it.
What hat couldn't you pull off?
Well, there's a hat over here. Have you seen my gold hat that I have over there?
No.
You haven't seen the gold hat?
I don't think so, no.
On our first break, I'll show you the
Okay,
gold
man.
hat.
I like it.
It is. There's a guy that used to come in here by the name of Yuan.
Okay.
He was wearing he's known for his extravagant style, and he came in wearing a hat. And I said, if I ever make it big on one of these, make a final table on one of these big tournaments, I said, I want your hat.
Yeah.
To wear it. It's all gold. It's got like a little knocker on the front, and he actually ordered me one and gave it to me as a gift.
Oh,
so
that's
I thought that
nice.
was
Yeah,
really
that's
cool.
nice.
Yeah.
Call. C9.
That's what's nice about here at the Reserve is that the players that we have come in here really do appreciate us as dealers, as friends. Like today, for instance, Mr. Kevin Wall sitting there in C2 brought us in dinner.
Yeah.
Knowing that we're going to be here slammed,
It's a real community.
yeah,
I mean,
Marge
that's what it
Lee,
is.
Marge Lee, aka Grandma, is known to bring in some amazing baked goods for us. I mean, we have people that just are so nice all the time.
Yeah.
JT, one of our favorites here, actually bought us all lunch one time.
Oh, that's good.
Well, one of our last big when we had the food truck. So it's stuff like that that just make you really love the poker community here in this Northwest Ohio area. But for anybody watching that or they rewatch it, we are located at 5105 Glendale Avenue here in Toledo, Ohio. For anybody that's kind of local, we're located right there by where the old Southwick Mall used to be, and the old South End Grill. So please come on in, check us out. We are open 7 days a week. And if there's no cash game going, you can come on in here and get some of the dealer money in any of the little side games that we play.
I love the side games, man. I love the side
See?
games. Jonathan in the box right now is taking many a Maxwell dollar.
Many a Maxwell dollar,
on
huh?
the side games.
to throw a little needle in here, there were many a Maxwell dollar going around on Monday.
Man, there's always Maxwell dollars to be had.
Raise to 1500. C7. Fold. C8. Fold.
Don't worry, there are many TDs they call them, Tim dollars floating around, and sometimes the exchange rate on them isn't very good either. So.
Fold. C2.
Kevin here going to look down at pocket tens.
And Kevin has built a did Kevin didn't have to rebuy, correct? He's kind of built himself up a little bit here.
He has
with
been,
that set of nines.
And again, this is where you kind of start to see the play will get a little different. I suspect,
Three-handed.
tens might have been a hand that earlier when everybody was super deep, we would have seen Kevin 3-bet, but instead he's going to opt to just call in the small blind here. And this lead from Kevin will make sense.
That's 3000. C6. Fold. C9.
He wants to try to protect his tens from overcards. Hutch here with a gutter ball. Backdoor hearts, although the hearts are
3000.
very small. He's going to look, I imagine, to get it in on any 3 or heart.
Well, he's got a double gutter actually, a 3 or a 7, and hearts are gone now. But I still think he may be able to complete here. 3000 is a little hefty, but.
I mean, the problem for Hutch is like he really has no room to jam. His the size of his stack is so small that Kevin's going to go ahead and call with whatever hand he might have that isn't pure air. So the starting stack at this point, at this blind level, is right around 100 big blinds. Here we've seen the VPIP again. This is pretty high for a tournament. Not so much when you consider the fact that we're only seeing the early stages, and now we've moved to a big blind ante. The big blind ante creates a lot of action. I really like the big blind ante structure because it essentially cuts down your stack size. So 40,000 is in a 200-400 is no longer 100 big blinds. You really need to treat it more like it's 60-65.
Yeah, so it's interesting how some players they'll look at the I have two blinds are 200-400 to say I have 4,000. Okay, I have 10 big blinds. Well, you forget about that ante. And that ante really eats into you a little bit. And thankfully here at the reserve we don't do the full big blind ante where it'd be 2-4-4, we do 2-4-2. Yeah. So it makes it a little easier and gives you a little bit more playability.
Yeah, I mean again it's more per rotation, per orbit. The amount of money you're putting into the middle increases now. It's no longer just a big and a small, it's a big and 2 smalls or 2 bigs. And how about this for a flop? Neil, man, we have seen him run so good. He's going to go ahead and flop not only the nuts, but a redraw.
And Kevin calls
to queen high clubs.
We are heads up. C4 checks. C2. That's 3,000.
Look at Kevin. Kevin's just going to go ahead
C4.
and blast off here with a nothing but a gutter.
C4 raises to 8,500.
This check raise doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because you give Kevin an out for all of his air, all of his bluffs. Is a hand like King 10 really going to call you here? Probably not. It would be tough to continue. The only merit to it is that Neil does such a small sizing that some opponents might be able to convince themselves to continue, but I mean, there's a lot of bluffs there.
Shows queen 10. C4 wins the pot, but moves to 3. I was going to say. With clubs.
Hutch getting a little low stack there. Now this is kind of like the area of the tournament though, where you see players that'll have, a smaller stack like that and get it in a little light for the fact of they can rebuy.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and we're still in that rebuy period for up until the next break.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Hutch has effective. So Hutch has essentially 30 big blinds right now, but when you add in the big blind ante, you know, again, you're treating it more like maybe 25 or 20. And so, and you're playing against a lot of guys that have a lot more than you. When you consider that there's $100 rebuys, this is an opportunity, I think, to just be very aggressive and look to either start to chip back up towards starting stack or just go ahead and kick off with a new stack. I mean, it's $100 rebuy into a $260 original buy-in tournament. So, again, I like the structure here that they do at the reserve. I think it induces a lot of action. And while we haven't seen it necessarily at this table in terms of rebuys, out there, you know, Tim, when we were just walking around on our break, you know, you can see that there's plenty of rebuys.
Plenty of rebuys going on. And then on top of that, by the way, we are up to 82 players when we came back here, 82. And Josh flopping the straight here. Interesting flop for Ryan with the backdoor hearts, though.
That's 1600. C1. Call. C4. Fold. C5. Fold. Alright, we are heads up.
Let's call. Let's call. Only
C7.
Pat. Only Pat.
That's 2600.
He literally did one.
C1.
He just sat down.
Oh.
And he announced call, and he didn't have any chips. Didn't have any cards.
Josh is going to continue here on the turn. Very small, which is good for Ryan's specific hand.
And it wasn't like a chip. It was a pipe.
All right, for anybody wondering, that's our fall classic tournament series that we had right there, kicked off on Sunday with our 10K free roll that Mr. Brian Patton took down. That was a fun time to watch.
The legend himself.
The legend himself. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've already ran those tournaments, and we are here for the day 1A. We are expecting a massive turnout for this weekend, and right now we have, like I said, 82 players, which is a little bit more than we expected, I believe, today. So that's great.
Yeah, Jim told me on break that, Jim being one of the owners here at the reserve, he told me on break that he had the line set in the low to mid 70s. So the fact that there's 82 entries already is something that I'm sure they're pretty excited about, and it just goes to show that, again, the kind of the structure, the guarantee, it's all inducing a lot of action here at the reserve. If you guys have any interest in tournament play at all, I would highly recommend getting in on one of these flights. So we've obviously got tonight's that's running right now. On Friday, we're running two flights, 11:15 a.m. and 6:15 p.m. Saturday, we're running two flights as well, 11:15 and 6:15 on both of those. The evenings on Friday and Saturday will both be live streamed, and then on Sunday we'll have our day 2. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the live stream, welcome to the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio. We do offer both tournaments and cash games. Saturdays are typically our cash game nights where you'll see 5-10 no limit hold'em. One of the favorite things I love about the cash games, Tim, when you and I get to commentate over them, is they do the double board PLO bomb pots every switch. I'm voting that we need to implement something like that here into this tournament. Every
Yes.
dealer switch, we'll do a double board PLO bomb pot.
That would be an interesting.
Really spice things
That'd
up
be an
there.
interesting round-by-round tournament. So, but yeah,
Oh,
so we are.
round-by-round tournament.
Oh wow, look at this: 2 ace queens, pocket sevens, and pocket jacks. Is Jonathan trying to get out of here early today?
I don't know, man. This guy dealing the pepper a little bit here. I like it. See, the problem with just calling in jacks here is while you're technically ahead, you only have 45% equity. So
now jacks are really ahead, but
you know, while this particular flop is good for you, it's going to be tough to navigate just because you're playing up against 3 other opponents.
all in by Hutch here with ace queen.
And Hutch has live overcards here. It's unfortunate that Mike is blocking 2 of those outs. He's got a backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draws. Neil's going to go ahead and call here with 7s though, and again, this is what I was referring to about David. I think David really should probably be looking to jam there and move Neil, even though he's beating Neil at this particular moment. There's a lot of complicated turns and rivers. Oh, Neil spiking a 7.
Just spikes it.
Neil,
No problem whatsoever for Neil.
Neil, no waiting, man. This guy hasn't had to wait for anything
I know.
all night.
Now, interesting though, that does bring in the gutter for David, and David has to call all in here.
And again, this is one of those situations where David has played his jacks so passively that he's kind of at the top. And there you go. We'll hear, Tim, I don't know if you just heard that, but David, you know, kind of alluding to the fact that he'll just rebuy for the $100
Yeah,
if he's off. So go ahead and get it in here. Neil looking to do extremely well on this potential 100K pot here, it looks like.
8 or jack, yep. And Hutch is unfortunately drawing dead, so he'll be rebuying.
But again, the player's kind of alluding to the fact that they've got so much, they've got the opportunity to buy in for so little relative to their initial buy-in, and then on top of that, you know, they're still buying in at, you know, around 100 big blinds. The 3 will give Neil a boat. Neil will go ahead and knock out 2 players, pick up an 80K pot.
Put him, I think that's puts him over 100,000 in chips. First person to break that barrier here at this feature table.
Did not expect him to start at 400.
Neil's going to be thanking whatever deity or deities might be up there for that 7 on the turn, and he'll take it, though, as he takes a commanding chip lead over this feature table here. 100,000. 2.5 times starting stack.
Yeah, that's a sizable a sizable chip lead that he has on this particular table. And Neil is one of the people that tends to hold on to him, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look, Neil he's playing very selective hands. He's playing them very fast. I mean, ultimately, that's going to be that's a extremely profitable way to play in tournaments like these, right? Be selective about your hands, play them fast, look to get value, and run well.
Yeah, and run well. Spiking a 2-outer on the turn normally helps.
Spiking a 2-outer, most certainly. Josh going to go ahead and call from the small with King 10 offsuit.
Alright, we are heads up.
It's a really good flop for Neil. He just continues to run well here.
That's 3,000.
As he outflops the King 10 offsuit.
C7 fold. C4 wins the pot. Button moves to
Neil
C7.
bet and take it down. Again, Neil going with a pot-sized bet there on the flop when he has a good holding. Important to note that, you know, the rest of the players at the table, I hope they're kind of taking note of that, right? That's something important to be thinking about is, okay, Neil is betting some flops where he's going for full pot and he's betting other flops for half pot.
Yeah. I mean, Neil right now could double up a vast majority of this table and still be our chip leader. So he's got a sizable chip lead, and he's going to continue to. Oh, we got I don't know who this is we have coming in here.
Oh, I've got our man Garrett. Isn't that the interviewer that we just had?
Apparently, Austin won't give me a massage while I'm on the live stream. She wants to go out there and make some real money out in the main room. It's fine, though. She'll be our next interview later on tonight.
Mike here raising it up to 1,000.
Oh, it's yeah. There we go.
Tom picking up a good holding here.
Call 1,000. C10. Fold.
And I don't know the gentleman that just sat down in seat 8 or in Hutch's seat. So was it seat 9? But he is wearing a 4th Street sweatshirt, so I know what that means. I'll explain that in a second.
Suit 8. Check. Seat 1.
And it's kind of interesting, Tim. We've seen a couple of these large pair
That's 1,000.
situations where players have had queens versus jacks, queens versus tens in this instance, jacks versus tens. But the boards have always run out pretty high cardy or very connected, and so we haven't seen a lot of, cooler-esque situations post-flop.
Clear heads up.
Be curious, at some point that'll obviously change. It's just the nature of tournaments.
Check. Seat 3. That's 1,700.
I like this Mike going thin for value here. Mike is betting for 2 reasons here. 1, he thinks he can get value from worse for a small sizing. 2, he wants to maintain the betting lead so that on a lot of river cards he can comfortably check back rather than face a bet.
Seat 1. Check. Seat 3.
Which is exactly what he'll end up doing here.
That's queen.
Congratulations.
You want
to change your hand? Yeah, both.
So, anyways, as I was mentioning about that hoodie that gentleman was wearing, I believe it's 4th Street Pub, 4th Street Poker Club. There, that the closer who's come here and played multiple times before, he is the operator of that. So, probably he's whoever that is probably one of the Michigan players that have come down for 100K,
fun.
which is nice. So,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this guarantee is large for this region for sure. This will be a really good opportunity to see a lot of different people from a lot of different areas. And that's one of the fun things, like I said, about tournament play is you kind of never know
Seat 9
who you're
is not-
playing against in a large field.
Small blind is 10. Big blind is seat 1. I need the ante also. Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. Seat 4 raises to 1,600.
And Neil looking to step out here. So Neil might seem like is wanting to maybe shift strategy a little bit. Go towards a more aggressive approach. This is, of course, Derek, who we just had on the live stream.
yeah, he came in here for the interview.
Yep, Derek was here for the interview. Derek said he likes to push the action. He likes to play a lot of hands. Likes to play very aggressively, he said.
Fold.
Going to take a more passive option here, just calling with the 7s and
My rear heads up.
go 2 ways to a flop.
Seat 4. That's 2,400.
And again, Neil kind of showing a little bit of a bias here. He goes for just over half pot on a board that he doesn't connect with.
Now Derek is a very, very good poker player. He's very instinctual here. He's going to sniff this out,
Raise.
and there it is.
6,000.
Yeah, he's and Neil's going to go ahead and lay that down.
Fold.
Yeah. So what Derek is trying to do there is Derek is trying to use
Button moves to
Coming
seat
back
10.
for him.
Button is at 10.
the raise in order to take initiative because he's in position. It means he can check a lot of turns or rivers that are bad for him, while at the same time it also allows him to fold out overcards, which have good equity against him.
Hutch, you said that was embarrassing. I got no rebuttal for you. I'm sorry. But the real question is, if I was the one that bet the river, would you have folded the flush? And if your answer is no, then you probably should have called against Tom also. But, you live and you learn, get back in the tournament, go win this thing.
Tom playing like a wild man. We like to see it. It's fun to watch. It's aggressive. It's tough to play against.
Seat 5.
Tom with the 7-6 suited.
Speak of the
Right
man.
after we talked to Hutch about
That's
it.
right.
That's exactly what Tom had.
Speak of the man.
Oh, man. That is just ironic.
Derek with a semi-connected suited hand here. I'm going to go ahead and look to isolate Tom.
And what I love about Derek's race size, race size here is that
Seat 8.
it's small enough that he can get away from it. On the if he gets 3-bet.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not. He doesn't lose very many chips if he does so. He's able to build a pot for himself if he hits on the flop.
Yeah, it kind of just depends on what you're trying to accomplish, right? If Derek is saying, okay, I see this early limp from Tom and I want to go ahead and try to isolate him, then he needs to go bigger because this is what happens, right? A couple of marginal hands come along with him. If he's saying, I have a suited semi-connected hand and I just want to inflate, almost do some sort of sweetener raise, then he accomplished that with this raise size.
And look at that flop form right there.
Middle
pair, and the second nut draw.
Check. C6.
And for Derek here, this can go either way. If you opt to see him bet, this is kind of equity cleanup. He wants to fold out overcard type hands, mainly a hand like Kevin's, for example, which has plenty of outs against him.
C5.
But he might run into one Mr. Tom, who has shown a propensity for wanting to put the
C6 wins the pot.
moves on, but he'll opt to fold.
Button moves to C1.
We got Miles in here watching with us here. I tell you, the only thing I can beat Miles in, I think, is cornhole. Don't tell him I said that, though. You know.
Here we've got the chip counts here. Neil, of course, leading the pack by far. Tom G following him up. Everybody else playing in this kind of tight range between 35 and 50,000. Right around 100 big blinds.
C4 fold. C5. Fold. C6.
Derek, since he sat down, I don't think he's taking a hand off.
Raise to
The man
14.
does
C7.
love to push the action. He follows through. He's a man of his word.
C9.
What he told the people he was looking to do.
Well, you know, you can't be on your phone in here. Might as well play some hands.
There you go.
C10. Call.
I like Ricky G's hat. I like that PlayStation, that old school PlayStation.
Yeah, there we go. The old
control hat.
school
Yeah.
PlayStation.
I like it.
Call.
Max, you're too young to know what an old school PlayStation is.
Man, no, not what are you talking about?
You're what, like 23?
I grew up with that stuff.
I grew up with that. So I'm 34.
No,
I
you-
had
you
the
grew up
original
with,
PlayStation.
Like, you grew up with like the first Nintendo. What are you talking
Oh
about?
my lord, I did have a first Nintendo. I did. Super Mario Brothers 3 was
That's
the best
right.
game ever.
C2.
Zelda, that was another good game.
Check. C10.
Man, this is like again a bit of a nothing burger here on this flop.
Not anymore.
Turn will give Derek,
Derek.
a top pair, but even when Derek bets, if he opts to do so, he's not going to be super comfortable, which is why you're going to go ahead and see him check here.
C2.
Now Kevin hits the 9. I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say. I hope he checks here, but
Check. C10. Check. Showdown. Okay, nines. Ace.
Derek will go ahead and show the ace deuce, and he'll win a nice size pot there.
C6 wins the pot. Button moves to C2.
so Max, what was your first gaming system that you had? As we're talking about Ricky's hat there.
I had the original Xbox,
Okay.
and I remember playing. I think the first game I ever played on it was NFL Street. That was still one of my. I actually have it sitting in my closet still. That old Xbox with a couple of those games. We'll break it out every once in a while. Fusion Frenzy, a bunch of those games, man. Those were super fun.
Jim said that he had a CocoVision. I have no idea what that even is.
What the hell is
I
that,
haven't
dude?
even know that what it
what are you
is.
talking about? That's like an abacus or something,
yeah, I have no
probably,
idea.
man. That's
Yeah.
got to be. That's like a wooden board with like two pieces on it or something that Jim probably played with.
Yeah. I had the original PlayStation. That was I got that for Christmas when I was a kid, and that was the best. It was a what I get with it? I got Madden, I believe.
Yeah.
And I got Twisted Metal and Crash Bandicoot.
Man, there's a really cool old school gaming shop in Perrysburg, right off of the downtown strip, where you can go and you can find all of the old consoles. They don't sell anything newer than a PlayStation 3.
Oh wow, cool.
And it's a ton of like retro games and cards and all this other stuff. It's a super fun place to stop in. I don't know the name of it, But if you guys are into that stuff, be
Wow.
sure to look it up. It is a fun spot to go to.
Now
to
look
find
at
stuff.
this. We got a lot of playable hands here. Ace 10, Ace King, Queen Jack, Jack 8 suited, 9s here by Ricky G.
And this is interesting as a raise size by Mike here, because Mike is playing against a field of 4 callers, or excuse me, a field of a raise and then 3 callers. And he's now essentially trying to put a squeeze in. And he opts with just 3 times. You know, if this were a cash game, for example, you might see a size of 7x,
Yeah.
I would say. But given the fact that, again, as the blinds go up, we're now at 300, 600 with a 300 big blind ante. People are not that deep. You want to be able to get value, but at the same time reduce variance on flops that you don't hit.
Ricky with top set.
And Ricky G. I feel like these 9s, man, they've been
On
fire recently.
Something I've noticed, though, is that a lot of these hands that are flopping so well, like, Ricky G with the set here, who's all in for 27,000. Something I've noticed is that no one else is hitting anything.
Yeah.
There's no flush draw connected with this. There's no, set over set. There's no overpair. So it's been kind of interesting to just kind of see the bet and take style of these big hands.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it, right? It's just kind of this is the nature of poker, right? In order to make money, you need to have a hand. In most scenarios, you need to have a hand, and your opponent needs to have a hand. And in this case, it's just been a lot of one person having a very good hand, everybody else kind of battling it out with nothing in a lot of these situations. Ricky will go ahead and jam and take it down. I don't necessarily like the jam. I think that it kind of gives an out to a lot of players, even flush draws, for example, that are not nut flush draws or straight flush draws, have an incentive to fold. Would have liked to have seen maybe a smaller sizing, look to set up a turn jam of some kind.
Actions on C6.
Our man Derek here going to go ahead and fold
Derek found a hand he could fold.
the deuce 7 offsuit. If it were suited, man.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Kiko finds 6 deuce suited
Look at
here.
this.
Might just.
Call. C10, fold. C1,
Kiko going to go ahead and limp
fold.
the 6 deuce suited.
Call. C3, fold. C4. Call. C6.
Neil is in there.
C5.
Tom will check his option. We'll go 4 ways to a flop. Got 3 extremely connected hands here. Again, just
C4, check. C5.
And Tom with just top, the top pair with the 8.
Check.
Tom did check this through. I'm a little surprised. Tom, of course, will boat up
Bet
now.
2000. C5.
Look at this. Neil kind of using a larger sizing for the first time. with
Using
air.
a larger sizing, he doesn't have air. He has a diamond draw, but he's dead. He's drawing dead.
Yeah, that's
So
tough.
Queen 9 diamond here, he might actually pay somebody off.
Yeah, your queen high diamonds are.
Yeah, there's a queen. So now he checks, and if he bets,
C5 bets 2,500.
That's a great
Yeah,
sizing there
great
from
sizing
Tom.
for him.
About 40%. Make it seem you're not going to have
C5 on C5, but loses.
a whole lot to get value from, besides maybe some middling pairs or a queen in this instance.
So while we, hey, there it is. What the hell is that?
What is that, man?
What is
that? Looks
that?
like an emergency response system. What is that?
That thing is old. Wow. Wow, Jim. I didn't know you were that old. Sorry, buddy. Wow. And as all the older guys that are watching this see that, they're like, oh, I remember that. I remember
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Wow.
Never even thought that I had it. Never even afterwards. I never.
Ah, that's how they communicated the Gettysburg Address,
Yeah,
huh?
apparently.
Yeah.
Was that something from
Lincoln
Morse
back there.
code?
C7 fold. C8 fold.
After I look at them, I never look at them again. Usually, very rarely.
We know.
Maybe I should go back.
know.
Maybe I should go back and check it.
Oh, Terry knows what that is.
Fold. C2.
Barry.
That's all right. So, hey, no, it's all right. I laugh at myself. It's better than
Mr. Kevin,
Bets 2,000. C3.
raise. It's a large sizing.
C4.
This is kind of where, you know, in a lot of professional tournaments, you would start to see at this blind level, you would start to see a lot of people using more of like a min raise sort of sizing. So for Kevin to go basically 3.5 times, that's large.
C6. Check. C2. Check. C4.
Neil with a gut shot here.
Bet 600.
600 into 6,000.
Raise to 2100.
And look at Derek here. Derek is kind of taking it to the streets. I love this. I love watching this style of play here. The man was not here to check and call. He was here to raise and
C6.
bet.
So I didn't catch what's on the turn yet, but okay. So a 3 on the turn. Derek's still good here, but you know Neil can hit a king queen 10, king queen jack 10 is what he can hit here to win this hand.
3,700.
And I wonder if,
C4.
I assume Derek is doing this for value because
Call.
there's a lot of bluffs out there. If he were wanting to bluff, he would probably
And
have to
there's the
use a much
10.
larger sizing.
C6.
And I think Derek is kind of figuring out in his own mind, okay, have I been setting up a bluff or have I been
That's 5,300.
setting up value?
C4.
This is indeed a bluff at this point.
Call. Shows 5. Shows a 10.
Derek will see that he got rivered. Again, I'm not sure what he was thinking about, whether that was for value or a bluff. The problem with betting that river for that small of a sizing is that, you know, he's probably not going to get a 10 or a jack to
Right.
fold. And all of the, you know, not all, but a lot of the draws now come in on the 10 or they at least pair up, right? So it's going to be tough to get a lot to fold there. That being said, he's playing aggressive, and in general, aggressive play will be more profitable than more conservative play.
C8. Fold. C9. Fold. C10. Fold. C1. Fold. C2. Fold. C3. Call. C4.
This is interesting. This is the first limp we've seen from Mike, I think,
Call. C6. 5.
opting to do so with ace-8 offsuit.
Fold. C6.
I'm not opposed to limping. I would prefer maybe like a suited wheel ace to limp in with, and then use that as, you know, if you want to think about broader, like more broadly about how you want to be playing. You know, if you want to play like a limp raise strategy with aces or kings, you also want to do it with some bluffs.
C6 check. C7 check. C3 check. C4. That's 2,100. C6.
And Neil just keeping the pressure on here.
7. Call.
Josh obviously isn't going anywhere with
Fold.
top pair.
We are heads up. C7 check. C4. That's 3,000.
And again, we're seeing Neil here with the half pot sizing with air,
Call.
like Josh's just call.
C7
And I
check.
think Neil's going to shut that down.
Go down.
Yeah, Neil would have to, on that particular river card, Neil would have to be betting a very, very large amount in order to try to get a king to fold,
C7
or a
was the
10
last
even,
check.
maybe like 10x of spades.
That's a horrible river card for what I'm putting mine. Good thing I put mine in for. Because king is just weird.
Here we go. We see some of the V-pips. Derek having just sat
Wow,
down,
yeah.
trailblazing, man. 70. He was not lying when he gave the people the interview earlier. saying that he wants to push the action, he wants to be aggressive. In a buy-in like this, he did say something that was interesting to me. Was he said that for a buy-in like this, 260, you know, with $100 rebuys, he's going to be playing a lot more aggressive than he would if he were playing like a 1K MSPT, for example.
Which was last week, and a guy from Michigan won that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
I still have yet to play in one of those large field
I have never
MSPT,
played in
WPT events.
Yep, never played
Look
in
forward
anything
to
like that.
playing one of those sometime.
Raise the 2000. C1.
Raise the 2000 here from Ricky.
Fold. C3. Fold. C4. Fold. C5.
And Tom here with 9-8 suited.
Call
We've seen
2000.
him with a couple of these
C7.
suited connected cards now.
C8. Fold. C9 cost 2000.
Kiko is going to go ahead and get in there with Jack 10 offsuit. We'll go 3 ways to a flop again. Very connected hands. The board's kind of been missing these sorts of situations. Let's see about this one.
And once it, now, you know, Jack 10 they both flop it, or flop top pair, but
Ricky going to go ahead and lead. Don't necessarily
4000.
like that lead, but
Fold.
I mean,
C9.
you just
Call.
are going to be up against better hands
Heads up.
a large portion of the time.
C9 check. C10. Check.
And if you're Kiko here, I actually like a check because when Ricky goes bet, when
C9
Biggie
bet.
goes, or Ricky, excuse me, goes bet check,
C10.
he's going to have a lot of diamonds in particular. Hands that are looking to get to see a cheap river. Just so happens that this time he is going to chop the pot, assuming Ricky makes the call here.
Call.
chop it up. So while Jonathan chops this up, I'm going to go ahead and let you know that this segment is brought to you by Jack's Menswear, located at 3414 Door Street. The owner-operator is Mark Hopkins, one of our regulars here.
That's a good one. I've never been called that.
Jack's Menswear has everything you need to look sharp, including hats, ties, shoes, suits, both dress and casual. We are a family-owned business that has been in Toledo for 75 years. Come in to see our wall of distinction. Then consult our friendly and experienced staff how you too can become a man of distinction. We are open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Mention the Reserve Poker Club and receive 20% off our already low prices for your next purchase.
I kid you not. We were standing on our porch.
So go and check them out. Mark has played in a couple of our tournaments here recently, and it's good to see him out and about. I watch his Facebook on the page that he has there for Jack's Menswear. It's got a lot of unique suits and stuff for
Awesome.
people going to what is it, homecoming? That's
Oh,
what they
yeah.
say, homecomings. and-
Homecoming was just recently
Yeah,
for a lot
yeah,
of the
yep.
Toledo area.
Yep. So a lot of people go over there and get their stuff from Mark. So
And I laughed.
Fold C3. Fold C4.
Where'd she learn
Fold
words?
C5.
Her mom. Oh, of course. And
Fold C6. Fold.
I cuss around my
C7.
grandkids. I mean, it is what it
Josh
is, you know.
picking up ace king here.
I don't cuss around other people's kids, but mine know it's pop up, you know. And when I go on
Right,
a
it's
when I go on a
1500.
tirade, they're like, "Hey, wanna pop sickle?"
1500 here.
I'm like, I'm mad.
You need a popsicle.
Call. We are heads up.
Kiko's going to outflop the ace king here.
That's 1500. C9.
Josh continues with around a half pot sized bet.
Raise to 4,500.
Look at Kiko here. Raising with just a 6.
I love kids.
wanting to protect against overcard type holdings. There's a lot of bad turns. Josh is going to be able to comfortably check back a lot of turns that Kiko would like to see, like a deuce or a 3, 7 or 8. And Kiko will take it down.
All right, Neil's still way out in the lead there. Got a 40,000 chip advantage over Tom G. So Neil, huge.
And Neil.
He's got an entire starting stack more than everybody else.
He's been getting hit with the deck so far,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you know, the few times that we have seen hand over hand type situations, Neil has been on the beneficiary of those coolers. Again, reverting back to that 80K pot that he won with 7s against Ace, King, and Jacks, spiking a 7 on the turn to take down the Jacks.
Fold, seat 8. Fold, seat 9.
It's like naming a boat.
Fold.
And here it looks like we're reverting back to a more traditional tournament sizing. A couple players in a row opening to
Seat 9.
My wife says too, she goes,
1.5
Grandpa's got an
thousand chips.
She goes,
Now, Tim, besides the Fall Classic Series tournaments that you've been playing, have you been playing, are there any other tournaments that you either have your eye on or have played recently?
No, not recently. I've actually been trying to scale back my playing a little bit. It was a little out of hand there for a while, so I haven't played too many tournaments, especially out of town or anything like that. So I do have a casino trip coming up. I'm going to go up to Firekeepers on November 12th.
Okay.
And spend some time up there, going up there with a friend. So her and I are going to go up there and just have have some drinks, go to dinner and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
that's a really nice venue up there.
That's awesome.
Call, seat 6.
But that's it. I don't plan on playing anything else. So
Hey, man, that sounds pretty good to me. What's the tournament over at Firekeepers that they have? Is that the monthly one?
yeah, the monthly
there you go.
500 they have up there. But one of the tournaments I love here is our 10K in a day tournament
Yep.
we have. Unfortunately, I just tend to always have to work it, so makes it a little difficult to play it when you're dealing.
Yeah, the 10K in a day tournament is great here. For those of you that don't know, the 10K in a day is traditionally on Sunday. Starts like early afternoon, right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock. Well, 1:15.
Yeah, and of course they, here at the Reserve, the NFL Sunday package means you can watch all the games and get to play some poker. It sounds like a pretty good Sunday.
Yeah. Hey Terry, is there any way I can get your player's card when we go up there? No big deal. I just just to have it. I haven't never had to pay for a dinner up there. I don't want to break my streak.
Now look at this. So we have Mike flopping top pair, Tom as well with top pair, Neil with bottom set, and Josh with the nut flush draw and a gutter to the wheel.
Wow. And Tom here with the 3-bet.
Wow, Tom going to go ahead and 3-bet here. And Josh is going to call, man, this could have the
And Neil-
making.
Neil's
When
still
this
got
gets
action
back
on,
around
yep.
to Neil. Neil has a decision. Now, if you're Mike here, this is just a little too much action. Even if you're ahead, it's marginal, and there's going to be so many bad turns and rivers for you. And Neil's just going to opt to get it in here on the flop.
Seat 5.
And if you're Tom, I mean, we're now playing a 4-bet pot.
Fold. Call. Seat 7.
He's going to go ahead and make the fold, but you can't fault Josh here for wanting to call, even if you're behind, which it's likely you are, obviously. You're getting a great price. Got a variety of outs.
So here's that all in we were talking about.
Yep.
And Neil's got a call. He's never folding.
Here we go. One time the first.
Are they running it twice? No.
Who's going to win the first big all-in pot that we've seen here? Ace 4 of hearts versus dude.
Oh, just lock it up. Lock it up.
No waiting.
No, wait. No, that could have got really bad. That would have gotten really bad for Neil if Mike would have stuck around. Look at that. Running threes.
No waiting for Neil, man. This guy, he's been running good. He's been getting the hands, playing them fast.
Wow.
He now takes a commanding chip lead here at the feature table.
And because of all that action,
160,000.
because of all that action, both Tom and Mike fold a king, and it goes running threes.
Yep.
So that would have put a huge dent into his stack.
Yeah.
160,000. He has almost 100K more than the next stack here at the table. Wow. Way to go, Neil.
Neil running extremely well, playing his good hands fast. This is something I feel like we talk about a lot, even in the cash games, Tim.
Yeah.
You know, playing your good hands fast.
Blinds are 4 and 8.
People often underestimate how it's pretty straightforward. People think that it might be pretty easy to read, but ultimately
2,000.
giving your opponents decisions when you've got the best of it is a good thing probably in the long run.
C5. Fold. C6. Fold. C7. Cost 2,000. C9.
Here we're going to have a wide variety of hands, it looks like, going to the flop.
Fold. C1. Fold. C2. Call. Alright, we are 4-handed.
Four hands, 4 ways to a flop, excuse me. Kevin opting just to call from the big blind with ace-queen offsuit.
Decent flop for Tom G here with top 2.
Tom G will not be disappointed with this particular flop.
Bet 6,000.
That sizing is extremely large, looking to charge drawing hands like Jack 10, 10-7, 7-6.
Fold. C3.
It's going to be tough to get value from a lot of
4. Cost 6,000.
hands that are going to get sticky, but Neil here going to go ahead and float with just a backdoor and a couple of
4 checks.
overcards.
That's 8,000. C4 fold.
Turn I was looking for.
C8 into pot. Button moves to C1.
Definitely a speculative call from Neil there, but when you've got that many chips, maybe you're looking to play the rush a little bit, spike something crazy.
I just,
What's up? Put your phone up, baby. That's all we hear. Phone ain't doing nothing.
It's nothing going on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
As if on cue.
my phone ain't doing nothing. Right there, on cue.
I guess so. God, yeah.
Yes, Neil, you are deaf.
I don't know how to use the messages.
So Neil actually helped build this particular live stream room.
Really?
You know, yeah, he's a friend. He's a friend of ours here at the Reserve, and once we got this room, he helped set it all up and get all the set up the tables and the carpet and paint and stuff like
That's
that.
awesome.
Call.
Yeah, he's a really good guy, really good friend of the club.
Well, look, this karma. I mean, this is karma then for him. He's getting a little bit of the good juju here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did this months ago, so maybe it's paying off now.
He's
finally.
got home field advantage. What are you talking about?
He,
Look at this.
well,
Who knows the room better than Neil?
I got him a couple of times.
C10. Fold. C1. Fold. C2.
Kevin here with the queen 10 offsuit. I mean, this is speculative for sure, but
C3 fold.
the man didn't come here to fold, and we'll go 3 ways to a flop.
We are 3-handed. C2 check. C4.
And if you're Neil, this is a
That's 15,000.
whoa, Neil. Oh my goodness.
2.
Going with
Oh,
1.5
large,
times
yeah.
pot.
A large bet.
See, and this is
Red King.
I mean, that's something where even if somebody had a club draw, he's kind of letting them off the hook there. They can pretty comfortably go ahead and fold that if it's not the ace-high club draw. But there you go. Neil take down another pot.
I didn't mean to grab 3.
There's Neil. He was saying. Neil was saying he didn't mean to grab 3 there.
Still got Jonathan in the box here on the feature table. Again, thank you for joining us here at the Reserve Poker Club, Toledo, Ohio, right off of Glendale Ave. This is our Fall Classic Series 100K guaranteed main event.
Raise the 2,000.
Buy-in for this event was $260, and we've got $100 re-entries. It's unlimited $100 re-entries after your initial buy-in. 40K starting stack. The top 15% of this flight will make it to Day 2. Day 2 will be hosted on Sunday, the 23rd.
All right, we got 3-handed. C4, check.
How about a flush for
Just,
Mr. Kevin here?
Yeah, just Mr. Kevin Wall just flops the flush.
Bet 2,300. C2.
Derek here.
Call. C4.
This is a good just call from Mr. Kevin.
Call.
And Neil going to come along here, too.
And you've seen that since Neil had that really big pot, he's kind of been playing very speculatively. I think this is just a case of maybe a little bit of a rush hitting the player.
And I'm just waiting for that 8 to peel for Neil to hit that gut shot. And you know, then Kevin's going to get a full double up, I believe.
Check. C2. That's 5,000. C4. Fold.
How do you feel about double checking your cards? This is something that I've heard tournament players talk about recently while dealing to them, that they think it's a sign of weakness to look back at their cards.
Well, I mean, I think you just have to be balanced in doing it. I think that if you're going to look back at your cards, then first and foremost, I mean, if you don't know what you have, right, then you have to do it. But if you do know, you want to be able to balance it out, where if you're checking back your cards, you're going to have some extremely strong hands. You're going to have some just calls in there as well. You want to try to take different actions under the same motion. That's kind of the idea behind getting rid of your live tells.
So you're deaf and blind. And dumb.
Looking at the chip counts again, Neil.
Oh, I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
Over double. Tom G, the next biggest stack. Everybody kind of playing a little under starting right now. Blinds are 4 and 800 with a 400 big blind ante.
6.
Starting stack is 40K, so you're getting around 50 big blinds. The 400 big blind ante, again, means that you should treat it less like 50 big blinds and maybe more like 40, 35. Kiko going to go ahead and
2,500.
raise it up here.
C10.
Queen 10.
Fold. C1. Fold. C2.
Kevin with 9s here. This is an awkward spot to be in if you're Kevin, because 9s is super susceptible to runouts.
C3. Fold.
By just calling, you kind of invite a wide variety of hands behind you to call, but at the same time, it allows you to potentially get away cheaply.
Call. C5.
Just
Fold.
depends on the strategy that.
And in this
You
situation,
wanna
I love Neil's hand. I do. The suited connector, low suited connectors. Say the board comes out, 4 or 5 deuce, something along those lines. You have the 9s that look good. Now, 9s always look good here,
And
apparently.
man, I
Nines
think this
and
is
nines
the
and nines.
third time that we've seen 9 swap
Nines.
top set.
C4. Check.
9s are just running this table over today.
For Kiko here, this is a good card to represent. Going to have a lot of ace X when you raise
3,300.
from middle position here.
C2.
If I'm Kevin, just a call here. There's not a whole lot that you need to protect from. Why not keep Mr. Kiko's ace X in the pot?
Call. C4. Fold.
And here we go to a river.
River heads up.
Kiko is, of course, drawing dead at this point.
9.
That's another good card for Kiko to represent. Kevin had 1-9 here. This would be an almost impossible call for him to make. You don't need to bet too big.
Bet 7,200.
And that's perfect for what Kiko is trying to accomplish. It's unfortunate that Mr. Kevin, of course, has a set of 9s.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Kevin raises here. I just, you know, maybe he shoves. He only has 29,000 back. Pot's decent sized.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Kevin, you kind of just need to get it in here. There's a lot of bluffs that you could represent. Hands like 8-6, 8-10, 5-6. He could obviously have all the sets. He does so happen to have in this case. And if Kiko had a hand like ace-queen or ace-king there, he would have a real decision.
Button moves to C4.
Kevin fought back here after losing a big pot early. He has fought back.
He has been, and
yeah.
as you can see by the chip counts there, you know, he's up in the bottom. He's up in that top portion now. And that's playing well. I've actually enjoyed watching a lot of these players play. You know, there seems like, again, there's a lot of limping, a lot of very passive pre-flop play. But a couple players here have shown a speed that maybe you're not used to seeing at the beginning of tournaments in particular.
7, fold, C8, fold, C9, fold, C10, fold, C1, call, C2,
And Mike with
fold,
queens.
C3, raise to 2,000, C4, fold,
I should just sit
Five.
here and whistle my
fold,
color.
Did you turn it off? Did
Yeah,
you?
I shut it off, but now I should just whistle it.
Just to make Chin think it's going off. That's great.
Oh, okay.
I'm missing too many teeth.
Interesting that Mike is going to go with a pretty small sizing here.
we are heads up.
I don't think I've never been able to do this before.
Ryan just has an overcard and some backdoor draws.
C1 check, C3 bets 3,500.
See, this is interesting. It's interesting that Mike wants to go small pre-flop and then look to go 60% or more on the flop there. I would like a smaller sizing personally. Let's keep a lot of the air in. Let's try to limit the effects of a volatile turn card,
Clear, John.
like a diamond or
What's up, Ryan?
a 7, something that brings in one of the draws. Still at 4 and 800 here, the $400 big blind ante. The V-pips, everybody kind of hovering right around 30%. Derek having come down from that 71% that we saw in the first 20 minutes or so of him playing.
Kiko picking up a good hand here. Aaron.
Pretty good. He folds.
And Ricky with 10s right behind him.
9 raises 2,500.
Now this creates an interesting dynamic where they're very early position. And the problem with having 10s here in this spot and just calling is that because you're so early position-wise, you invite a lot of action in behind you. 10s is not a hand that wants to play against multiple opponents.
4
I think there's something to be said about potentially looking to make a 3-bet there.
Five calls.
Look at Derek here. I like Derek's table presence. It's something, Tim, that I don't think enough players appreciate. Derek just simply pausing there and kind of evaluating the action in front of him creates a a sort of mystique about him. It kind of puts a thought into the back of the players' minds where it says, hey, you know, I'm thinking.
So
And even if he doesn't take any action behind it, it just kind of gives an uncomfortable feeling.
a little background on Aaron. Aaron is one of the players that he started coming here, and I think for 2 straight weeks he final tabled every tournament he played.
Who?
Aaron in the yellow sweatshirt there.
Gotcha.
And he's a phenomenal player. For a short time he played professionally, and he's taken some time off. He is also in finance.
Oh, exciting!
FYI, so
cool.
Why are all these finance guys good at poker?
There
Weird.
we go.
Weird. But yeah, so great guy. Also love to talk football with him. He's lives fairly close to here, so just an overall really good guy, and you'll see him do well on this table.
Awesome. We've got Ryan in the box. Let's wish Ryan a happy belated birthday.
Yeah,
It was
yesterday
his
was
birthday.
his birthday. He turned 47.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, sorry. No, Ryan's one of my best friends. Love Ryan to death. I believe he turned 38 or 39 yesterday.
2 folds.
Great guy, another one of the great dealers.
Yeah,
here at
one of the great
Reserve.
dealers we have here.
Love getting to
Really,
sit.
really good dad. And
Sit at the table
enjoy
when he's
spending
in the
time and
box.
hanging out with him. So
5 folds.
he's terrible at 2, 4, 6, 8, but
7 folds.
Some we have in common. Then there you go.
I don't know. We should run that on the live stream.
You know, it's funny. Actually, I was with my girlfriend in Cincinnati this last weekend, and she brought up the fact that the last time you and I did this, we talked a little bit about 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah.
And so she had all these questions. She's like, "Why is everybody saying that you're bad at 2, 4, 6, 8?"
Did you explain to her why we say that?
I said, "Yeah." I said, "Kick my behind at that game almost weekly." This is an interesting statistic here. Went to showdown. You see that there's a pretty wide discrepancy between the top and the bottom there. Almost 2 times as many showdowns for Ricky G as Tom G. Neil obviously winning more without showdown than he is with showdown. That makes sense because, again, Neil uses a lot of large sizings, and Tom G does as well. So when you're facing larger sizings, it's tough to continue. Makes sense that they win more pots without going to showdown. Neil, of course, leading the table with his VPIP of 43%.
10 folds. 1 folds. 2 folds.
So at break, when we go to break, we'll be doing another interview. And we'll
Awesome.
be doing with the gentleman by the name of the Orca.
The Orca.
The Orca. I don't know if you're familiar with him. If you remember him, he was one of the guys that came here and played on our cash table. Alec Frakis, I believe his last name is.
I don't think so, but an orca is a type of whale, so I can appreciate the poker humor, at least.
So
Go to a flop here. Tom flopping a gutter, Mike a middle pair, and Kiko with absolutely nothing.
5 bets, 3,500.
And look at this, Tom, again, I just appreciate this so much. Tom is just here to play, right? The man has shown very little fear. He's aggressive. He's hungry for action. And I appreciate it.
Checks. 5 checks.
And Tom just going to go ahead and get it in here. He does have more than that 7.5K graphic. But Mike insta-folds.
Tom with
An
another
aggressive play.
play.
Wagering about 18,000 there, about pot. Man, I appreciate that aggressive play from Tom there. He's shown a willingness to play with a pace that a lot of other players at the table haven't shown the same willingness to play with. The chip counts here. Neil at the top, a couple Mike and Kiko namely at the bottom. Neil has just really kind of abused this table so far.
Yeah, with that sizable chip lead that he has, I mean, what would you do if you had that? If you had a 100K chip lead on the rest of the table,
I mean,
are you playing any hands, or are you just kind of sitting back and waiting for it to come to you?
I mean, look, I mean, it really, you know, it depends on how you want to approach. I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier. It depends on your strategy. You know, are you looking to kind of survive, or are you looking to thrive? I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? You know, Neil could essentially just sit out until day 2 and probably go with about 20 big blinds at this point.
Hey, listen, Alex. That's the only thing I know you by. I know that is your nickname, the Orca. You put that as your name on the live stream. I got to go with it, man.
10 fold.
Kiko going to defend his small blind with King 10 offsuit and go up against a dominated King and Tom.
9 checks. Five bets, 3,200. 9 calls.
Kiko's going to go ahead and call. Half pot-sized bet here from Tom.
9 checks. 5 bets, 50, 6,200.
Tom not relenting here. Kiko, I mean, kind of has to make this call. He's not necessarily loving it, but there's just too many available draws. Too much air that Tom could be left with that he has to continue. Tom could also just have a dominated 10. Hand like Queen 10, 10, 9, 10, 8. Mainly the suited combinations of the last two.
Check, check.
And I'm very surprised to see Tom go ahead and check this card. When Kiko calls twice, he's not going to have a lot of hands like ace-queen, ace-king. Those are hands that Tom kind of wants to be able to represent, and Tom also has a king which blocks king-queen.
Yeah, I just don't know what hand maybe Tom had him put on, or maybe he's just playing his particular hand in general.
Yeah, you know, it's tough there. But again, that ace is just so good for Tom. It's so good for what even the bluffs that he's trying to represent he has. He could have bet pretty small, and I think Kiko is going to be folding a lot of his 10s, and maybe even some jacks that aren't queen jack or king jack because they would block the nut straight at that point. But Tom opts to fight a different battle. Look for a different opportunity.
2 hands that are playable to me. Fold, fold.
3 folds. 4 raises to 2,200. 5 folds.
And Derek.
6 raises to 6,500.
And I love this raise here. Again, king-queen offsuit is not a hand
9 folds.
you would want to play against multiple opponents. Much easier to play heads up. If you can go ahead and isolate, that's something that...
Yeah, Terry, sometimes people have to fold 5-3. It's not exactly a good hand. I don't know if you know that or not. But
hey, to Neil it is. Yeah, Neil's got 6-3 here.
Well, Terry's favorite hand is 5-3, so that's why he says that.
And here we go. This is one of the benefits of getting it heads up. You only have to beat one other player now. Neil flops. No equity.
6,200.
And Derek, not only does Derek then inflate the pot, he's able to simply bet and take it down on a board where he does flop a gutter to the nuts. A good play from Derek there. Tom and Mike kind of in that struggling zone. The next level, they're going to be at 20 big blinds, but they'll also be facing a
$500 ante.
Big blind ante, so they'll really be playing more like 15 big blinds. It might be time to start looking for that opportunity. Take advantage of the $100 rebuys.
3 folds.
You don't want to get stuck in a position where you're kind of having to shove and hope you get called
Yeah.
off on a short stack right before the rebuy is cut off. You would rather do it when you have a couple of minutes to go, maybe a level to guarantee that if you bust, you have an opportunity to get in there with at least 40 big blinds.
2 folds.
So
Tom.
Tom and Tom are gonna play a hand here. A swing and a miss for both, but Tom G with the ace king.
8 bets 4,000. 5 folds.
And Tom is now in this danger zone where he's got 17K. He's going to be looking to make something happen sooner rather than later. And wow, look at this pre-flop raise percentage. I mean, Neil is leading the way at 21%. This is a very passive table we've been seeing so far. Derek and Neil leading the way in the aggression factor. It's not surprising that they're kind of on the up and up chips-wise then. If you're playing against a passive table, it pays to be aggressive. It pays to want to put the pressure on. Take advantage of the idea that you can manufacture pots against wide ranges and then...
Now, for our shorter stacks, I wonder if they're going to start pushing a little bit more, knowing that we're coming up on the end of the rebuy period.
Well, and that's what we were just talking about there, Tim, was, you know, you don't want to wait until you see 2 minutes on the clock and then say, oh, okay, I've got a 15K stack. I need to start getting it in. You want to look up and see 10 minutes and think, okay, that gives me a larger number of hands that I can just almost just start blind shoving. And, you know that if you lose, okay, you've got some time. You're able to rebuy and get back in. There's also a situation where
Tom G just open folded threes. Oh, no, there was a raise by Neil. There was a raise by Neil. Okay.
9 calls.
Ooh, I thought he just open folded. Well, I mean, still shouldn't fold threes there, but.
Look at Kiko with the Jack 4.
10 calls.
Kiko has a very wide range, and I love it.
Kiko, been watching a little Hustler Casino.
Right.
A little Hustler Casino live there.
Sir, we don't openly talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we go to the flop.
Here we go.
Kind of a little bit for everybody.
Yeah,
here.
Mike with top pair, Neil with a dominated top pair, Kiko with bottom pair.
Mike all in,
Ricky
gets called by Neil. Kiko has bottom pair, but Ricky flops the flush draw. I just want one of these 4th Street Poker Club sweatshirts. I think they look cool. I just want one. Closer, if you're listening, how do I get a hold of one of those? Do I have to have like a certain number of career earnings or something in poker? Because if so, I'm screwed, but that's not the point.
Ricky does make the call here. We'll go 3 ways to a turn. Mike is all in. Ricky with just over pot left behind. Little under pot now that the graphic catches up.
4 checks.
How about this, Ricky?
Ricky picks up more
Picks
equity.
up a gutter
check,
ball.
check, and a
Oh,
spade.
and a 6 on the turn.
No.
6 of spades on the turn. Ricky picks up the jack high flush. And if you're...
That's 15,000.
Yep, that's... I was going to say that if you're Ricky, you have to bet extremely small. There's just not a lot of bluffs there.
And Mike is going to... I know Mike's going to rebuy, but that's just an unfortunate run of that particular stack. He's going to shake that off. He'll come back. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike make day 2. Hey, Jason. See you tomorrow. I hope you do well. Let's get you in. Let's get you a double bag tomorrow.
Well, here we go. I mean, this is where Ricky, right, been playing pretty conservative, been playing pretty tight. All of a sudden, he wins 1 big pot. Now look at him. He's second in chips at the feature table here. As these blinds go up, individual pots become more and more important. That's why the big stacks are able to kind of bully those smaller stacks a little bit, because a single round of blinds means a lot more now than it did 2 hours ago when we started this stream. Ryan will deal out. This next hand here as Derek picks up ace-9.
6 raises, 2,300. 7 folds. Eight calls. 9 folds.
Tom G kind of continuing on this passive route. Just calling in the middle here with king-queen.
Ryan's been really quiet lately, too. But he's been having a terrible run of cards.
And if you're Kevin here, I like a squeeze. King-queen of diamonds is going to play very well post-flop. You're in position.
And there goes Neil with the big stack.
Generally, when you look for 3-betting hands, you want to pick hands that play well post-flop because, especially in low and mid-stakes tournaments, you get more callers. So you want to look for hands that are suited, and you want to be in position rather than out of position. And part of the benefit of Kevin, were he to 3-bet in a situation like this, is maybe this flop goes heads up instead. And given that the players have nothing here, he's really going to be able to bet and take it down at a large frequency. Instead, now he's got to kind of react to Derek, the aggressor.
But Kevin still makes the call here.
Kevin's going to float here. Does have 2 overcards and backdoor diamonds.
And I think the best hand's going to give it up. There he goes.
It's definitely ambitious with Neil behind, but let's see what develops. I wonder if Kevin has thoughts of potentially getting tricky on a run-out such as this where a club rips off on the turn here. If you're Derek, this is an uncomfortable feeling. You have absolutely 0 equity against any hand
And to be
that
honest,
was
does he
made
know
on the flop or drawing.
Right? Does he know where he's even at in the hand against a player like Kevin, who
There's just not enough. See, and if you're Kevin there, that's a great card to
you
bet.
gotta bet that, Kev. That's all right though. Maybe we can get it through here.
And the thing is, you don't have to bet too much. You're kind of targeting a lot of high card hands, particularly those without a club. Almost like what Derek possesses.
Here it goes.
6,000 or 7,000 really should be enough.
9,000.
It's going to go a little larger. And with this bet, Kevin is kind of representing an 8. You probably wouldn't see him check a whole lot of flushes.
Yeah, he's either representing an
On the
8
turn.
or maybe something along the lines of like ace-10 who floated the flop, or something, you know, maybe 10-jack trying to pick up outs on the turn.
Yeah, something that's trying to pot
Yeah.
control on the turn to a better made hand. But Kevin ultimately picked a tricky route, got the right run out, and executed accordingly, and is able to take down again. Any pot is a meaningful pot at a stage like this,
Yes.
where the blind levels continue to rise pretty quickly. Everybody's playing a shorter stack relative to where they were when the blinds were 100, 200, 200, 400.
Who do we got in C3 now? Aaron finally picking up a hand.
Folds. 7 raises to 3,000.
Aaron finally picking up a hand to play here. He hasn't. His VPIP was 0 coming into this.
We have
Tom folding Queen 9 suited there.
risen up here to 501K.
Yep.
500 big blind ante.
10 calls.
The one time he raises, he gets called by 2 spots, and we're still not even around the table.
3 folds. 4 calls. 5 calls.
Set of 5s and so set of 5s for
And
Ricky.
the wheel for Tom.
flops the straight.
Wow. Ricky is going to get pretty lucky here that Tom only has 14,000 left.
4 folds.
We are going to be off to a run out here.
7 folds.
Top set versus the Stone Cold Wheel. I want to talk about cooler flops.
15 5 total. Wow. 15 5.
Here we go. The players see it. Top set versus the wheel. Who are you taking, Tim?
Oh, you got to go with top set here. Just the best hand holds up, I hope. No help there, though. And nope, no help there. Wheel.
Right in that neighborhood, but unfortunately for Ricky G, he's going to lose that one there. He'll be lucky that Tom only had a little over 17,000 left in his stack when he raised there, but there you go. There you see it. One pot. Tom back above starting stack.
There we go. I really like that hat now, looking at Ricky's hat. It looks like a controller.
Yep, there it is. That old school PlayStation.
Oh, that's why they call you that.
What's up, Momo? How you doing, man? How you been? What'd you think of the place when you stopped by on Tuesday? Neil's falling down a little bit. He's lost about 40 or 50,000 here.
9 folds.
And Ricky's going to continue. Oh, Ryan finally picks up a... Ryan's been pretty quiet lately, too, so he picks up kings here.
10 raises 20.
Yeah, Momo, if you want to come back on Monday, our PLO game on Monday is really, really good. And I know our game broke a little early for the tournament on Tuesday because that's really, everybody was kind of here for that particular reason. So please come on back, and that game goes all night.
And Ryan just going to opt to call with kings here. This seems like a really good opportunity to put a 3-bet in here.
5 folds.
Derek thinking maybe he's getting laid some kind of price here with 7-3 suited.
6 calls.
He'll complete from the big blind. We'll go 4 ways to a flop. Oh, how about trip queens for Ricky G
against the kings.
The kings of Ryan. And 10s for Neil, too.
10 bet 6,000. One calls.
Look at this. Going to get value in a couple of spots.
6 folds.
And this pot's getting big already.
Yeah, about a $30,000, $34,000
As you can
pot.
see, Ryan has about pot behind. If you're Ricky G, don't need to bet too large. You have the ace of diamonds, so you block some of the draws. You still want to get value from worse queens, from hands like spades.
So, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just going to say this is a tough spot for Ryan. I mean, again, Ricky hasn't really shown a propensity to bluff.
30,000.
But at the same time, you're just calling. Maybe Ricky G has a hand like Jacks that thinks it's ahead now.
See the hands, guys?
Hey, 10s. Good hit, man.
Momo, the game tomorrow night, we will most likely have a cash game going. I don't want to say for absolute sure that we will because we do have our 100K going on right now. Obviously, that's what we're watching. So if you were going to come down to play cash, I would definitely call first to find out if we have an interest list or even a game going.
And a clean run out there for Ricky G. Ricky G is going to go ahead and cooler Ryan there. Ace-queen, beating pocket kings on a queen-queen 5 flop. As Ryan gets the next deal going, we'll go ahead and introduce our next sponsor, Pizza Roma. 2 locations in this Toledo area, 44 44 Keystone Drive in Maumee, Ohio, and 855 South Holland, Sylvania Road. Right here in Toledo, principal owner and managers Lee and Angela Neufer. Pizza Roma is a takeout restaurant specializing in pizza with appetizers, calzone, subs, salads, wings, and more. Pizza Roma is a family-owned and operated business with 2 locations offering great food made with fresh ingredients, which include our daily homemade dough, homemade ranch dressing, and our family's secret pizza sauce. Our family is dedicated to the community with many years of involvement in local charities such as schools, youth sports programs, churches, and Habitat for Humanity. You can find Pizza Roma 7 days a week at either the Maumee or Keystone Drive locations, or in Toledo at 855 South Holland, Sylvania Road. That's Pizza Roma.
Yeah, and for anybody that wants to try some Pizza Roma, we will be having that tomorrow night and Saturday night. So we will be having Pizza Roma here provided to the players here. So
it's awesome.
Come on in, play in the tournament, get some dinner.
Runs over, look out.
Chip counts for you here, Neil. Ricky G. Ricky G flying up to the top there for a couple of big pots. That's all it takes is 2 real pots, and you can be the chip leader now. Everybody's stacks kind of condensing. This is where you'll start to see the desperation set in a bit for those small stacks. 40K that you started with is no longer.
I hear a guy complaining already, and I can tell you who that is.
Huh.
That's Mr. Mike Thompson.
I can't yell him. He's on an oxygen tank.
Yep, there he is. Jesus.
Squeeze 10 races at 3,500.
It'll be tough. Yep, there he is, Mike Thompson. They call him Mattisau, not because of his poker play, but because of his blow-ups. As you hear him complaining.
3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold.
He can't win that fight.
He lips in for 1,000. The guy behind him shoves, then Dom shoves, then I shove, and he's still calling.
Ricky G picking up Ace King, man. Hand after hand.
So was I. Actually,
So.
no. Actually, you know, it's like Dom shoved. He was a short stack. I knew.
You got Mike complaining about getting outplayed by one of our favorite players out here, Paul. It's okay.
He hit a 10. He hit a queen. He loses. He hit a 10.
I'm not familiar with Mike, but as soon as he comes to the table, it seems like it starts erupting. I like it. Brings a lot of energy, it seems like.
Hey, don't worry. Hey, Momo, we don't want to see him either. You guys take him back. You guys can have him up there in Michigan.
What's up?
10 checks.
You wanted to buy change. Yeah, I can give you 5. No, you're good. It's the dealer can make it at this point.
7 checks.
And Aaron checking twice here on this board, inducing
9
Kiko to go ahead and take a stab.
Earlier, early on when you're only at 1 or 2 or 2 or 4, the $5,000 right now we're at $1,000 ante or big blind.
And if you're Ricky G here, you can't really continue. No spade in your hand. It hurts to see Ace King flop so
poorly.
little.
Has Ace King won a hand yet on this table? I don't think it has.
Not that I can remember. Oh, and how about an 8 here?
Not that it mattered. I think he was obviously way ahead beforehand.
And a great check there from Aaron because Kiko, a lot of his bluffing hands on the turn are going to possess a high spade. They now make a flush.
9 bet 6,300. 7 is all in.
Now, if you're Aaron there, you need to take a little bit more time before getting it in.
Yeah.
That unfortunately looks like a very excited shove. That being said, Kiko had no decision. He's going to go ahead and fold, but I did like the way that Aaron went ahead and proceeded on the river with just a check. You might see some players get a little excited and lead out. But he'll opt to just check and induce Kiko to continue betting. Chip counts here, Ricky and Neil neck and neck for the top. Kiko and Derek kind of entering that.
Neil's lost about 60,000, 70,000.
He has, and again, going back to, after that big pot, he kind of got he got a little excited, started speculating a lot.
Yeah.
Those are the sorts of things that you don't want to do. Again, you don't, when you're playing as the chip leader, you would rather be the aggressor than somebody responding to aggression.
One folds.
Played with Matt before?
Two raises at 3,000.
Kid that won Matt, you played with Matt before?
Oh, yeah.
Three folds.
I would have knocked him out.
And again, this is kind of one of those, this is an example of a hand like that. Jack 5 suited is just a hand that's not going to play well.
Derek with a pair. And, you know, here Jack 5 suited, and then his diamonds are beat by
Yep.
Aaron's diamonds, who
I have 400 at the time.
is Aaron coming? Yeah, Aaron's over there on the right-hand side there. Okay.
Like 380. I ended up folding.
Nico's going to go ahead and fold. We'll go
How much
5 ways to a flop here.
We don't know what Kevin has in this hand here.
No, I limped with sixes. I was going to call this one. Like,
Interesting flop.
Or
2
7.
clubs for Tom G. And we're doing a mystery hand for Kevin.
Yeah, it's still.
What does Kevin bet?
3,000.
3,000 into 16.
but then when he shoved,
So what do you think? What do you think Kevin has here?
I fold. His threes held up.
Kevin can have a wide variety of things. You know, I think Kevin's most likely holdings are some sort of ace-x. It's tough to want to bet into a field of 5 players, you know, without a
Club on the turn for
made
Tom.
hand
Wow.
here.
Check. Kevin is maybe like is it possible that he could have like ace queen of clubs or not ace queen of clubs, like ace with a queen of clubs?
Absolutely, yeah. Which is why if you're Tom, you know, you kind of want to proceed with just a call here.
I made it 37, you made 115. I've only got 285.
If you just call here, the benefit of it is that Kevin, should he possess bluffs, continues to bluff. And if he does have an ace-x with the ace of clubs type of holding, maybe he opts to turn it into a bluff on the river.
No, I don't think Kevin will bluff. If Tom leads out here and Kevin raises, he's got it. If he gets raised here, Kevin has queen high flush or better. Would be my thought.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting lead. I think that the lead can accomplish some things. It also puts him in a really awkward spot if he gets raised.
I can't believe it either. I told Kata, I'm like, I went over for the Kata where the hand was, and they went, for how much more I folded?
So the question for us kind of becomes,
I
you know, at what frequency basically do we think that Kevin either A,
Yeah.
has random air, or B, opts to turn ace-x offsuit with the ace of clubs into a bluff?
I still think that he has queen high flush or better. There's no way that Kevin's going to put that after building that stack back up the way he has. There's no way he's putting money in there against somebody as tight as Tom has been playing. It's got to be like queen 8, queen 9 of clubs, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Tom, I think that we can kind of comfortably let this go here a little bit. You know, you blocked the 10K in order to try to...
And he calls.
On the back table, and I was sitting next to that table.
Oh, it's ace 8 of clubs.
Yeah, there it is. See?
Ace 8 of clubs.
So kind of like what we were saying, Tim, you know, you can kind of comfortably fold that, just given the fact that Kevin hasn't seemed to mix it up too much here.
Well, I also think that in that spot, you know, I don't disagree with the bet of 10,000. But once you get raised, I just don't think that there's any hands that are raising you that you beat.
Exactly. I mean, you know, the 10K blocker bet is essentially you're just trying to incentivize a hand like ace-x of clubs to opt to just call, as opposed to turning itself into a bluff. And so when he does go ahead and pull the trigger, you kind of now have to assign him, okay, what percentage of the time do I think he would do this versus maybe just taking an attractive price to call and be correct. The other thing, too, is that when
One raises to 2,500.
when Tom G decides to lead the river,
Two folds.
and the front door straight and clubs come in, there's not a lot of bluffs that Tom G can have. So from Kevin's perspective, Kevin is going to look at that bet and say, okay, Tom must be pretty strong if he's going to lead this river. I'm going to comfortably raise for value. And then kind of thinking the next level above that, if you get back to Tom G's seat, you kind of have to be able to recognize that and say, okay, you know, I've only got a 10 high flush here.
Wow, what a flop here for Mike. Mike's going to flop trips with a queen high.
One bet's 3,000. 4 calls.
Neil's going to go ahead and call here. Got some backdoor draws, the ace of hearts.
I know that I'm not supposed to root for chaos, but I would love to see some sort of equity here on the turn for Neil, just to see Mike's head explode. Well, that's equity for Neil, unfortunately, but that's also going to bring in the boat for Mike. Oh, I just wanted to see a blow up by Mike. That's all I was rooting for. Not.
And interesting here, Mike actually opted to check this card, which I like.
1 calls.
Kind of playing it like he has a 10.
Oh no! Devastation for Neil.
Oh my goodness!
Devastation for Neil.
See, and that's a really weird lead to me on the river.
Wow.
That is a really strange lead for me on the river. Imagine if Mike just goes ahead and checks that river. I mean,
Yeah, if Mike goes ahead and checks that river, Neil might snap shove.
yeah, I mean, Mike, you know, Mike blocks a queen. Mike has a queen in his hand,
Yeah.
making it less likely that Neil has a queen. So what do we assign Neil? We assign Neil hearts, king, jack, ace, king, ace, jack, maybe a worse 9, all of which are going to bet the river. So why not let Neil bet whatever river he wants, whatever amount he wants to on the river, and then we as Mike get a shove over the top knowing that Neil's never going to have kings. He'll only have 10s at some small frequency.
1,500.
And we block king 9. I think Mike missed a little bit of value there on the river, but nonetheless a big pot. And again, every medium-sized pot in terms of blinds means a ton to these players.
Right. Well, blinds are now up, by the way, to 515 with the $500 big blind ante.
That is a big blind relative to the average chip size here. I mean, you're going to start seeing a lot of. We should start seeing a lot of all-in pots over the next two levels here.
One calls. One check. 7 checks.
Both missing this flop here. Oh, 9 on the turn.
Wow, that's spicy.
Yeah.
3,000. 7 calls, 3,000.
Oh, Aaron saved by the chop. And we might get a little blow up from Mike even after he won that big hand. Raised by Aaron.
16,000. 20 calls.
And here goes Mike saying how he. Yep, see?
No respect, 9-7.
Play position.
Good reserve, they don't hold position. Right?
Mike seems.
Abrasive? Is that the word we'll use?
I was going to say
Definitely in poker.
he's got a bit of the table captain kind of personality.
Yeah, sure he does. We'll go with that. He does. He barely knows how to play Chinese poker too. I hope he hears this.
There you go. Ricky G and Kevin up there at the top.
Neil falling down.
Yes, he's fallen down a little bit, but he's leading the table in VPIP. Again, kind of like what we were describing, playing a lot of speculative hands. The issue with something like that is most hands do not flop very well in this game.
1,500.
Playing hands like Jack 5 suited,
And Layden,
Ace 7 offsuit, it's really tough
yeah,
to.
Layden not picking up any hands to play right here either. So
It's really tough to.
6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
9 races, 4,000.
VPIP, for those people that are unaware,
1 calls.
is voluntarily put chips in the pot. So every hand, there's a small blind and a big blind. Those two players are forced to put money into the pot as an incentive for other players to essentially attack or earn those chips. If somebody besides those two puts money into the pot, that counts towards their VPIP because they were not required to put chips in before the flop, but they opted to do so after seeing their cards.
35. 9 bets, 3,500. 1 fold.
Kiko make a continuation bet and go ahead and take down a pot here. And now you kind of see a bit of the jitters, a little nervousness start to set in because
Yeah,
the players know that any one pot could be their last.
and then on top of that, as we get closer here, we are in the last blind level before the rebuy entry, and rebuy period is over.
There we go.
So the closer and closer we inch to that, the more and more these players feel it.
Yeah. So for anybody that's not aware, basically, in order to initially enter this tournament, it costs $260. If a player were to bust either right now or before this, they would have had the option to buy back into the tournament at a discount at $100. They'd get 40,000 chips.
Yep.
But after this last blind level, meaning once we go up to $1,000, $2,000 blinds,
You walk right by me.
no longer is anybody allowed to rebuy.
Damn, I didn't know you
You
were
are
here.
officially playing your last stack.
That sucks.
Right.
Because you've been
Hey,
you're from-
Joe, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a long while. Glad that you're watching with us here.
Try to get it up, man. That's tough.
If you're wondering, this is Tim that used to be up in Perkins' game.
Oh, he's got fucking
And here comes Kiko. 65.
Pocket nines have been really hot on this table. So
6,500.
did we just put a 9 on the flop already for him, or?
If you're Kiko, this is kind of an interesting spot. I think you could have go ahead and just open ripped this
Yeah, and I drove all the way
over
home.
top of 2
It's like an
limps,
hour and 40 minutes away.
picking up about 4 big blinds,
4, 5 bigs.
which is 20% of your stack. So you, and who knows, maybe you get called by a hand like Ace 8, King Jack offsuit,
I always drive like 30
something that
minutes
you're
out
doing
to
well
Jackson.
against. And again, to your point, Tim, you know, you do not really want to be playing a $20,000 stack at this level.
No, you do not.
You would much rather prefer to just go ahead and get it in, and then rebuy for the 100. Well, double your stack almost. Here you see the chip counts: Ricky G, Kevin up at the top, Derek and Tom G. Tom G was one of our early big stacks.
Yeah, Tom G won a huge hand right away. Neil chipped up very quickly.
Here
But it's
we-
really been Kevin and Ricky who have just kind of been able to build the stacks up right
Yep.
now.
And here you're seeing aggression frequency. Aggression frequency is the amount of times, it is the sum of the amount of times that you either bet or raise,
7 folds.
divided by the percentage of times that you call or respond to somebody who has bet or raised.
1 races at 3,500. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 calls.
You're my favorite.
Ah,
4 checks. 1 bet's 4,000. 4 checks.
I'm doing this. Way too wet in my hand.
Mike will go ahead and take it down.
but Neil shows his cards, and Mike knows in his head he was way behind there.
Look, and this is the problem with just calling with a hand like King Jack offsuit. King Jack offsuit is going to be dominated a lot by the pre-flop raiser, who can have a lot of Ace King, Ace Jack, King Queen. And it's not going to flop particularly well on a lot of boards.
Right.
So it's tough to play.
So right now we're folding around here. We are getting close to break, though. I just wanted to make sure our viewers know that. We're going to do an interview here with one of the guys that have been coming here recently named Alex, who will talk about his deep run that he just had in the MSPT and also how he's doing out there in the main room for us.
2 raises to 3,500. Three folds, 4 folds, 5 folds.
We'll fold
All right,
around
that folds around.
to a limp or to a single raise pot. Kevin there.
Looks like we still have a couple of hands here left to go. There's our pre-flop raise. Neil is heading up that class there, and the two Toms have not played very much. Not done very much raising today, but. And there's our chip count. Once again, Neil, unfortunately, losing about 80 to 90,000 back to the table, but still has a decent stack.
Here? Yes. Ride the wave.
7 folds, 8 folds.
Now, Tim, are they doing an add-on in this tournament?
I do not believe they are.
Okay.
I will get clarification on that, but I'm almost certain they are not doing an add-on for this particular tournament. There's already going to be millions and millions and millions in play, so. Now, something else that we do reset the blinds on day 2. So the blinds normally go back to somewhere between the 4, 8, 5, 10 range.
Okay.
So that's something that we also do. That's what we like.
Look at Derek here completing from the big blind with 6 deuce offsuit. Definitely a little loose, but again, players know that rebuy entry time is kind of slowly creeping to an end.
And Ricky G is going to go ahead and probably take that, or he's going to take down this spot. It's just a matter of when. Unless I say that, and well, Derek and Mike both have 6.
And if you're Derek here again, this is kind of he might be looking at this as his opportunity to get crafty, potentially get it in, and either look to rebuy or win a pot that would bring him to starting.
All right, so here with us right now we got Alex Farkas. Am I saying that right?
That's correct.
There we go, aka the Orca. Yeah, that's what your name was on the stream. That's what I know it as.
Correct.
So how you doing, man? You're in the tournament now currently, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how we doing out there?
Pretty good. I just punted off about 80,000 in chips.
Oh wow, okay. Oh right. But are you still in the tournament?
Yeah, still in it. Still have over about 120K. So
Oh jeez, you had 200K?
Yeah.
Oh okay. Nice. Did you at least punt it off to a guy you're gonna get it back from? Please tell me it was Mattis how you punted him to. You'll get it back from him.
that was the mistake that I made.
Okay. You want to talk about the hand a little bit?
Yeah, he opened pretty big. He went 26K, which is just absolutely nuts. I looked down at pocket tens, and I'm just not 3-betting with pocket tens to a large opening like that. So I flatted, and I just gave up on the hand. There was a king on the flop. I mean, I could easily put him on ace king there, maybe a better premium, and just let him have it. Preserve the stack.
There you go. Are you still on your first bullet then?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Nice. Now, you just had a good run up at the MSPT, correct?
Yeah. It was pretty exciting.
Nice. Okay, good. And what place you end up finishing?
Another punt story.
Oh no, we gotta hear this one though, because this one was for a sizable amount.
Yeah, it was. It was a great run, but I ended up finishing off in 7th. I mean, I probably dusted away, $100,000.
Oh wow!
On one hand, on a bluff.
Man. Oh man, that's tough. That's tough to take. But have you been running good for a while, or like what other tournaments have you played before that?
Well, I won a tournament here not long ago. I final tabled another one here.
Nice.
I've played on some of the apps. I've
Poker Bros.
Somewhat okay.
I was actually talking about. Are you familiar with Kiko?
Yes.
Yeah. So Kiko's wearing a 4th Street, and
I drove up here with Kiko.
Oh, okay. So Kiko's wearing a 4th Street, and the only person I know that wears 4th Street is Jay. The closer.
Right.
So I'm assuming that was his club. I kind of mentioned that a little bit. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's great, man. It's good that you're on this little hot streak here, and hopefully you can take this one down.
Absolutely.
First place here is always at least 20,000. Sometimes it's been a little bit more. We've had a couple of 100Ks that we've had here between the 20 and 25 range. So that's something I hope you can take down.
We will probably be hitting that double bag bonus.
There. Oh, okay.
We'll see.
Well, that's really good. Is there what do you like playing, or what do you like about coming here? It seems like you played here quite a bit.
To be honest, I mean, anybody listening that is looking for a soft field.
That helps. That helps. Yeah, that helps.
It's pretty easy. I mean, you have players just doing very unconventional things, and
you should see the daily tournaments.
Yeah, you have a lot of bluffing that's happening, and you could really exploit some of these players that are considered your rec players.
Yeah,
I would say. On top of that, it's poker. It's fun. It's a good time.
Now you played here on the live stream before. The reason I know who you are is because you played on our 510 cast.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys delete that off your stream because that did not go too.
That
well
did not go too well for you that day. I know. Didn't go too well for you or Gary that day.
Correct. Well, I mean, it rarely goes well for Gary.
Oh, rarely goes well for Gary. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, but we will be firing that back up next week, I believe. So if definitely interested in that. We ran a 2-5 last week, but all you guys that have come down and your Michigan guys were up there destroying that tournament. So
yeah.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're on that little hot run here. Do you plan on playing any more bullets besides this one?
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely planning on being here tomorrow morning.
Okay, nice.
Saturday as well.
Are you staying local, or you driving back and forth?
No,
you're from Michigan, right?
Yeah. I'm about 20 minutes north of Detroit, so it's not too far of a drive.
Nice.
It's not anything crazy.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, man, good luck out there. I really hope that you're able to at least finish in the top 15%. I'd be a little disappointed if you don't get that double bag or triple bag bonus. So there's a lot of guys. We actually have one guy here that's one of our regulars. He has a seat to every single flight. And he won them through our satellites and through showdowns that we do and stuff like that. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I think we should give him a double bag bonus just for that. But, I don't run that. So, but, yeah, man, thanks for coming back here and chatting with us a little bit. We had Derek back here for a little bit talking to. I don't know if you're familiar with Derek, but he's the gentleman sitting in seat 6 here. He finished 7th at the Mad River big tournament they had, the $1 million tournament they had down there.
Nice.
So,
yeah, that was a great tournament.
Yep. So are you friends with the guy that won it though? Are you friends with Matt?
I mean, I've played with Matt before.
Okay.
I don't I don't know him personally.
Okay.
But we've played poker before.
Cool.
He's a cool guy. He's very well deserving. I think he was probably the only person that was very sarcastic in humor with me back and forth.
Nice.
So congrats to him. He definitely deserves it.
Cool.
And everyone else that made that final table, good job. You definitely grinded away and had a good.
Well, that's
good,
man. I've never once ran deep into something like that, so it's cool to hear stories about it. It really is. So, well, thanks for stopping back here, man. I don't want to take up too much of your break, so I hope that you do well, and I'll be getting updates as we go here. So
awesome.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. I
Hope
appreciate it.
See you at the final table.
All right, guys. That's the Orca. Don't forget your. All right, so we're here right now, and somehow Mike picks up aces against queens and against threes, and Aaron has ace queen. So huge hand here developing as we're over here talking. And Mike here, it's been raised to 7.5 by Tom, and Mike is going to shove all in, I believe, here for 67,000. Tom with threes lays it down. Aaron, it's a tough spot for Aaron here, sandwiched between the two. And Aaron's going to call. Wow, Aaron calls. And that puts Tom G, who only has 20,000, in the spot where he's going to call here also, I believe, behind. And Mike is going to be a huge favorite. And there it is. Wow, Mike with aces is going to, wow, at a 4-1 favorite here against the other two hands. Wow. What a huge hand here. Once again, our professional dealers that we have here. Ryan's getting this all situated. We have some of the best dealers in the entire country, personally, is what I believe, but right, especially in the Midwest. All right, once again, like I said, as Ryan gets the pot right here, Mike is going to be a 4-1 favorite over Tom G and over Aaron. We're looking at one out here. We're looking for the Queen of Spades for Tom, and that is all he has currently, unless it runs out of 4-card straight. Once again, great job by our dealer Ryan there to get it all together. But a $134,000 pot. And just the absolute clean run out. I think Aaron is now drawing dead. Unless, yeah, running. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, all right. So with that, Mike is going to pick up a 134K pot, eliminate 2 players, and bring his stack up to 150,000. That is a very dangerous player to have that many chips. So great job by Mike to pick that pot up. Right there on the screen, our Black Friday Mystery Bounty Tournament we have there, $25,000 guarantee on Friday, November 25th. Starting time at 12:15, so a little earlier than what everybody's used to, but 40K starting stack, 30-minute levels, and the bounties are worth 50 to 2,000. So when you win a bounty, you'll have be able to pick I'm not sure if we're going to do envelopes or tickets or what it's going to be, but you'll have an opportunity to pick out of the entire prize pool, and the bounty is going to be worth between 50 and 2,000. So that's going to be a really cool tournament to be a part of. All right. Well, Big Head in seat 1 has picked up aces, and he picks up 150K with that. I mean, sorry, Mike.
4/4 of a stack.
Yeah, I 2 folds. I don't know why he did.
I made more chips by him.
3 folds.
Hand, but
4 folds.
I remember my first time on TV too.
5 folds. 6 is all in for 20,200.
Is that good enough for TV, John? I heard it. Thanks, bud.
9 is all in.
Ricky G here with pocket eights. Kiko actually, I think Kiko all in here. Kiko all in here for 22,000. Ricky to the test. I think he makes this call just because he doesn't have to risk that much of his stack. And sure enough, he's counting out calling chips. There we go.
Monsters.
So we are heads up. We are heads up here and all in. 8s for Ricky. 6-4 suited for Kiko. Once again, we're getting close to that break time. So hands like this are going to be what people are shoving with just to be able to get their full stack with a rebuy. To the flop we go. Oh, deuces are in there also. I apologize. And looks like eight so far look good. Jack on the turn. And that's going to seal it up for Ricky. Ricky's going to pick up this pot. And that's going to eliminate 2 players. And with that, we're going to be getting 2 new players in here. And Ricky's going to pick up another sizable pot. So that's pretty cool. Good job for Ricky. And based off of what I'm seeing by the players' reaction to what's going on, it looks like we are going to be on break here.
I believe it's just gonna be the grace.
Well, don't gotta worry about that with me.
All right, everybody enjoy your break.
So with that we are
It's faded.
we are going to go on break here, and
Jesus Christ. Easy life to give you chips.
and Mike almost just fell. That would have been hilarious to watch. But for anybody that doesn't know, we are going to go on a small break, and then myself and Maxwell will be back here on the mic. We are live here at the Reserve, brought to you by Pizza Roma, and Ryan's going to go ahead and here do our color up. And after that, our rebuy period will be over. So please stay tuned. We will be back here in a very short time. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome back here live at the Reserve Poker Club, and we are watching our 100K guaranteed tournament here, feature table, $260 buy-in with $100 rebuys. On top of that, we also are. I just want to let everybody know we had 86 total entries. That's 86 individual unique players for this. So that's really good. And that's not even including our all the rebuys.
Yeah.
So we are taking we are taking 18 players from this flight.
Okay. 18.
18. So that's a sizable amount. And we will be with you until we are down to that final 18 players. So that's what we have going on right now, and we'll see how that goes.
And I'll tell you what, Tim, it was funny being out there because when we're out there on the floor, during our break, what we're seeing, you and I are seeing, and what everybody watching at home is seeing, is a 15-minute delay. So by the time that this is going live right now, the players have been playing for about 15 minutes into the level. When I was sitting out there on break, just kind of watching the players continue to go, you heard a lot of seat open at table 10, seat open at table 8, seat open at table 7. The blinds are starting to get serious relative to the overall stacks of the players, right? And so it's going to be, I imagine the action is going to be picking up quite a bit. You're going to see a lot more all-ins, especially now that the rebuys are done. Everybody's kind of playing one last bullet here. They want to make it count, obviously, but at the same time, if you're the short stack, you're not playing to finish there. You're looking to climb.
Yeah, you're looking to climb up here, and as you see right here, Derek, Joe, Tony, and Kiko, all with fresh rebuy stacks. So one of the new players that we have right there is a guy in seat 8. That is Tony. Tony is one of our regulars here. Has won his fair share of tournaments here. Knocked me out plenty of times, unfortunately. Loves to call me down late. So yeah, he's one of our regulars that we have here. And now you see that we have our normal players that we have: Mike, Kevin, Layden, Neil, and Tom right there in that particular shot right there.
And this table's been a lot of action. As you see Tom there in the big hat, he has kind of been driving a lot of it, seen a lot of bluffs out of the man. He's been really fun to watch so far.
9 folds, 10 folds. 1 call.
1K, 2K blind level. Again, for players that either topped up to the 40K amount or rebought or just simply entered the tournament at this last buy-in opportunity, they're coming in with about 20 big blinds. But there is a 1K big blind ante, which kind of reduces how you should look at your stack. You shouldn't be looking at your stack as 20 bigs anymore. Treat it more like maybe 16 or 15.
1 checks. 3 bets, 10,000. 8 folds. 1 folds.
Michael, go ahead and fold from the small, and Kevin will take down a pot. Chip counts to kind of start off here. Ricky G up at the top, Mike, Kevin.
That's all right.
Ricky G was kind of running the show towards the end of our last few levels there. Yeah, he was kind of the one driving a lot of the action.
Hey, B-World, what's going on, buddy? Good to have you on the stream, and it was great to see you bring down family, come play in our free roll. We also have a new player at the table, Joe. Joe is one of our regulars here, comes in and plays cash games and comes in and plays a lot of our tournaments. So Joe's a really good guy. I've had a lot of good conversation with him, and hopefully he can run a stack up too. He's a little short stacked right now, and so is Tony, but we will get there.
Raises to 7,000.
7,000, it's a big size.
7,000 in the hijack here. Ricky with pocket threes. Wow, it lays him down. No one wants to play threes today, apparently. That's the second fold of threes to a I don't want to say small raise, but a decent sized raise pre-flop.
Yeah, you're not really getting, you're just not getting the odds.
Oh, for sure.
They're not deep enough. If everybody had a stack like Ricky's, he'd be in there.
Well, Ricky just folded them.
Well, that's like, I'm saying if everybody had his stack, if everybody was sitting there with 90 big blinds, then he would be like, sure, I'll see a flop here for the equivalent of 3 big blinds.
Ace-high still ahead here for Kiko against Kevin.
This should be a...
Kevin with diamonds and flops every suit but.
See, that's a good opportunity there for Kiko to go ahead and take a pot down against a lot of airball-type hands. Now, instead, he's going to let Kevin realize. Kevin's going to go ahead and pick up a pair on the turn.
I think with Kiko's mindset there might have been that he was already beat with the the ace 5 could have already been beat by ace X, ace 7, ace 8, ace 9 for instance, because Kevin was in the small blind.
Yeah, very possible. So. I mean, but even in that scenario, you kind of want to bet on a board that's as innocuous as that and go ahead and try to get somebody to fold a hand like ace jack, ace 9, ace 8, something that's beating your ace 5. But I think a lot of Kevin's calling range is going to be hands like 7, 8, 8, 9, jack 9. He's obviously going to have some 10s, a couple 6s, very few 4s, but Kiko opts to take a more conservative route, and Kevin will take the pot down.
6 folds. 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
Ricky in the hijack with 9-7 of diamonds. Interesting too, because Ricky and Mike, both with decent sized chip stacks, next to each other.
Yep.
So that plays a little bit of a factor.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in if you're Ricky here. The one guy that can cause you a lot of pain
is directly to your left.
Is directly to your left.
10 raised.
If the chips went across.
10 raised to 5,000. One folds.
And Neil is going to complete here.
4 calls. Heads up.
Huge
how
flop
about
for
this?
Neil. Wow.
Flop for Neil here. If you're Ricky, this is a 1. This is a board you want to bet. Hit
Huge
an 8.
flop.
You can hit an 8 for the nuts. Get Neil to fold a lot of raggedy King X, Queen X, Jack X type things that are beating you.
I got a 10 in blood draw.
Neil going to go ahead and raise there, take it down.
Say what?
Go back to the chip counts here.
Yeah, 3 stacks over 100 and over 125. After first break or after the second break, the big stack out there was about 225, 230,000.
Okay.
So might have been a little north of that. Not really. I didn't give it a count or anything, but that was Shane Christie that had that. Shane Christie of the A1 Limousines.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So he he took that down, but
8 folds, 9 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold.
Folds around to Kevin here in the cutoff. Kevin has a hand he wants to play.
C2 raises to 7,000.
Kevin's got some chips in the RFID reader there, so
4 folds.
his cards are not fully in. We're not able to see what he has. We did play a little fun game of guess Kevin's cards earlier.
yeah, that went.
In which Kevin was on the better end of a flush over flush situation. Got paid in a big one. And while we get the next hand prepared and dealt out for you, let's go ahead and introduce our next sponsor, Carpet Spectrum. Carpet Spectrum, located at 1855 South Reynolds Road, Toledo. Principal owner, manager David Joseph and Anthony Lamb, head of sales. Carpet Spectrum is a floor covering our floor covering specialist: carpet, LVP, vinyl, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, ceramic, and shower enclosures. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your flooring and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering ranging from carpet, luxury, vinyl planking, hardwood, ceramics, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum is home to one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and the surrounding area. Come in and mention that you saw the ad on the Reserve Poker Club live stream and receive 20% off your next order. Mention the Reserve Poker Club live stream. Receive 20% off your next order at Carpet Spectrum. Tony going to go ahead and raise here with Queen Jack offsuit. Kevin just calling with the 10s again. Kind of precarious to just be calling with 10s. It's not exactly a hand that you want to play multi-way.
Derek with 37,000 left, got a fresh fresh stack.
The unfortunate thing for Derek here is that facing this size of a raise, it might look like you're getting a price, but in reality, 5-4 offsuit just is not going to play well post flop. Even when you spike a 5 or a 4, it's often not going to be good. And on a board like this, I mean, you have a gutter, but so much potential for somebody to have an ace or a jack.
And Tony shoves all in here with a jack. And see, Tony, he has a tendency to do this where he will put his entire tournament life at risk with middle pair, bottom pair, things like that. And unfortunately, it looks like this particular time it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, from Tony's perspective, he's going to go ahead and risk 25,000 to win 30,000.
Yeah, yep.
And
he did have backdoor diamonds.
He does have a middle pair, but he's got, you know, a queen that he hopes is live. If somebody did have an ace, he's got backdoor straight flush draws. And look, at the end of the day, that's a non-negligible pot there for Tony.
But with that, Tony now is up to 55,000 after starting this feature table with only 40. So you know he's coming. You know he's making progress. But still, I don't know how many times that move's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Mike might see that right through that. Derek might see right through that.
It works until the last time that it doesn't, right?
Yeah,
that's really what it is.
He has a lot of solid players at this table.
Well, when you're playing against solid players, it helps to have good hands, like Pocket Kings, against Ricky's Ace-Queen here. This is a precarious position.
Wow, good fold, Ricky.
It's a
really good fold. Now, Kevin with deuces folds. Man, see, at that, Derek with ace-king. This might be an all-in.
Yeah, Derek is just going to get it in here. I mean, Derek, it's unfortunate that it's up against a...
Now, what's interesting is, and Kevin makes the fold with deuces, and that works out, but, you know, Tony's the type of player that if you flop that deuce, you're getting his whole stack. So it's not even just what the odds you're getting on that particular money. It's also the implied odds of how much he has back.
Yeah. The problem with playing those small pairs is playing against a bunch of short stacks. You know, that's just not quite getting the odds. But with ace-king off, obviously, you're going to be dominating a lot of hands that Tony can. Oh, an ace! Oh, spikes an ace.
Hey, Jason, I was literally just talking about 4th Street and everything. I was talking to Kiko about the sweatshirt. What do I gotta do to get one of these sweatshirts if I keep plugging it?
Tony was down to 1 out there.
1 out.
Extremely unlucky for the man there. He will have about 22,000 left behind, roughly 10 big blinds. It's going to be kind of push or fold time for Tony now, unfortunately.
Hey, man, my man, I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you very much.
Derek is going to shoot up to that top portion of the ladder, though, top portion of the table in terms of chips, almost 70,000. Ricky G up at the top still. Tony and Kiko, the short stacks. Joe just hanging on around the 20 big blind mark. If you're Ricky G, ace-jack is a premium. Right now, you're going to want to go ahead, Give it a raise as he does.
Well, hey, closer. If you don't come down on Saturday, then I'll shoot you my message, or I'll shoot you the message with my address and whatnot. So if you do come down, bring if you got a 2 or 3X, man, that'll work out great. But hey, Mike Mancy, just to answer your question, blinds reset to either 4-8 or 5-10 has really been what our standard has been here. I believe they reset to 50 big blinds or for the average stack.
Okay.
I believe it's that. I'm going to have to get clarification, but I know that the last time it was 4-8 that they reset to.
So, Joe, you can see here flatting from the small blind with ace-queen. I don't like it. You have effectively like 16 big blinds. You're now playing out of position against 3. And he has the best of it here, but he's often going to be bet off of it. Why not try to just get it in? Get a speculative call from a hand like ace-jack, ace-10. Force somebody off of a chop. Or force somebody off of a smaller pair if somebody had 7s or 8s. And they opted not to go with it. But look at Neil. Neil flops some equity and goes ahead and pushes it. Nice bet from Neil there to take some initiative. I want to thank everybody for tuning in with us tonight. The Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio. This is our Fall Classic main event, $100,000 guarantee, $260 buy-in. We had $100 re-entries for those who might have busted earlier in the day.
Tom, yeah, so the next big event that we have is going to be our Black Friday tournament if you don't want to play in the Heads Up tournament. The Black Friday tournament that we have is November 25th. It's going to be, I believe it's $240. It's a mystery bounty tournament, and we're expecting a huge turnout for that. So bounties are going to be between $50 and $2,000.
That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah. So, wow, Neil picking up queens here, and he needs to win a pot here for himself. He hasn't won one in a while. It's a situation where he had a decent, he had about 100,000 more than this at one point.
Well, he did just take down a nice sizable pot, flopping an open ender and just looking to push the equity there a little bit. Tony's going to go ahead and get it in here with Jack-10 offsuit, and Kiko kind of with a decision here, but with a 3-bet in front of you from again, this is a table that you don't expect a lot of.
And that's a great fold. That's a great fold by Kiko right there.
Yeah.
Great fold.
Now, the interesting thing is...
So Kevin with another mystery hand.
The action is technically closed at this point.
I'm assuming that Kevin has ace-king here. Ace-king, ace-queen. I would really think it's ace-king. He did open maybe a middle pair.
We'll see what this flop brings.
2 checks, 4 checks.
King 8-5.
King on the turn. No, just Kevin checks. I'm definitely not putting him on ace-king now when he checks both the kings.
4 checks. Everyone has to show their cards.
Yeah.
Ace-jack.
Ace-jack, okay.
8 has jack 10. 2-4 has pocket queen.
So with that, unfortunately, Tony is going to be eliminated, and Neil's going to pick up a much-needed pot. It's going to put him about 140,000. There's our fall tournament series, fall classic tournament series going on right now. We are obviously it's Thursday, and we are on day 1A. For the rest of the weekend, we do have 2 flights per day, 11:15 and 6:15. Both of them are the same, $260 buy-in with $100 rebuys. And Sunday is our restart. Top 15 advance. If you make day 2, you make the money. We also have a double bag bonus, so if you are able to make the top 15% in 2 different flights, you will get $1,500 cash. $1,500 cash. Max, I know that you're planning on playing that Saturday flight.
Saturday morning, yeah.
Saturday morning. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to commentate with you on Sunday.
Hey man, I
don't want you sitting back.
I don't want to be here.
Okay,
I want to be here, but not at the rail as we're calling it now.
Yeah.
Back here in the commentary booth.
Okay, yeah. I don't want you
I
back
here.
here.
I want to be
with
out
me.
there, man.
Yep.
I would love to be commentated over. How about that? How does that sound?
Yeah.
There you go.
So what we did for the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday tournament is we did record the entire final table. And we are going to be putting that into a kind of like a highlight reel, and basically all the knockouts and big hands and stuff like that will be broadcast or will be live streamed, and myself and someone else will commentate over it.
Yeah.
What was great is I made the final table on Monday.
Oh, there you go.
But I was the first player knocked out.
Oh, okay.
So no, I can't tell you how bad I can't. I did play really bad.
And you're telling us the end of the story before you
well,
even read the book. What are we doing
people
here?
already know that it was real bad, but you'll see it. You'll see my implosion
there
there,
we go.
and it's a good
An
time.
implosion?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not even just a...
No. It was a complete
it is an
implosion.
implosion.
Yep, complete implosion. So
That's all right,
you'll
man.
see
Hey,
the full-on
The
tilt.
final table is a final table.
Sure. Except I bubbled.
Oh, well.
So we are back here in the action right now. Derek, 11,000 to call. He's got about 70 in front of him. Joe with one of my favorite hands. Any suited connectors I tend to like to play.
There you go.
Sometimes overplay, which is unfortunate.
Derek going to go ahead and 3-bet here. These sizings are extremely large. Neil, if that graphic is correct, Neil put in 11,000 with the 8-5 suited.
Wow.
5.5x. Derek went ahead and isolated with ace-queen offsuit. Takes it down.
So with that, we'll be bringing in another player to sit there in seat 8. As players get knocked out, obviously we're condensing down tables, and in doing so, we will be getting a new face there. Since we've come back from break, Mike's been pretty quiet, and Ricky's been playing pretty well too. He did fold that ace-queen, so hopefully we can see some more action hands here going forward.
It's that point in the tournament, where a single mistake means that you're out for this flight. You can obviously rebuy into a different flight, but he'd prefer to really not have to do that. And Kiko would wager that he will not be doing that on this particular hand as he picks up aces.
9 raises 7,000.
Again, going for a large sizing here.
10 folds. One calls. Heads up.
Oh my goodness! Top set
Wow.
for Kiko. How about the nuts for Mike?
Wow, this is going to go all in here,
Yeesh.
obviously. Oh, no. See, Kiko. Oh, man, good pot control by Kiko. I wonder if Mike just smooth calls behind. Nope.
1 raises 20,000.
And Kiko's going to put it in there. Shows Jack 10 against top set of aces.
I mean, that is
All right, for Kiko's sake, king clubs on the turn.
that's spicy. What are you taking? Are you taking the aces?
I'm always one to see the best hand hold. So hopefully, I like Kiko. I hope he wins this hand. Mike's got enough chips.
You got to pick one. I'll take the other side.
You'll take the nuts.
I'll take the nuts.
Oh,
now
whoa. Spade. Oh. And with that,
Bricked out.
you get aces, you flop top set, and you lose.
Man, I can't help but
Good
feel like I
Lord.
jinxed Kiko there, man. Just saying earlier, I don't think he's going to be busting
Wow.
on this hand with aces. Yeesh. That's a tough beat. I mean, again, nothing really you can do there. You'll notice that Mike, who was earlier so vocal about his bad beats,
Last hand of 1 and 2,000. Fine to the upper.
is a little quiet at this moment.
Yeah, he knows he got away with one there. So to update you, now we are down to, I believe we are down to right about 60 players already.
Okay.
So six tables left here, taking the top 18. So a third of this field at the current moment, roughly a third of the field is going to make it down over to day 2. So, and with that, Mike now becomes chip leader at the table.
He's got 4 spades. He's got the ace of spades.
Yeah, we know the playback, Luckbox.
3 folds, 4 raises to 8,000. 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8.
Hey, look at that. Look what they brought in for
Orca.
us. Orca. Alex at the table. Here we go.
1 fold.
You know, it's kind of interesting because I don't know if you heard. You weren't back here for the interview, but Kiko and Orca, they rode here together.
Oh, really?
So I think you just took Kiko's seat.
I know that's got to be
I have one. I actually
a
love
little brutal. Kiko kind of sitting on the sideline
Yeah.
right now. Obviously, it was fun to watch him play.
Right.
I guess I'm on Fifth Street. I'm on Fifth Street, man.
Oh, here we go.
2 bets, 15,000.
And these sizings are extremely large that these players at this table are using. I don't know if you noticed there, Tim, but Neil went ahead and made it, I think it was 5X.
You gotta pay me. I'm not putting your ear on it, but on my TV. Oh, no, you better pay. Pay like you wager.
Pre-flop, and now Kevin coming with almost pot. He's going to wager a call, and this is a double flush draw board, lots of straights.
2 checks. 4 checks.
If you're Neil there, I might have thought about giving that one a bluff of some kind. You're kind of at the bottom. I mean, there's just nothing that you're beating besides maybe like 7, 8 of diamonds or ace 5 of diamonds.
You guys are not allowed to take me out.
That's all I want, just permission. That's all I look for. That's all I look for, it's just permission.
Yeah, I just want to post a link and everything.
Hey, there we go. Orca going ahead and posting a link here for us on Facebook so we can.
Post a link of your ace king fold right underneath it.
So I didn't catch much of the interview. What's Orca's story? Has he played here before? What's his
Yeah, Orca's definitely
little
played
player
here before.
profile
Yep.
here?
Yep.
Okay.
Orca's played here on our 510 game, and he just had a really deep run in the MSPT, finished 7th.
Awesome.
He said that he tried running a bluff that probably cost him 100,000.
100,000 real dollars or
Yeah,
100,000
yeah,
chips?
Yeah, 100,000 because of the bluff and that's
7 folds.
that's a little tough.
To
tough
say the least, yeah.
Yeah, but he took it in stride, and so he is now here with us on the live stream and hoping to take down this tournament too.
1 race is 12,000.
Good for Orca. We're happy to have him here. Excited to watch him play. And here we go, Mike with a 6X raise from the button.
Yes. Now, is this? Do you have the non-Facebook one by any chance? The YouTube? Yeah.
Catch a look at the chip counts here. Orca coming in,
First time YouTuber over here.
the top dog.
Which I love to see, just having a few
The
more
big
chips than
cojones.
Mike. Yeah.
200,000. Trumping Mike, who was the former chip stack. Tom's kind of biding his time here, looking for the right situation. He's going to have to make a move sooner or later. These blinds are going up. Sitting around 40K. Just going to continue to get eaten up.
1 race is 8.
This is kind of interesting here. Mike just raised to 12,000 with an ace. Now with a suited queen, he'll go to 8. Something these players should take notice of.
3 raises to 16,000.
Now, Layden, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. I do feel bad, but Layden has not really played many hands, and he just put half his stack in there with the queens. And Mike's gonna complete here. I think by not shoving, he's gonna get full value out of these queens. If something, if Mike flops anything, and that is not anything.
3 is all in for 18,000. 1 folds.
And a much-needed pot for Layden.
Yeah, Layden kind of getting pretty close to a double up there. About a 60%, 70% of a double up. And he'll take it. He'll be excited about it. Moves him closer to 30 big blinds closely.
Yeah.
A little under, 25.
So once again, Orca, their chip leader, all the way down to Joe and Tom, who are our short stacks here.
And Joe and Tom, again, kind of like we were just describing, they're going to have to look for something to go their way, some combination of cards.
Yeah, I did.
Beat him out of the hands. That's for Jared.
I needled the crap out of him.
6 folds.
I lost the pot to him.
That's not tough. I said, I asked him if he had a booster seat. He doesn't like that joke.
8 folds, 9 folds.
I lost the pot to him, and then he proceeds to dump chips the very next hand. I look at him, like, pretending like I'm angry, and I'm like, please stop giving my chips away.
I do remember that.
And he just, like, looked like he wanted to kill me.
See how we went out? 10-3.
Yeah, I was at the table.
Oh, were you?
3 folds.
It was stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The shit with Jared was fucking ridiculous. Jared's got him throwing away all his chips. He goes runner perfect on him.
Yeah.
I like your hand way better than I like mine.
Yeah, he went runner. Take
How
care
far
of
did,
it.
is it Justin? How far did he get?
Justin cashed out like 5,000 something. I don't know what place he got.
I got 80, so he must have been.
I assume the players are talking about the MSPT.
Yeah, so both Mike and Orca were players that, like I said, Orca finished 7th, and then Mike was another player that was up there. They that group also are pretty good friends with. If I'm not mistaken, they're pretty good friends with Kata also.
Okay.
So they're that I don't know if you saw the pictures of the MSPT. Kata was there with the winner. And
Oh, I didn't, but that's awesome.
So thought that was pretty cool. Brevin, I don't have a horse, buddy. Not today. Not today. Too early in the tournament to ever pick a horse. You pick a horse on day 2.
I remember. I remember hearing. I think it was Phil Ivey describe how poker is one of the only sports, if you want to call it that, in which you get the opportunity to potentially play with your idols.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
know?
I completely agree with
It's
that.
super cool. You know, you're talking about Kata. You think about some of the other big players, big names.
Brevin, I'm not one to shy away from a bet. Hey Momo, that is why I get it now. Thank you for saying that, because you know something, I was wondering why he looked familiar, and I couldn't pinpoint it, and there it is right there. Thank you so much for saying that, Momo. It was driving me batshit crazy. I'll be completely honest with you. So I obviously working at Woodhaven, I came over to Momo's a lot, and I could have swore I saw him over there at Woodhaven back in the day also, either playing or whatnot. So that makes more sense.
And what an interesting hand that kind of just passed us by there. I mean, we had an early position raise from Joe, ace-10 offsuit, and Orca decided to put in a sizable squeeze, trying to isolate Joe on the short stack, and Joe opted to fold, leaving himself about 10 big blinds. I think with ace-10, I'm probably just getting it in there.
You know, Joe is sitting. Joe is over here swimming with the sharks. You know, there's
some sizable, some good tournament players here, it seems like. And you know, if you're gonna play with good players like that, it's better to play aggressive. Orca essentially put Joe all in, and I think that if Joe is going to raise over 1/3 of his stack, he's going to have to be willing to call off, because now all it takes is one passage of the blinds, and Joe is...
Well, you know, something I just mentioned about Joe kind of sitting with players that are very good here, you know, and playing very well. You mentioned about you playing with your idols in this particular game, and that's also, you know, you're not going to go shoot, you know, you're not going to go play basketball with LeBron.
Yeah.
You know, like you're not playing one-on-one with LeBron, but you can play a hand with, you know, with one of your idols, Ivy, you know, Negreanu, Helmuth,
Tim
like
Yeager.
that. Whoa! If I'm your poker idol, you got some work to do in life, buddy. You're drawing at the nut low. You're drawing at the nut low.
Yeah, the last one before COVID it is.
Big Tony, what's up, Big Tone? Come on down, buddy. Come on down.
I'm not sure it was the main event
Two raises to 11,000.
We also, hey, Big Tone, we run a decent sized PLO game too on Mondays, if you're interested. And most recently we've been getting 2 tables for that. We also run a 5-10 stream every Saturday, 5-10 in this room right here that you see, and then we also run between 1 and 2 tables of 2-5 that gets pretty deep stacked. That are feeder games to the 5-10. So please think about that to come play.
Here goes Joe.
Joe picking up a hand.
All in. With the pocket kings. And if you're Kevin, you have to call, obviously, but you're not excited about it. And here we go. Joe's tournament life on the line here. Kings versus Queen Jack. Uh-oh.
And that's the best flop that you can see with Queen Jack besides
true.
flopping 2 pair. You know, you're looking for the 10, you're looking for the gutter ball, but still. Okay.
Oh, no.
King's full.
And Joe will take that. But again, here's kind of the issue as well with Joe folding the ace-10 to Orca earlier. Joe got a double up there.
But it wasn't for much.
But it wasn't for much.
Right. Now he's still below
Now you're kind of back to holding on. You know, the objective here is you want to climb, right? Not survive with a middling stack over to day 2. You want to put yourself in a position to make a run at this thing.
Yeah. So hey, Momo, the tournament starts tomorrow morning at 11:15, and then day 1C, which is our nightly tournament that we have, or the night tournament we have tomorrow, starts at 6:15. So and that'll go for the same thing on Saturday, 11:15 and 6:15, and then if I believe our restart on Sunday starts at 1:15 for day 2. So that's the schedule going forward for the rest of the week. And I know, Momo, that you came down on Tuesday for the PLO game with Paulie, but our PLO game that we always have that lasts all night long is on Mondays. And if you'd like to play in that, I recommend getting here about 4:30, 4:45, somewhere in there to get a seat. That way Max and I don't snatch up the seats.
That's right. Although if you see me in the game, you definitely want to hop in that.
Yeah, there's a line out the door, actually. we sent out the bat signal.
You know, it is crazy. It's like every game I go in, it's like texts go out.
Yeah,
like,
no, we call it the Max signal.
Man, that's crazy.
It's just,
and this is just going to be a situation, I mean, oh, wow, look at this. I'm unfamiliar with this player, but
right.
Sonya. And Tom's obviously got a slam dunk shove here with ace-king.
Yeah, Tony, 4:30 for the PLO game on Mondays. That's just to get on the initial table. We end up running 2 tables most of the time, and 4:30 is just to get a seat on that initial table. I'd say 85–90% of the time we end up getting a second table going almost immediately.
No.
Look at Sonya. Sonya just cold called with Queen Jack suited. This is awesome, man.
Well, he was worried about Mike stacking him.
Man, I watch. You watch stuff like this and you think poker's still alive, man.
And Queen of Heart on the flop.
Yeah, there you go. For people unfamiliar, this is called Game Theory Optimal.
Yeah. Once again, I've always said chaos makes good TV.
Absolutely. And here we go. 3 reasonable holdings. Obviously, the Queen Jack is suited. Tom does have the ace of clubs in hand. Let's see what this flop brings.
2 hearts.
Jack's looking good so far. Just got to fade some paint.
And
he
there
does.
It is. Jack's going to eliminate.
Derek eliminates 2.
2 of them.
Man, what a pot.
And with that, Derek puts himself in a really good spot
Derek
here.
does put himself in a really good position here.
That never happens for you and I. The fade, the ace, king, and queen. Right?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, when does that ever happen? I mean, Max, not to needle you even more, but I still can't believe we ran that twice and you missed.
Oh, yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah, to Momo's point earlier about the PLO game.
Yeah.
Ooh. For those of you at home, Tim and I we play quite frequently here at the Reserve. And actually, I think that was probably Tuesday was probably the first time we've ever played in a cash game together.
Yeah, that was the first time. And we got it. I flopped top set. He flopped a complete wrap and somehow missed the entire wrap twice. I don't know what the odds of that are.
That was brutal.
I don't know what the odds of that are,
was
but good
brutal.
Lord.
That was crazy. All in good fun, though.
I
Love getting to
even
come
I
here.
didn't have fun on that one. That was that was supposed to be a
That was
chop.
brutal.
But
It did. It physically pained me. It felt like I had like appendicitis. I could like feel my inside kind of curling up, but that's okay.
so unsatisfied.
Man, I saw you, and I mean it in all sincerity. I feel like in order to play this game as frequently as we do, you kind of have to almost enjoy the punishment a little bit. You know what I mean?
Max pain.
Yeah, you have to enjoy the swings a little bit.
Max
It's just
pain.
part of the game, especially in tournament poker. I mean, look at what we're seeing here right now. This this action is extremely swingy.
10 calls. 3 players.
Here we go, 3 ways to the flop. King 10-7.
Double gutter for Derek. I like that hand right now.
Michael off the check and
12,000.
oh, excuse me, Mike. That's 12,000. If you're Derek here, I like a smooth call. He'll elect a different route, it looks like, though.
10 folds.
You know, kind of just click it back here. Going for an extremely small sizing. How does Mike proceed? Michael opt to fold, and Derek going to take it down with some aggression. Man, I love
There we go.
Derek has been super fun to watch play. I mean, he talked about in that interview that we did, he said, I'm going to come out and play aggressive, and I want to be the one driving a lot of action, and he is indeed the one driving a lot of action.
Jason, he came on the live stream immediately complaining about bad beats he took out in the main room. I didn't have to look at his face. I heard him through the mics. Like, didn't even know he was at the table yet. He was already complaining. But for the record, breaking news, Christian McCaffrey traded to the 49ers. We're not only poker here, we're also sports. ESPN, here we come, baby. Even though that was an ESPN alert.
Yeah. Layden here with ace queen suited.
3 calls. With 4 folds.
Yeah. Hey, Jason, literally the last 100K we had, he sat here for 5 hours giving bad beat stories. I couldn't do it anymore. I had to walk away. He is the worst when it comes to bad beat stories. You'd think the guy's dead broke if he had so many of them. By the way, now that we got clarification, is Ladon.
Ladon. Well, Ladon is going to have a bit of a decision here. This is a bit of a tricky spot here. He limped in for 4,000. He got raised by Derek. I would have liked to have seen him be the one raised, come into the pot with a raise. Make it small.
3 calls.
If Derek or one of the field players opts to raise behind him, Ladon can kind of comfortably shove this hand, knowing that ace-queen is an extremely strong hand. But instead, he'll kind of cede control of the pot to Derek, who has shown a propensity to play very aggressive.
14,000. C3's all in.
And look at this!
Wow.
Ladon is done with
Yeah.
that aggression from Derek, and
There
he's
you
going to
go.
go ahead and snap jam over the top with ace-queen. Take it down with some aggression. That's awesome. Great play from Ladon there. It's really the first time that Derek has kind of stepped in it all night we've seen. He's been playing very aggressive, bringing about a lot of folds.
Yeah, damn closer. I would actually have to run away from him. We know he couldn't chase you. I'd have to run away after a while. No one cares if you lost the mystery bounty after you bust the main.
Kevin, a new player at the table.
5 raise 9.
120,000 in front of him. He'll go ahead and raise it up. Jack 8.
Kevin M. It's very rare I don't know anything about a player, and I actually don't know anything about this guy.
I was going to say I don't.
So I don't think I've ever. Maybe it's because he's got a mask on, but I've never played or dealt to this guy. I don't think so. Very interesting.
2 calls.
Which is great. I absolutely love when we have new players here that I've never met.
Absolutely.
It's great. I love the atmosphere. I love meeting new people. Oh wow! And Kevin, who raised, just flop strips.
5 checks.
That's funny you mentioned that closer. He actually said he punted away 80K before he got moved to this table, and he was talking about. I did a small interview with him before they went to break, and he was talking about how he punted away. He punted away most of his stack on a bluff during the MSPT.
And Kevin M here. A slam dunk call.
5 calls.
Let your opponent continue to bluff. Nothing to protect against or be afraid of. Look at Kevin here, kind of sizing up his stack.
See 2 checks.
And if you're Kevin here, if you're going to start thinking about sizing, what you put your opponent on, I like small. $35 is appropriate, around 40%.
2 folds.
Oh, excuse me, that was a little bit larger, closer to 60. That being said, half pot is probably good. You're looking to get value from an ace. It's pretty much about the only thing that you're really looking to do, unless you put your opponent on a lot of missed cards. Might be worthwhile to think about going very small to try to induce something from your opponent there. So we'll get a dealer change here.
Yeah, with that, we have Ryan coming into the box here. Happy belated birthday to Ryan. His birthday was yesterday. And as I mentioned, he looks great for 47. I'm just kidding.
4,000 call.
All right, and we are around here to Kevin M. Kevin M building up a decent little stack here, 150K. Joe still hanging on here with 35,000.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 7 folds.
Mike on the button with the suited queens, going to make it 11,000.
2 folds.
Man, you guys are all so nice to each other up there in Michigan. So far, he hasn't punted. He hasn't punted his whole stack yet, but it's still early. But hey, Corey, I hope you come down when we run that 5-10 game again. That'd be cool. We're gonna start that back up next weekend, I believe. So, also in talks of trying to get a PLO stream together.
Blinds are now 3 and 6,000.
Ryan letting us know that the blinds are going up, 3 and 6,000.
25 minutes goes a lot faster in here.
That's great. It's definitely a lot more fun when it's definitely a lot more fun when some of you Michigan guys come down. It gives me a lot more to talk about back here. That's for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna try to. Jim had mentioned trying to put together either an interest list or just even a game for the PLO. So hopefully that goes well.
3 and 6,000 with a $3,000 big blind ante.
6,000 call now. 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. No, 10 folds.
6K to call here for Mike. He's gonna yep raise it up to
12.
raise it up to
One
12.
raises 12,000.
Way to go, Mike. Way to pay attention.
And knowing Neil, I don't think he's going to be folding. He does complete with a suited king.
Neil definitely likes to defend his big blind. That's for sure.
Flop a king. It's interesting. Mike has not really shown a propensity to want to bluff.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord. Mike goes runner to win this pot. I know, Neil. I feel it too, buddy.
I don't know your range, king jack.
Pretty easy to know somebody's range when you turn it over to pair.
No, but I knew I was behind. I knew I was behind you.
You know my range better than I know my range.
Home on the range.
Swap.
Move along to the next hand here. Not too much blood spilt in that last one.
Right. And we are down to, just a little update here, we are down to 51 players. So one away from 5 tables, so we're getting closer and closer.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Yeah, hopefully, if you guys ask him, we'll ask Mike. He'll tell you about the Chinese poker hand that he played so well against me, where the guy who was dealing us Fantasyland missed out, and he gets a royal and quads.
How about this, Neil?
Neil with kings.
In the small blind.
4 calls.
Just calling with kings. I like it. It's sneaky. It's deceptive.
He's even going to get a raise.
Here we go. He's induced.
5 raises to 22,000.
Wow, and that is a massive raise.
Right.
Almost 4x. And Neil. And now Kevin has a very interesting decision here. And the question that Kevin kind of has to ask himself here is, do we expect Neil to be doing this with any bluffs? Maybe, maybe not. What sort of value? Does Neil think a hand like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack suited is worthy of taking a limp shove kind of line? Maybe. But Ace 8 is pretty weak in this spot. He's counting out how much he would have left were he to make a call. The saving grace for Neil here is that it's a small blind, big blind scenario.
Wow, he called too.
Yeah. And I think that's probably what Kevin thought. When it folds around to Neil in the small blind, theoretically, Neil is supposed to be pretty wide there. But in practice, do we think that Neil's really that wide? Potentially not.
There's an ace.
It's all draft picks. Oh, really? They just traded away a bunch
Kevin
of
looking
lands.
for help.
And there it is. Neil's going to take that down. Wow.
Neil's going to go ahead and get a big double up. 180,000 roughly. Neil takes down a big one. Kevin M. with quite a hit to his stack there.
Ryan's girlfriend's now watching with us here.
That'll
We were just wishing Ryan a belated birthday. He looks great for 47. She's going to kill me for that.
I mean, he's going home too.
How old is he? This is about
26, 27.
He's still fairly young, but.
And yeah, hey, Jason, I was wondering what your bag record is. Is it? I think it's what, 1.4? Is it 1.4 or 1.3 million that you bagged the one of our flights?
Well, it's not just him. The whole Niners backfield seems to be on fucking hospital
the
every
whole
week.
team.
Still, by the way, that he did. We had one of the guys that's in our chat here bagged. I think he had 1.3 or 1.4 million.
Wow.
Yeah, going into day 2. So
In what tournament?
I want to say the 100K, not last time, but the time before.
Oh, here.
Yeah, here. Yeah,
Wow.
here. Yeah.
That is crazy. That is a
Well, at least, thank you, Sean. At least you're not going to kill me. That's fine.
earmuffs, kids, but that is one hell of a bag right there.
2 folds.
1.4 million. I think the big stack when we were walking around earlier was a little over 200,000.
Yeah, that was Shane Christie of A1 Limousine. He had just over. I think it was close between 225 and 250. But obviously we're 35 players less now, so that the big stack is going to be sizably more. So, but Neil raises the 16,000 here. Gets called by the Queen 4 suitor to Derek. Oh wow!
Oh,
Just raise and flop it. Okay.
Neil.
I don't
My
know how to do that
goodness.
yet. I need to learn
6
that.
checks. 4 bets, 25,000.
And that is so large in terms of the size. I mean, you'd really want to I think you would want to use maybe a smaller size, try to induce Derek to stick around with a hand like a middling pair. I think Derek can kind of just comfortably fold this now. It's a queen with no kicker, no club.
Well, gee, thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I don't know what less I could do, but she said she would kill me for less. She's so nice to me all the time.
There you go.
The other one probably true.
All right, so I just want to let you guys know this segment is brought to you by Danny's Cafe in Rossford. It's located at 600 Dixie Highway, Rossford, Ohio. The owner and manager is Brad Morrison. Danny's Cafe Rossford is under new management and ownership, and proud to announce opening in mid-September with the NFL Sunday Ticket. Lotto, Keno, 10 TVs inside and 2 TVs at our outdoor Main Street patio, plus 4 more outside in our beer garden. The hours are 11 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, and 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. They have new restrooms, new pool table, jukebox, and golden tea, and yes, they now have draft beers. Yeah, Shauna, the love-hate relationship we have, that is for sure.
10 folds.
Daniel Meyer, who said he was going to talk to us later, is back on watching with us. We appreciate you, Dan. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Yeah, Hood, and everybody loves to hate me. That's true. You're not wrong on that. You're not wrong on that. We didn't get the golf this year either, so we got to get out at least one more time before it gets too cold.
I'm kind of thinking about 2 or 3 hands ago
6 folds.
when Neil and Kevin M got into that big pot. Derek with a 6-deuce offsuit, but it folded all the way around to him in the small blind. He thought about wanting to raise and just try to move Joe off of any number of hands the big blind could be dealt. But 6-deuce is just a little too bad to even try to step out of line in that respect. So Joe will happily collect back his big blind and ante, plus the small blind of Derek, and we'll get a button move.
Brevin, I believe that they are under. They are under 50 now, so somewhere in the mid-40s is where I would assume.
3 folds.
So we're getting down. We're playing down to 18 players. Eddie, you damn well know this isn't the final table. No, we're playing down to 18 players. There were 86 entries, individual players today, and that's not including the rebuys.
5 races to 15,000. Six calls.
Derek opting just to call with 9-8 suited.
And Joe still hanging out with a couple of chips on the Snickers wrapper. Interesting flop. Open-ended for Derek, but all clubs.
5 checks. 6 checks.
A little surprised to see Kevin check there. This is what's referred to as a monotone board. Meaning there's not a lot of available draws that have a lot of equity. That's why you see Derek not wanting to do much besides check and continue to take free cards.
And Derek hits his straight.
And now Kevin's going to opt to go ahead.
Oh, wow, a sizable bet, too.
22,000.
Lead here. He's going to get snapped by the straight of Derek. Derek going to take down another big pot here.
Wow.
Continue to propel him up over the 200K mark. And Kevin M. has had a rough go of things here.
Gotta get you on the wall.
Needless to say, I think the thing that we should take away from watching these past two hands with Kevin M is that Ace X unsuited,
If it's on the live stream,
particularly
Yeah.
his middling aces, are not
it was on the live stream.
what they might be.
So with that, Derek is
Up
now
to
taking
be.
the chip lead on this table, just 6,000 more than Orca.
Won the triple crown. I took down the high hand, the last longer end, the turn.
Mike picking up Ace King here.
One race is 16,000.
Kevin's been pretty quiet as of late. Ladon for nothing. Neil with an ace, gonna get out of the way. Kevin with an ace.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Joe still hanging on barely.
7 folds. 8 folds.
And this is just gonna get all the way around.
10 folds.
And there you go, Michael. Raise and take it. The blinds and the single ante.
That triple crown stuff don't mean nothing unless you're on a horse. So,
Ryan will get the next hand.
I didn't know
Shuffled and
horses
dealt.
saddles.
We'll get a button move, and
We roam 3.
the
There's
players,
a big net waiting on you.
they'll be conscious of the fact that as time creeps forward, the blinds get a little bigger.
Are you the next victim?
It's time to start making moves or
All right.
risk having your stack kind of eaten away by these big blinds.
2 folds.
Over to Ladon here at +1.
You don't cry on camera, do you?
He looks like a crier. Looks like a hugger, too.
I'm assuming this is one of the Michigan players based off the way Mike is talking to him.
4 folds.
Is Mike a Michigan player?
Yeah, they don't like to claim him, but yeah, he's from Michigan. They actually tried to trade him earlier down to Ohio, but we couldn't make a deal. So
24,000. 6 folds.
Kevin with a suited king here. Just going to go ahead and get it in on the short stack. It's pretty standard.
Ricky and Mike both with suited hands. I think Mike calls here for this 13,000 more. He's going to give this a call.
24,000.
And it's going to put Kevin in a really bad spot.
Welcome to the table.
So here we go to a river. Kevin M. All in and at risk with a dominated king. Live diamonds. To the flop we go.
Oh,
two diamonds. A 3 to chop.
3 to chop, 2 diamonds, and
Oh!
just big 10 or a 7.
7 or 10
10
now
or
for
7.
Mike.
Oh! Kind of gross.
Whoa!
Kind of gross. Not that big of a pop, but so gross.
Woo!
Mike, you luck box.
Oh,
Jesus.
Good
Lord.
Nasty.
Nasty.
Rewards him for the call and then just
Yeah, I'll tell you
draws
next.
him almost dead. Unfucking believable.
I'll tell you next putt too, man. You're
Jesus.
3 feet away from the hole.
Yeesh.
I mean, he did have the best hand going in, but wow. And with that, unfortunately, Kevin has been eliminated, and we will be bringing a new player there into seat 5. So we are slowly but surely getting down to our top 18 here.
Ryan
dealing the heat. He must want
feeling the
to go
pepper.
home. Daniel, there was nothing nice about that hand. Don't tell Mike nice hand. You see the size of that head? He's already got a big enough ego.
3 folds.
I hope Mike watches this entire live stream and knows what I'm saying.
6 folds, 7 folds.
And then when he gets mad at me, I'll remind him that he took $400 off me playing Chinese poker, and he should be.
I thought you won. I thought that was the whole story.
No, he beat me. That was the problem.
Damn.
Off a misdeal from Eli.
Can't trust Eli. Deal that nonsense.
Guy hasn't made a mistake dealing cards in 12 years. He makes a mistake dealing Chinese poker.
Your lap hands might be the least watched team in my Rolodex. They're awful. Ain't nobody to.
We'll be getting another player soon.
Smallest market in football besides Jackson.
In the meantime,
Nobody.
Derek Orca, Mike Neal
Smallest market in football.
taking up those top 4 spots. Everybody else kind of hanging around in middle position. Ricky G's stack has been pretty consistent,
He's the one that put up the hot tubs in the stadium.
winning an orbit or two, winning a hand every orbit or two, just trying to kind of stay afloat until he gets the next big hand.
They're Manchester United.
And Neal folding king queen offsuit there, pretty surprising.
Here we go. Here's the all-in by Joe for $35,000.
36,000.
36,000.
5 big blinds, 6 big blinds.
Mike
with ace,
of course.
king.
And Kevin behind though.
behind with 10s.
Kevin behind though. There was already an ace 5. Oh,
He's gonna
and
go
Kevin's
ahead.
shoving. Kevin's going to shove behind here.
Raise to isolate.
Oh, and Ladon has a 10. This should be interesting. There's already been one ace taken down too before with an ace 5.
Yeah, for Kevin here, you kind of have to get it in, unfortunately.
Hey Scott, just to let you know, we are located at 5105 Glendale Avenue. It's at basically Glendale and Reynolds is where this is located at, right by where the old South End Grill used to be. There used to be a Kroger in this plaza also. So if you're from Toledo, I'm sure you know where that area is. We are located just off, I want to say, less than 5, 6, 7 minutes away from the expressway also. So either the Turnpike or off of 23.
And for Kevin there, I mean, that's a spot.
Kevin folded.
Yeah, he folded. You kind of have to get it in, unfortunately.
Wow, with 100K, he folds. It shows ace.
It's going to be
king.
difficult
Oh,
to find
no.
better opportunities than pocket 10s there, but he opts to make a fold, and time will tell. Time will tell whether it was the right fold. Off to a river. 9 high.
Wow.
But we've seen this story
and
before.
Mike will complain about losing this small race when he wins all the other ones. And 10s would have just.
Kevin, you can kind of see the smirk on his face a little bit. He knows.
Keep getting it light, boys.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Mike.
Got 48 left. 30 more people to buy.
Yeah, for Kevin there, I mean, pocket 10s, you've got about 15 big blinds.
Oh, it's going to be dropping real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all wanted that, but. Come on, short stack, sit down. Oh, yeah.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 raises 13,000. 10 folds.
Got a new player here, Drew, 8-7 suited. Raising off of around 12 big blinds.
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds.
Neil will complete with the Jack-6 suited. Go to a river here. To a flop, excuse me.
4 checks.
Drew flops
9 is all in.
bottom pair. Oh, Drew just gonna get it in here.
Wow.
Say we're going to the river.
Right.
4 checks.
Good luck.
Drew. No time to think about it, man. Just do it. Got to get it in. It's a pretty good flop for his particular hand.
Did they was out there 9-handed or 10-handed?
They play 10.
They play 10.
Chip counts for you. Ladon now on the short stack. Derek up at the top. And Joe kind of, when we first started back up here after the last break, Joe was on the shorter end of the stacks. Now he's up to 84,000. Enjoying
7 folds.
14 big blinds.
8 folds. 9 calls.
Drew going to go ahead and limp here with ace-5 offsuit. Ricky G folds 9-8 suited.
1 folds. 2 folds.
And here we go. If you are Ladon,
It's got to be 12. He said raise, yes. 3 raises 12.
Ladon is just going to opt to go ahead and
4 calls.
min click here.
Jerry, I believe that there's somewhere in the mid-40s now. Last time I got an update, there were 49. So that was about 10, 15 minutes ago.
And here we go, 4 ways to a flop. I think Ladon missed out on an opportunity to jam there potentially. Instead of opt to go 4 ways. He is in position.
4 checks. 6 checks. 9 checks. 15,000. 3 bets 15,000. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Go ahead and
9 calls.
bet here, and I assume on a lot of brick turns, such as the one we're seeing now. Ladon is just going to go ahead and get it in when check 2. He's got about half pot.
3 bets 30,000.
They like 34, 11, and 8.
Keeps 9K behind.
Oh, they lost. By a bucket to Milwaukee. They're playing McDonald's right off the bat.
This is a bit of an unfortunate spot. This is probably why you don't want to limp call as Drew with the ace-5 offsuit. He does make a good disciplined fold, though. Credit to Drew there.
He's still got to get this 30-something win.
Making a disciplined fold on the turn.
The points got to come from somewhere. I don't know if Maxie.
Good luck, everybody. That's
Maxie
my time.
Tobias can be that guy.
We'll get a dealer change from Ryan
I
here.
don't know if he's going to get 25 every night. I think not that good. Maybe someday. I don't think he's
Couple of V-pips for you on the screen here. Orca,
He tends to go right.
since he sat down on our table, hasn't had a lot to play. 4% V-pip there. Drew, on the other hand,
We're going to figure out Jay Ivy goes right so
playing
fast.
a wide range.
The days to do the Aaron Fox, make the Aaron
Drew
Fox
just
go
started
Next day.
at our table here. We'll see how he proceeds through the rest of the evening.
Yeah, so you know, with his chip stack at being being the chip leader, he hasn't had to play very many hands, and some of these players have started to knock themselves out.
6,000 a call. Action on C8.
And here we go. Just as if on cue, Orca's going to go ahead and get a raisable hand here.
That's 18,000. See 9 fold.
Make it 18,000.
Fold.
Yeah, and it doesn't. So far, no hands behind that are playable.
Fold. C2. Fold. C3. Fold.
It's going to fold around to the blinds here.
C6.
And
Derek
there's a
with
playable hand.
kings.
Derek with kings.
Call.
Derek, very sneaky.
And Joe gonna
Just make the
call
call.
here. Now Joe is in the big blind, so it's just another 12,000 for him to call. But
Yeah, if you're Joe here, this is going to be
3 players in the hand. Action.
this is going to be a fold a lot of the time.
yeah,
Joe, I think, being seduced a little bit by the ace there. Oh, and how about this for a flop? Derek with
Oh,
the
man.
overpair with the king.
5 of hearts on the turn.
Orca obviously has the ace of hearts.
5 of hearts on the turn for chaos. Joe with the straight 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts
well,
would be some chaos.
well, Joe hits the straight
wow,
flush.
Orca gonna go massive here.
Wow.
Overbets the flop.
Interesting.
Wow, this
interesting
is
path he's taking on this.
That is
hand.
aggressive. Really creating an opportunity. Creating an opportunity here to get himself into some serious trouble, Derek.
Well, they were just talking about the Orca punting off his stack. And,
I mean, that is, yeah.
oh, there
Yeah,
it is.
See, that's what I mean. That is.
And now, what does Joe do with his gut shot?
Joe's
And
got to fold.
Yeah, he's gonna fold. But I'm just.
But Orca, on the other hand, Orca's not going to know what exactly to do. The problem with shoving here, if you're in Derek's position, is what worse are you going to get called by, really?
174.
Maybe jacks with the jack of hearts, queen with the queen of hearts. That's about it.
7 folded.
Orca really needs to be folding here.
Well, something that has been brought up before is like, I mean, sometimes you do get recreational players that'll, on this board, if they have 8s, 9s, 10s, stuff like that, they're shoving. There's a situation that he could, if say someone has 10s with the 10 of hearts, he could end up with just 2 overs and a better heart. But against a player like Derek, that's not the case. But against some of the regular, the rec players we have here, that's a very playable hand for them.
Yeah, maybe a couple things to consider.
And he's going to put this in.
Man,
he's going to put this in. Massive
we are
pot.
gambling here for a massive pot.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. And this is best case scenario for Orca.
This is
Orca's
massive.
looking at that and thinking, okay, thank God that he is not up against a made flush, that he's not up against a set of some kind. Because now he's got the ace as well that he can hit.
Still at 40% too. So
Yeah, this is absolute best case scenario here.
8 of diamonds.
Let's see what this river brings.
8-8. Wow.
And
with
Orca's
that,
going to be crippled. Derek.
With that, Derek at 400,000.
Derek delivering the absolute pepper here. Man, Derek is going to take a commanding chip lead, and I can't help but think that some of this is due to me. You know,
What?
rubbing off some good luck on our interview.
Oh, jeez.
I mean,
yeah, you've been running so well.
He's a house favorite.
You've been running so well this week.
Well, that's why it's the karmic universe is now giving him a little run.
Well,
Good,
for all those Michigan players that were calling for the Orca's punting of his stack, there it is.
Man, that is
wow.
We were gambling there for sure.
Monster pot. 409,000 is Derek's stack now. Massive chip leader at this table, and also he's a super solid player. So
big pot, big pot. And Derek with an absolute commanding chip lead now. And the thing from Orca, I mentioned it when Orca initially raised all in, or when Orca initially bet. But the problem with Orca betting so large on the flop is that when Derek jams, Orca has to be the one to call off,
That's 20,000.
meaning that
C1.
Orca has a bluff
C2.
and is just simply by calling off hoping that he is beating another bluff, essentially. Whereas if Orca goes small on the flop and Derek raises, Orca can then turn the ace-jack, can then rebluff the ace-jack,
Calls 20.
and in doing so, Derek is put to an extremely difficult position. But ultimately, Orca chose a different path. He'll be thinking about that.
C8. All in for 8.
Chip in a chair here, though.
McCaffrey's only owed 700,000 this year. And that is his
40,000
salary
plus
plus
Andy and May rest of the Three players inside there.
11 million and 12 million in the next 2 years.
Action seat 7. Check.
Orca is all in. Bottom set flopped by Joe there. I forget what the other holdings were, but I know Joe had pocket fives. Look at him staring down the stack of Ricky.
That's 25,000. Seat 3.
Wow, Ricky with queens there.
And Joe with bottom set. Joe
Yeah,
with
Joe
bottom set. Orca all in. He's got a 5 as well. Case 5. And Ladon going to go ahead and call. He doesn't have a spade.
Seat 7.
Just
I really hope Joe calls here. Just calls.
Bare overcards. Joe
And
opted to shove.
Joe opted to shove. I heard the slap of the puck.
And Ricky will have to call. Obviously, he'll probably want to shove and just isolate
All in.
Joe's raise. He does.
He can't go all in. He bet 25, right?
Go up enough.
Did he bet 25?
Oh, is the action closed? Oh, the players.
He did.
Make it 50.
Okay. You're right. It's a call. Yep, you're right. I thought you doubled. Okay. Before you bet.
So our dealer Josh here getting the action right. So the pot, the action is closed, which means
Well,
that
no, it's not closed yet. It's on Ladon.
no, but
Oh, Ladon folds. for
Ricky
another-
couldn't re-raise to try to isolate, but Ladon does fold.
There we go.
And here we go. Ricky with the overpair. Joe with bottom set. Orca.
Oh,
Yeah,
And here we go.
Oh.
Oh my
Wow.
God! Queen on the turn.
Wow. Drawing dead.
Drawing
Wow.
dead. A queen on the
Queen
turn
on the
for
turn to
Ricky
eliminate
in a
two.
double
Wow.
elimination. Wow! No
Queen
waiting.
on the turn.
Oh my!
You know, a lot of people complain about the
That is
river, but it's been the
gross.
oh, it has been the turn on
Oh
this board.
my!
Wow,
God.
Ricky,
No waiting.
queen on the turn. That's gonna leave 3 seats open here at our main
Yeesh, Ricky.
table. Wow. Okay.
Absolutely devastating for Joe. Having flop bottom set, he was looking prime to go ahead and get a triple up there between what was in the pot and Ricky's call of his all in. Man, Joe would have been up there. He would have been right in the middle, right in the heat. Oh my goodness. That's him. What a
Wow.
Check. If he flops his hand, flop his rep it. Give somebody a chance to
He
fold.
shot an ace 10 and ace 10, king 10. That right.
Got big alone.
So I was like, I don't know. Queen.
Buttons dead in 7.
not necessarily. I don't know if he's gonna play it for that much. He's got a pair. He's gonna pre for that. I'm talking about pre.
Everybody, it's been an absolute pleasure. This is going to be
20 for 6.
my last hand here. We've got somebody else coming in for the last hour, 2 hours. Sit here with Tim as we finish out the night.
He's 5-2.
And man, Tim, we have seen some, as the blinds go up,
Yeah.
the action picking up here, and man, we have seen some craziness from Orca getting in a 30 big blind stack.
That turn, though, has been absolutely
Man, the
dangerous.
turn, there's been no waiting.
Nothing. No waiting for anybody. Just right there, binks it. Just
Is crazy. Derek with a commanding chip lead. Ricky kind of vaulting, and we were mentioning earlier, Ricky was kind of falling off of pace a little bit and kind of getting eaten away, looking for the big hand. He found it in queens, got out-flopped by pocket fives. We flopped the set. They get it in, and Ricky, man, Ricky spiking a queen right on the turn. That is nasty.
Step button, small big. That's 20,000. 2-2. Full. 2-3.
Jason, I'll let you know that here in a quick second. I'm not really sure. With how many players are getting eliminated at this fast clip like this, I'm not really sure. Drew getting it in right here with
Drew gets it in.
Gets it in here with King Queen and is way ahead of the King 10 and King Jack.
Yeah, you know, Ricky has a pretty clear fold here, but Mike's kind of committed himself. Again, this is the problem, Tim, with choosing a really large opening size like this, is now you've essentially committed yourself with a mediocre holding to an all-in of this size. He's going to be getting about 2.5 to 1. He's got a call.
And he
but
doesn't. He's not happy about it.
He's
You can
not
tell
happy
that.
about it, but he's dominated.
You can tell he's not happy about it. And King Jack, yeah, King Jack against King Queen. But I mean, for all we know, Jack of Diamonds on the turn.
Here we go. The turn. The turn is where it's been happening. And let's see here, folks. King Jack versus Queen. King off to a river. And now the outs have flip-flopped. Drew trying to fade a jack. Or queen, excuse me.
And there's a jack.
There's a jack. He'll make the nuts. How about that for Drew? Drew now all of a sudden up to a little over 20 big blinds. And folks, it's been an absolute pleasure, Tim.
All right,
great to be back in here with you,
buddy.
man. I'll see you this weekend. We'll
so
be back.
Max will be here with me all weekend long doing this. Hopefully, as I stated, he is not here on Sunday, and he's out there playing.
Hopefully.
Maybe we can critique him a little bit as we go. But
I need it, believe me.
But Max is going to head on out. He actually has a real job, and so I will be with you guys for the rest of the night, and until we are down to 18 players. Looks like we're dropping pretty fast. So Max, have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Tim, good to see you, buddy. I'll be here tomorrow. Everybody, thank you so much. We will be back live again tomorrow night.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, sounds good. All right, so we just got a new player here into the live stream room, and it looks like his name's Corey. I play with Corey a lot over the years, and we're gonna see where he's at here with chip wise. Try to get him all. Try to get everything loaded up into the system. LaDon here with the ace jack and short stack. Blinds are still 3 and 6 with a 3,000 ante.
Raise. 15. It's got to be 16,000. 16,000 is the bet. See, 4 full.
Looks like, I apologize, looks like blinds are now up to 484 if it's got to be 16 pre-flop. So that means that blinds are up. There it is, updated on our graphics there.
C1.
Ricky with King 10 suited.
Calls.
TD, welcome back to the stream, buddy. Good to see you.
Player.
And Mike is going to complete here with the Moose. So we're three-handed to this flop. Ladon short stacked here with about 60,000 left. Flop King 9-5. A little bit of everything out there. Excuse me, a little piece for everybody. Ace Jack high for Ladon though. It's going to check around.
C10.
Ricky's still good with his king high or pair of kings. Excuse me.
That's 25,025. C1. Folds. C3.
Hey. So, I now have a new partner here in the booth with me right now. Go ahead and say hi.
A new one about an old one.
There we go. We
It's
got a new
Vic.
buddy. Good. Vic is with us now. Here we go. Fresh off of dealing out there in the main room.
Yeah.
How's it going out there?
Good. It's been a long day, but it's been a lot of fun.
All right. How many players
Yeah.
we got left?
We are down to 3 tables. We got 2 out there and this one
Oh,
here.
perfect. So now we are down under 30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. There are 3 tables out there, so we're down to 4.
Down to 4. Okay, so
tables.
4 tables. Okay, down to 4 tables. So that if that answers your question there, Jason. Right now we got smoke coming in here into the main room. We just had Corey as an addition. We still have one more open seat in here. The action has been very good on this final table,
Yeah?
or on this feature table. So we just had a hand where a guy flopped a bottom set against an overpair, and the overpair spiked the queen on the turn for the bigger set. We've had some pretty big hands between the Orca and Derek. Derek had kings with a king of hearts, and Orca had the ace of hearts in his hand, 3 hearts on the board. That was a really massive hand, and the kings held. So,
So are there a few players here that have been here for quite some time?
yeah, so Kevin Wall has been at this table the entire time.
Wow.
Neil has been at this table the entire time.
Okay.
Derek got moved in here very shortly after.
Okay.
And the other person that's been here the entire time is Ricky in seat 9.
Oh.
Or seat 10. Seat 10.
C10. Okay.
So, yeah, that's, yeah, we've had a lot of people filter through so far.
Yeah.
The seat that Smoke is in has not been very friendly.
No?
So, yep.
Well, let's
But
see
how's
if we can
everything
change
going
that.
out there? Any big stacks to mention?
Yeah, I think it looks like Glenn's got a pretty big stack.
Nice, okay.
And he and Ray were just in a pretty good hand pre-flop, but after the flop, Glenn made a pretty big bet and Ray folded. I thought it was going to be some real fireworks, but it
Okay,
wasn't.
nice.
And yeah, he's. I was at his table at number 1 up there in the front for a few downs.
Okay.
And he wasn't. He was doing Glenn magic. He wasn't playing a lot of hands, but all of a sudden he would just hit big.
2 bets, 20,000.
Well, we've been back here since the beginning of the day, since the beginning of the tournament. We started
Yeah.
out here with this feature table, and it's been going really well. We've had like I mentioned, we've had a great amount of action so far. There's been some really bad beats.
Oh, really?
But yeah, there's been some runner situations that have happened so far. A lot of interaction with us on the live stream, so that's really good.
Terrific. How many we got right now?
So right now we're at 32. We've
All right.
we topped out close to 50 at one point.
Great.
And Terry says Smokestack still has like 15 entries into this tournament, which is I don't know if that's not true. Actually, I know he has enough for 1 to every flight. I don't know if he has any more than that. So
Well, the format was perfect for that. You know, we've got $260 buy-in and then $100 re-entries.
Yeah.
Had to go up to the cage to re-enter, and I think we wound up with 86 entries and then 84
rebuys. Oh wow. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there are the top 18 people, 18
Yep.
people from tonight.
Top 18 make it onto tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
this is a flight whereby we've got this feature table. It won't become a final table because we're going down to the final 18. Once we get to 18, then the night is over, and we start over again tomorrow morning 11:15 with our second flight tomorrow night, 6:15. So we'll have 2 flights tomorrow and 2 flights on Saturday, all leading up to Sunday. So just to let the viewership know that this will continue to be a feature table. Obviously, when we get to Sunday, we'll have a feature followed by a final table. And, of course, that'll be the final for the total $100,000 guarantee. Been a great series so far. We've had really good turnouts. Sunday for the free roll, Monday for the pineapple, Tuesday for the PLO. I actually played in that. Didn't do too well.
Yeah, hey, you lasted longer than me.
Okay.
We were at the same table.
Yep.
It did not go well. So.
Yep. And then last night, the bounty tournament, I think there were
90 entries.
90
entries. So we've had a great turnout so far on this Fall Classic Series that we have going on here. And right now we have an all-in here. We have Ladon all-in with pocket sixes against Smokes Ace King. So classic race here, and looks like Ladon is going to be at risk with the sixes. And Ladon has been playing pretty well up until this point. So let's see if his sixes can hold. And unfortunately, that would be not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. So need a sixth appeal here. And looks like it's going to be... Unfortunately, Ladon is going to be eliminated from this tournament with his sixes. Well, Deborah, yeah, it would. Every time we stream, I'm glad he says that. We do miss you. Come on down for this tournament. I know it's a little bit of a drive for you guys, but you know, we hope to see you this weekend. And if we don't see you this weekend, we have our Black Friday tournament coming up. That's a mystery bounty, $240 buy-in. And if you don't want to play that high of a tournament, just come on down here on a random day. I'm sure we'll be glad to see you.
Yeah.
And also make sure that you don't have to drive home. You gotta make sure you outlast them. They still have my favorite prop bet. When they go play poker together, they come down as a couple. Whoever places better doesn't have to drive.
Oh,
so
really?
yeah. What a great prop bet.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Smokey had a good hand there, just having to come in and sit down. There's a take a look at this feature table chip count.
That smell big alone, 8,000 call.
Yeah, we've got Josh P. at the handle there at the dealing for this.
Yep.
Get rid of that. Seat 6.
And we're probably coming up pretty close on a break here. There will not be a color up in this break, but we will color down a little bit. We're going to get some of these oranges and pinks off the table and get some more yellows out there. Maybe even some black chips. Are they black, right?
Yeah, 100Ks are black. Black and green.
Color challenged I am sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Norma, I've never seen you come in here and play. Come on in and play.
Seat 9. Call. Seat 10.
Raised to 19,000. We've got a call with the pocket threes. Mike, very savvy player.
So pocket threes have
Let
been a
that
hand
go.
that this table has been folding a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, pre-flop, they've been folding them a lot.
I got to think Kevin's going to like this hand.
Kevin actually had a chance to double up about an orbit and a half ago or so. He would have double plus some, and he folded. He folded tens pre-flop to Mike. I believe Mike had ace king against I forget what the other hand was, but he would have won the hand and doubled up. So
Actually, we'll be on seat 6.
So a pretty good sized pot here, 69,000.
well, I really hope not, Daniel. I did not see it on the graphic. I don't. If you caught it, maybe he did fold ace queen, but I really hope he didn't.
Kevin hits this queen. Derek's going to check this. Drew with the pocket threes.
Well, based off of the players' reactions right now,
Kevin's going to check that, showing a little fear of the ace. This diamond could really slow people down as well.
Check. Seat 9. Check.
And, you know, if Kevin would just fire at this, I think he'd take it down, but he's not going to do that.
Normal, you're kind of like Dirt's groupie. That is something I will be definitely talking to him about for sure.
Okay.
So Drew's going to take a shot at this. He smells some fear. And it looks like about 36,000 is what he's going to put out there. And whatever he smelled, Kevin smells something different. He feels like he is ahead with the queen, so he's going to make the call. Derek's going to fold, get out of the way. And he shows a pair of threes.
Kevin's going to
Queens
take.
will take that down. That was a good call, Kevin, given that board. Drew had shown really no.
Well, with that hand right there, we are. It looks like. We are going to be going on a small break.
All right, we are going to go.
So there we go. So we will be back here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, come back, please. Come and join us.
And yeah, we will. We will
this is a 10-minute break.
Yeah, this is a 10-minute break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right.
18. 5 folds.
All right, we are back here live at the reserve for our feature table of our 100K guarantee tournament, $260 buy-in.
Folds. 9.
This is the rail. We're calling ourselves the rail back
The
here.
rail.
Yeah. Tim and I, Max,
Folds. 1.
other people, and we're going to start doing some spotlights. You guys did a spotlight already tonight, didn't you?
77.
Yeah, so we did 2 of them actually. We
Okay.
did one with our chip leader on this table right now, Derek, and then we did one with the Orca.
All right.
But unfortunately, the Orca decided to become an NFL All-Pro punter and punted off his stack. So,
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. He got in with the nut draw and missed.
We do have an all-in here from Mike with ace-5 offsuit. He's all in with 75,000. Our blinds are now 10, 5, and 5 on the ante.
Yep. 77.
Derek has asked for a count. Derek's on the big blind.
Folds.
I'm going to lay that down. And Mike's going to take down the blinds.
So right now we have, last time I checked, we have 33 players left. So just over half of the field is going to make day 2 here. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. As we mentioned before, we've got 18 people advancing to Sunday tonight. We started today at 6:15, and we had well over 80 entries, and we had well over 80 rebuys at the table, or at the cage for 100. And this has been our feature table. As I came in a little late, and Tim updated me on some of the folks that have been here almost the whole time. There's still a couple of them.
Yep.
9.
Smoke came in right before the break and took down a good hand.
9 folds. 10.
And we've got
Folds. C1.
Folds over to Mike.
All in.
going to go all in again. Going to start putting on some pressure. Definitely Mike Poker.
So I did do a little counting when I was out there and found out that the big stack currently has about 650,000.
Who is?
Big Glenn.
Yeah.
Big Glenn.
Yeah.
Mr. Fitzwell is what he likes to go by. But Big Glenn has
6 folds.
has the big
7
stack right now.
folds.
And Mike, with his back-to-back all-ins, is going to take back-to-back pots with the big blind, small blind, and ante, which are 5 and 10 and 5 right now. We got Brian at the helm dealing for us, and at this table, Derek is the chip leader with 394,000.
Smoke, you got big names. Smoke.
Kevin, who's been at this table all day, at 199. Did you mention Kevin bought us lunch today? Kevin was nice enough to bring in lunch for the dealers. That's not a bribe, by the way. Just Kevin's a really great guy and loves the Reserve Poker Room here on Glendale Avenue in Toledo.
But for the record, if you're trying to bribe us with food, you can still try though. Don't give up.
And Drew Drew takes a look at ace-10 of hearts and decides to go all in.
59,000 is the all in.
Over to Ricky, who's looking at pocket nines. He needs 59,000 to call. That looks like not too much of his stack to be able to do that. Probably wondering if he needs to.
10
Oh,
folds.
okay. He's
Wow.
going to lay those down.
Wow.
Folds 2.
Yeah. Kevin certainly is going to let this go. King 8 offsuit.
Folds 4, folds 5, folds 6, folds 7, folds
And Smoke is going to fold here too.
8.
This portion of our broadcast is brought to you by Jack's Menswear. Jack's has been a sponsor of ours right from the beginning. Our good friend Mark Hopkins is the owner-manager of that facility. Jack's Menswear has everything you need to look sharp, including hats, ties, shoes, suits, both dressed and casual. We're family-owned, but has been in Toledo for 75 years. Come in to see our wall of distinction, then consult the friendly and experienced staff to see how you too can become a man of distinction. We're open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Mention the Reserve Poker Club and receive 20% off our already low prices for your next purchase. It's been a busy place there with homecoming, and they do post on Facebook, and it's fun to see some of the young men that come in there and become men of distinction for the
definitely fun to watch.
It is, yeah. He posts some great pictures.
I'd like to say hi to Lindsay. Lindsay just started watching with us. How are you doing?
Fold 6, fold 7, seed 8. Fold C9.
But yeah, so Mark was in here last week. Saw him. He always looks good, in all his stylish clothes that he wears. So, just flopping the nuts for Corey. That's an easy game.
Yeah.
Check C5, check. C9,
Now Neil picks up a piece of this.
check. 4. Bet 20,000.
He had made the pre-flop raise, and now he's going to bet with his 7.
Call.
Get a-
9.
So I played a hand recently with Corey at that big building over there on Miami Street, and yeah, he got me on the river. Hit a gutter ball on me against the river on the river.
Bet 35,000.
35,000. I think that's a clever bet here to get Neil to bite. I think he's going to think about this, wondering why Corey had checked the flop and then called the turn, and now he's going to find out. Yep. Well played, I think, there by Corey. And that's going to take Corey to almost 300,000. Take Neil down to 75,000 or maybe even lower, I think. We do have a cash game going out in the main room right now. I believe they're playing 1-2, no limit.
Yep.
And it's a full table with somebody waiting. If you're within distance of our voice, come on in and see if you can get on the list to play some cash tonight. We'll be right back in here tomorrow morning for flight number 2. And that'll start at 11:15. Please go on Facebook, go on our website so that you can check out the times for all the flights that we've got left yet coming up before Sunday. There's 4 more after this one. Corey's got another strong hand.
Yeah, he's strong. Terry, I'll wear a suit for sure if we ever have a tournament that has a day 3. I promise. I'll wear a suit in the booth, and so will Vic, and so will Max.
Sure.
And we'll all 3 do it together if we ever have a tournament that has 3 days. Wow, Lee wakes up with ace-king behind, too.
Yeah.
C7.
Probably going to see some fireworks here on this particular hand. Corey raised to 35. Derek made it 90. Lee looking down at ace-king. Giving this a lot of thought. So you appear to have, about 150 there?
Yeah, roughly.
So more than half a
130-ish.
stack just to call. Imagine he's thinking about pushing. I can't imagine he's thinking about folding, but he might be.
Oh, no.
And he lets it go.
What a good fold, though. I mean, knowing that there's a 3-bet. Oh, there's another ace down, too, right there from Drew.
This segment is sponsored by the
Sponsored by what?
Don't leave me hanging, man.
That's not corn, is it? C5.
Now, interesting here because both Corey and Derek have pretty sizable stacks, so it's not you're not playing against a short stack trying to bully them around.
And their stacks were close.
Oh,
and
Corey! Wow, folding jacks.
Wow. Okay.
So Derek with a 3-bet to 90,000 gets two better hands in jacks and ace king to fold.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm actually shocked. I'm more shocked by the fold from Lee just because he has 130,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm curious. about
Interesting
this one
play.
here.
Sure was.
Really?
Derek just,
Hang on a second. I laid down aces, was that good?
There must be 5 aces in the deck.
I'm like, dude,
I had aces.
somebody's lying. 2 folds.
Yeah. More lies.
4 folds, 5 folds.
More poker table lies. Doesn't matter that they're on the feature. He did lay down pocket threes there, and there's Derek with the king threes. And another 3 comes up to Lee. 5-3 of clubs. He's going to let that go. Smoke looks in an ace, but passes on it.
Drew with jacks.
There's the jacks again.
And Drew only has 50,000. And he is all in. Mike in the big blind with deuces.
Yeah, but it would
I'm
be,
curious. It'll be half his stack.
half his stack, yeah. He's going to call.
Oh, he calls. Snap
Yeah.
called. I think Mike is just trying to accumulate chips at this point. He had a situation where he had a good stack starting to build up and has taken a couple of big hits to it. So I did not see anybody take down a deuce though.
No, I didn't either. All the kings that we saw pre-flop were pretty weak kings. And he's going to double up here.
Drew with a
Better than
double up.
Jack deuce.
I literally folded jack deuce. Like literally. Wow.
Going to take down 106,000, 108,000 on that.
Right?
And there's the chip count here for this feature table. Mike took a bit of a hit there.
Jerry, yes, Glenn is still in. He's actually our big stack. When I was out there, he had 650,000. And then there are 32 currently left. Neil with aces here in short stack. He's going to shove all in.
Yep.
73,000. 7-3 and 7-3 for Derek and Corey. Lee with king 9, not really a playable hand either.
Folds, seat 8.
Folds.
Folds, 9. Folds, seat 10.
Ricky with king jack
Folds,
and
1.
folds.
Folds, 2.
Kevin's going to go ahead and fold.
Let's see if Neil shows. Neil doesn't show a lot of hands.
He does not. Nope.
Action on 5 seat. Raise.
Corey's going to raise with
35,000. Seat
ace
6.
queen. 35,000 is the new bet with our blinds at 10 and 5. Derek with a hand that I think he likes, particularly with that just 3x bet. No, he's going to lay that down. Lee will probably lay down the 5-4.
Folds 8. Folds C9.
Yeah, Dwayne, it's looking like we're tightening up a lot on the on this table with that ace king fold and that jacks fold. So
Folds C1. Folds 2.
we might be in for a long night. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, we could be. However, we are stopping when we get to 18.
27. Oh, we're stopping we're stopping at 27 to redraw seats.
Yes,
and then we're
correct.
stopping at 18. So
And then stopping at 18. Yep.
yeah, so it's it's definitely gonna. I think we'll probably be on air for. I would say at least another hour and a half or so.
Yep, quite possibly. These are 25-minute levels, so this does give opportunity with what we would consider an extra 5 minutes. Typically, we do 20-minute levels, but on these flights, it's 25-minute levels. Game plays a little bit longer.
Folds 7.
Everybody started with 40,000 in chips
Folds
tonight.
C8.
Rebuy for $100 got you 40,000. We did not do an add-on. We're not going to do an add-on in these flights.
Folds C1. Is all in.
Mike wants to take down the blinds. He's got 10-4, going in with 58,000. Neil
58,000 be all in.
folds, and then Corey folds.
Good bet, sir. Button and 4
We see Mike do well for these big tournaments, and Mike is pretty much consistently showing up when we do these big tournaments. He does like the bigger games. Travels around, not just this tri-state area, but around the country to play in big tournaments.
This snap call 2 people all in queen 10.
Queen 10.
He's like, well, it's suited. You can't even win. Dom's got king high suited. You're dead. You're onto a 10.
Action on 18 first.
You were reading my mind too. I was thinking, man, that's a winner right there too.
8 folds.
He didn't even
7
hesitate,
folds.
too.
C8.
It's for like 3/4 of the shit.
8
He didn't
folds.
even hesitate.
C9. Call C10. 10
Queen,
folds.
queen 10 is better
Fold,
than ace.
C2.
Fucking snap.
I was waiting for it. It's my favorite hand.
Fold C5. Fold. Option 60. Check. 3 players. 60.
All right, so we are going to see a flop. No pre-flop raises.
Dwayne, I feel like no one in Michigan likes Mike. Every Michigan player that I see on this stream tends to say something about Mike. Oh, how about a 10 here? Just for, you see this? A 10 would give Derek the straight, and it would give Kevin the nuts.
Yeah,
That's
maybe that's yet to come.
But you know me, I'm always rooting for the chaos.
fold C2. Folds.
So the pot goes to the aggressor, not necessarily with the best hand, but both of them had gut shots there.
Well, well, Dwayne. Listen. We will trade him back to Michigan for a player to be named later, okay, or just cash considerations. We're not looking for draft picks, so we're not looking to, to win the trade. You guys can have him back.
No, I'm not going to tell Mike way to play deuces.
Don't worry, Dwayne. I got you. I got you on that.
The very least, I'm going to get a dirty look, but that's just the least of it.
Cammy, what? Are you on your phone?
No, I'm not allowed to look at this.
Are you Cammy watching the stream?
C8, fold. It's next hand. C9, fold. C10, fold.
Good catch, Joe.
C1, fold. I got some recruits. C2 raises a
Kevin's
30.
going to raise to 30,000 with Queen 10 of diamonds. Everybody folded before him, and there's the other 2 of diamonds. Ace 7 of diamonds. Neil goes all in.
That is 73.
Derek looks down at aces. So this is not looking too well right now for Neil, unfortunately. Neil's one of our favorite players.
I understand that.
They're all our favorite players, but Neil just brings a lot of fun and excitement to the game. The other night, we had a side bet going on here where the dealers picked a horse for $10, and I picked Neil, and suddenly while I was dealing, I realized I didn't hear Neil laughing anymore. So I knew that many was out. Kevin needs 43,000 here to call. He's thinking about it. Doesn't know that
Derek with aces.
Got 2 diamonds, and that Derek's got aces. But he did raise he was the first raiser come out with that hand. So now we've got an all-in with Neil at ace 7 of diamonds. Derek with aces.
2 spades and
really no help to anybody there. Although the aces continue to be really strong. And Derek's going to check that. Kevin's going to check.
C6.
Now Derek's also got a spade draw. He's going to check it. Check.
C6.
With all the checking, I got to wonder if Neil thinks maybe he's good. Maybe not. But
well, not when Derek leads the river.
yeah.
C2, all hands. C6, 1.
And so we're going to lose Neil for the night. Pretty sure Neil will be back for another flight. We've got 4 more flights to go. We've got 2 tomorrow, one at 11:15, and tomorrow evening at 6:15. $260 buy-in, everybody out there, with a $100 re-entry. Starting with 40,000 in chips. 2 more flights tomorrow, 2 Saturday, and then the main event, day 2, will be at 1:15 on Sunday. Tonight we're having 18 players advance to Sunday. We are doing a double bag bonus of $1,500. Any of the 18 players tonight bag, and then they come back and bag again. They can turn in the lower amount of their 2 bags and receive $1,500 cash on the spot.
C10.
Well, for anybody that's up watching for us this late, we really do appreciate it. It is 1 a.m. on a Thursday night / Friday, early Friday morning, and we still have people here watching with us. So we really do appreciate all the support that we get. So thank you to the poker community and some of the people that aren't even really part of the poker community that are just watching to help support us. So we really do appreciate that.
Kevin, patiently, being a patient player, folds his pocket 5s behind Mike's all-in with King 10 of spades. Lee, who earlier folded ace-king, is now looking at king-queen. He needs 73,000. 2/3, 3/4 of his current stack, so he's going to fold that. Smoke's got 132,000. He needs half of his stack to make that call, but he's going to fold the jack-10. And Mike, other than the pocket 2s, every time he's gone in the last 20, 30 minutes, he has taken it down. That helps him a little bit, but still Derek continues to be the chip leader at this feature table with 635,000, followed by Corey and Ricky.
Momo, I appreciate those good words, man. Like I said, we have this live stream room that we don't use every single day, and if you could want to bring that game down here ever, go ahead and bring all those players down here. We'll set it up for you. No worries.
Momo was here the other night.
Yeah, Momo came and he played on Tuesday. He brought down one of up here a guy I know named Paulie, one of his friends, and you know, Momo has his own spot up there in Michigan, and he also has a cash game. I told him we'll set it up for him. You know, we'll have a little meetup game for him here. So.
Suit 7, fold. Suit 8, fold. Suit 9.
Kevin goes all in with King 10, King Queen of clubs.
Don't snap the card.
Does not get a caller, so he's able to take down the blinds just before the blinds are coming his way. Very patient player.
We are redrawing at 27, guys.
All right, so it looks like a redraw. Oh, he was informing them that we're redrawing at 27, so we must be pretty close to being down to 27 players.
Seat 1.
And we've got Daniel at the helm now dealing for us.
Seat 2. Fold. Seat 5, fold. Seat 6, fold. 7, fold. Seat 8, fold. Fold. Seat 9.
So with a complete redraw, we will see, right, some different, potentially
Yeah,
some
so
different players.
potentially we will have a few players that'll probably stay on this particular table, but with redrawing for out of 27 players, a lot of these players are going to get shuffled around, and then it's a whole new ball game. I mean, Ricky and Kevin, and up until Neil just got knocked out, Neil have all been sitting at this table the entire day.
Is the plan at 27 to be 9-handed per table at that point?
Yes, I believe so. Yes,
All right. We have been 10-handed all day, but
9-handed per table, and then they're going to play down to 18.
Play down to 18. All right.
And I will get clarification. I'm not sure if they're going to go hand for hand at 19. So we'll see about that also. Yeah. I don't expect hand for hand to take very long. Lee with pocket 10s here in the short stack. Less than 10 big blinds for Lee. I think he's going to. Oh wow.
Raise 45.
You know, and I really like that play by Lee there.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna want to get max value, but also you only got 10, so you don't want to risk too much.
Right.
But at the same time, I can see how some people are gonna say, you know, you should probably see all 5.
Boy, if that was
and
just a little stronger.
And Mike, the look to the dealer.
Yeah.
For as much crap we give Mike, we really do like him around here. He, you know, he's a really good supporter of the reserve. Talks very highly of us, and we talk. You know, as much as we give him crap, we do like you around here, Mike. So don't take it the other way.
C5.
Or he's going to fold under the gun at Queen 7.
5, nope.
C6.
Derek, the chip leader. Don't expect him to do anything too crazy.
C8.
Smoke with King Jack.
40.
He's got just under 10 big blinds, and he's going to make a raise with the King Jack of spades. Make it 40,000.
Fold. C10.
Wow, Mike picks up King Queen there, short stack.
10 fold. C1.
Foresee an all in. Oh, and he lets it down. That's very interesting.
Wow.
Considering the previous hands that he went all in with. Now he's going to be on the button. Mike, that was kind of an interesting
Kind of an
laydown.
interesting laydown, yes, very much
interesting.
so.
My goodness. Don't mention brownies around Tim.
Well, yeah, I love me some brownies. Depends what's in the brownies first off, and also, Jason, bring us some brownies. Mike, you asked how many are left. There are right now. We're playing down to 18, and there's, I would say we're about 30, 28 to 30. They're gonna redraw at 27, so redraw for seats.
Seat 9 fold. Seat 10.
Smoke's going to smooth call with his pocket eights.
1 fold. Seat 2 calls 15.
Kevin's going to
5.
make the call.
Check.
Dolly Parton, the spades here for Corey, 9-5. We're going to be able to see a flop here. Three-way action.
It's a really good flop for eights there for Smoke.
Yeah.
Really good flop.
Really
now,
is.
Corey does pick up a gutter, but...
That's 40,000.
But not much else.
Yeah, not much else. And 40,000 is a little hefty for anybody to call here. And basically everybody at this point is short stacked in this tournament. And
Right.
once the blinds go up one or two more levels, it'll be over.
Yeah.
You got him singing that back there? Is that what I heard?
I don't know. Did I?
It sounded like it almost. I don't know. But it sounded like
You're welcome.
Smoke accusing Jim of singing.
Seat 7.
Is that sleep deprivation or we've only done this for 1 day so far. None of us
know.
should be that tired yet.
Seat 9 fold.
Got 3 more great days coming up here with 2 flights tomorrow, 2 flights Saturday, and then our main event day 2 on Sunday.
Saturday night when we're in here laughing and joking like hyenas because we're so damn tired. That'll
Yeah.
be a little different.
Now Mike does like the 7-6 of diamonds, and he's going to go all in with that. Or he's going to fold ace-4.
And Derek's probably giving this up.
Same old card, he says.
You can't have jacks going 6 ways and have aces everything.
So I think the strategy, if you take a look at just spotlighting Mike real quick and where he's at with his stack, and take into consideration that he'll likely be back here at least one more time. Who knows, maybe more than 1 or 2 more flights. His interest here is he's going to be patient, but he's going to be putting on pressure because he's going to try to build his stack up and be one of those 18. He's going to. I think his thought process is, if I pick on him a little bit, is that okay? I get a bag, I come back, I get another bag, and then I make the 1,500 on the double bag. It's a different than if this is just a tournament. And you look at some sharp cards and you're low stacked, and you decide to go all in. He's really going all in because he wants to build. He wants to build more chips.
Seat 5 fold.
And that, what's the difference? Some of you might say, well, the difference is oftentimes people just get tired. They decide, hey, I'm just going to push all in. It's late in the tournament. And I don't think you're going to see that kind of play here as we mix up this table once we do the redraw. I think we'll continue to see people wanting to make it down to that 18, regardless of what their bag size might be. Because we have a number of players, if you look around the room, you look around this room, and you look around the big room, there's a number of players we're going to see here again more than once, more than twice in these flights.
So we had 86 players that... individual players that entered the tournament.
Right.
And we had 84 re-entries.
Right.
So, and that, a lot of these players are players that are either staying in the area or they're coming back to play multiple flights, maybe not tomorrow, but on Saturday. With having 2 flights per day, we have some players that plan on playing both flights. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that, just because it seems to. That's a lot of poker.
Yeah.
You're playing for 14, 15 hours in one day, and that's just a lot. However, if that is what your schedule dictates, maybe you can't play on Saturday, but you can play all day Friday, or vice versa, then I understand. But
and there's another all in from Mike. collecting blinds as he does that.
Yeah.
Not getting calls, but at least collecting blinds.
Dirt, I'm not really sure on if Glenn still has a big stack or not. Obviously, we're in that back room, so we're not able to see who's out in the main and how that's going. But we will be able to see going here in a little bit. You know, if we go on a break, I'm able to walk out there and see what's going on. But when before I walked in here, he had 650,000.
Mike chooses that the ace-5 is not a position, or the position that he's in with the ace-5 is not something he should do the all-in again with. But now Smoke looks at ace-5, but it's suited spades, and he's in the small blind. Yep, that's a raising hand in that situation. He's going to go all in. Drew's going to take a look at 10-2 and might think about it a little bit with his short stack here at 53,000. He's on the big blind, so he's in there for 15,000 plus. He's got 5,000 in on the ante, but he's going to lay that down, try to pick another spot.
And we are still waiting to go down to 27 players. Jim said that. Earlier I asked Jim, I said, how long do you think this flight will take? Because we've never had a flight take longer than 7 hours.
Yeah, well.
Well, sir, we are breaking the record today.
Yeah. Started at 6:15 tonight.
And I'm only saying this because Jim's normally right about the things he says.
Yeah.
so when there is a small win for us, we got to take it. And run
That's
with
right.
It.
That's right.
Uh-oh, Corey with ace queen and all in, and Lee with queens and all in. Corey wakes up with ace queen here. Still, Corey has 200,000 back.
C9 fold. C10 fold. C5 was another.
Asking for the count.
111. 111 call. C5 calls.
Daniel's going to get this pot right. We're going to get the cards in position. We've got an all-in from Lee with pocket queens. A call from Corey with ace queen of spades. Very nice, Daniel. Gets it just right. Oh, man. What a picture.
You know, Daniel is obviously one of our top-notch dealers here at the Reserve, and 7-4-3 on the flop. No help to the, actually extremely no help for that hand. Looking
spades.
for an offsuit ace or 5. Chop it up.
Wow.
Chop it up.
Look at that.
I was gonna say 5.
You know, I brought this up. I brought this up earlier. We have some of the best. We have some of the best staff in the area.
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly mean that.
Yeah.
And that includes, you know, the staff at the big casinos that we have around our tri-state area. We have an amazing staff here. Everybody works so well together, and we try to do the best we can to accommodate these players. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a good-looking picture that Daniel
Yeah,
put up for us.
yep.
Speaking of good-looking pictures, that carpeting in the
definitely
is brand new and really makes the room pop. And that was of course, by one of our sponsors and one of our regular favorites, Creative. I'm sorry, not Creative.
Yeah, not Creative Excellence, but Carpet Spectrum.
Carpet Spectrum.
You know, it's funny. My daughter's stepdad and her uncle are the one that put that.
Yes,
put
right.
The carpet. Yep.
Yeah, you
Kyle
mentioned
and
yes.
Ty, yep.
Yeah, but man, that just looks so nice.
Yeah.
Hats off to Steve, Marissa, and Jim for the vision that they have for this place.
And Lisa. Can't forget Lisa.
And Lisa.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yep. Don't forget Lisa.
I don't want to get yelled at by her. That's
no,
all
I
you,
don't.
buddy.
I suddenly am looking down to make sure that
You're making sure she's not on here with us?
She's not on here.
So no, yeah, everything that we have going here is absolutely amazing, and I love it. And Derek with Jack 9 offsuit.
6 raises to 35. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds.
I don't think we've seen Rick play a hand since, at least since I sat down. It's been a long time. Mike just needs 20,000 to call, but he's going to lay that down. And we're going to move on, move the button over. Blinds at 15. 5 and 5. Did I say that right? Yeah. Corey's under the gun. Jack 4 of diamonds. Lay that down.
C6 fold. C7 fold.
Lee.
C8.
Long day here today, folks.
9 folds.
Got some long faces out there.
10 folds. C1.
Mike battle the blinds with King 5 of diamonds.
All in.
Goes all in. And there's a snap call from Kevin with Jack 9 of hearts. Kevin's flight life for the day with his Jack 9 of hearts. If he can hit something here, take him back up to 167,000.
Got a straight draw added to it.
Yeah. There's a 9, but there's a king. So he's got a piece of that. And that's going to be it for the day for Kevin. Long day for Kevin, sitting in that same spot all day long. But he is going to exit here.
That's small, big one.
And on this particular feature table right now, we're going to have a dead small. Big alone.
No shame in letting me walk, guys. No shame.
I like walks on the beach.
Yep.
I like walks at the park. I like walks.
Yeah, you lose one?
Yep. No, we don't respect begging around here.
No? Alright, well.
Let's see, 1 out, 2, 3, 4. You got it? 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Derek under the gun with 3-2. Lee with ace-5 now. Got to be another one of those players that's losing some patience, but he's patiently folds that. Smoke now with ace-10. Got a raisable hand there. He's got 187,000 to start.
Yeah, once the blinds go up, I think the blinds are going to go up to what, 5 and or it's going to be 10-20.
Mm-hmm.
So once the blinds hit 10-20, it's going to be a situation where almost everybody's going to have a small stack and
yeah. Smoke's going to raise and take the blinds down here. We're going to have a dead button.
So right now, I think we are either 1 or 2 players away from from doing the redraw of seats.
Redrawing to 3 tables of 9, 27 players at some point here, pretty soon, I think, like you say. That will likely mix up our players here on the feature table. Maybe not all of them, but good chance. Finally, Ricky looks down at a hand. He's got 220,000, 21,000. Got pocket tens, and he's going to make a raise. Going to fold that. It's going to go over to the small blind. Corey's going to fold that. Derek needs 18,000 to call, and he is the chip leader at this table. He's got one of Ricky's 10s there.
And there's a 10 in the window.
And there's a 10 in the window.
Wow.
That's going to cause some action here. Derek's looking down, reaching for chips, makes a bet. Makes it 20,000. Ricky's got a set of 10s. There are 2 hearts out there.
Raising to 60,000.
He's going to raise to 60. Doesn't want to chase Derek away just yet. I think by the looks of it, with people coming in, oh, this isn't the 27. This is the people that are filling those seats.
Yeah,
what
I
do
think
we have
that
here? We got a call.
I think though that might be the 27th though.
Okay.
Bringing in that ooh.
No, wow, open-ended now.
Open-ended for Derek.
Gonna check that.
Check.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, 2 pair for Derek here.
Yeah. Ricky's slow play, if you want to call that, is going to pay off.
Oh, Derek. Oh, Derek. Check.
Oh, and he's going to check. Wow. Show the set of 10s. Take that down. Looks like a couple betting opportunities might have been missed there.
Wow. You got off at that run out.
Yeah. Mike makes a good point, and only the way Mike can say it.
Yeah, of course. There's always a way. There's always a Mike way about everything.
Yeah. And Ricky's kind of shaking his head. I think he missed. I think he knows he misses a bet. He missed a bet there.
Yes, Dwayne, we are streaming tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we'll be doing the same thing we did tonight with the feature table, and then Saturday, same thing, feature table. Sunday, feature table, and then the final table. So we will be here on stream all day on Sunday.
Drew looks down at ace-5 and decides it's time. He goes all in.
Mike behind him here has ace-king.
Yeah. And Mike, who we had seen below 100,000, now has 200,000. His aggression in previous hands has paid off for him. And he is going to keep up that pressure and go all in. Michael, new player at seat 2, another new player at seat 3, and seat 4. There's Hutch at seat 4.
And Corey with 6s is. Wonder if he gives us any thought. It's a tough spot. Yep, he folds.
Folds immediately with the 6s.
And Lee with 3 deuce gets out. Drew at risk here.
So Mike, with his aggression, was able to isolate this to just the 2 of them. Daniel's going to take the time to get this pot right. Again, give us a nice picture of these all-in cards, and the calling cards, ace-king against ace-5. Corey's paying close attention. See if the 6 comes up. And it does.
gut shot.
Yep.
And Corey would have flopped a set, though.
Yep.
Oh, and Corey would have turned the boat and ended both of them.
Yeah. No kidding.
And ace-king's going to hold, though.
Yes. And we're going to switch up some dealers here. So here at the rail, it's what we call ourselves. We got a spotlight on the rail, and we're going to bring Kevin in.
If
you guys draw this table, just move your chips over to where the seat is.
Here.
sweet.
Hey, and we are here with Kevin while they do the redraw. Kevin, how we doing, buddy?
Doing pretty
there
good.
There he
pretty
is.
Good.
There we go.
Pretty good. Yeah.
All right. So you got to play on the feature table for a long while. You're one of the last remaining.
I was there all day. I think there was just the two of us.
And you didn't exactly start out too hot.
No, I didn't. I went into the day feeling like I was going to be pretty aggressive at some things. I wanted to try to gain some chips early on. This was sort of like a free roll for me because I got a $30 free roll.
Oh, you want to?
I want a seat.
You want a showdown, huh?
Yeah, I want a showdown.
I like it.
So
I like it.
I was only $30 into this, so I thought, well, I'm gonna work on trying to chip up early, and I tried to bluff a few times and got caught, and then I got low, and then I made a really good comeback.
Right. So, do you? First off, you played pretty well. There was only one hand that I thought that you could have played a little differently. Do you know what hand I'm talking about?
Oh my God, there's just so many. once you remind me,
the pocket tens.
The pocket
tens.
Okay.
Oh man, that would have been a huge spot for you to double up right there too. And
I do remember that.
Yeah.
At that time, Mike shoved. I had two really big bets, and Mike shoved, and I'm thinking I really got to dodge a lot of high cards.
Yeah.
And at that time, I didn't want to do a coin flip. I still had a decent amount of stack, and I thought I'd maybe pick a bit bigger spot.
Okay.
But then once I saw the flop, I knew I knew I made a wrong mistake, and I should have taken my chance right there. But
yeah, no, I just thought that was the only hand that I saw that you played that I was kind of like, oh, he folds, but obviously we have the advantage of seeing all the other players' cards here. So,
but he had ace king, so it's a coin flip.
It's a complete flip. So, do you plan on playing any other of the flights going on?
Oh yeah, I have one more seat in
my
you
back.
Have one more?
Okay.
I got one more seat in my back pocket.
Okay, so you got plenty of them, huh?
Yeah, just one more in my back pocket. So,
and how'd you win that one?
Oh, that was another
flip,
another showdown.
Man, you
another
were
showdown.
So just to be clear for anybody at home listening that doesn't understand, on breaks here at the tournaments, we will do a $30 showdown for 10 players. And whoever wins that showdown gets a seat into the tournament. Now, also, we do with that we do high spade, high diamond. It's $10 each. So even if you lose the showdown, you can still win high spade, high diamond for $100.
Yeah.
So and so you've won 2 of them.
Yeah. So I've done 3 since they've started doing them, and so I've won 2 of them.
So you're in for 100. So you're in for $90.
$90,
and you've gotten $520 worth of tickets.
And
that's great. That's awesome.
I got into another showdown today just for the fun of it, trying to get me another seat, and I got the high diamond, so that's $100.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm free
rolling.
Perfect.
There you go.
I'm free rolling for my 2 seats.
So you have $520 worth of seats for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus, that's amazing. So yeah, that's what we love to hear. That's what I mean by we try to take care of all the players around here. So by the way, I want to thank you for dinner tonight.
Oh,
that was amazing. Thank you so much. So we've talked about this a couple of times. This is the Kevin that brought us all in. Oh, he brought us in. I believe the Pacos dogs.
It was
correct?
Tony
Pacos dogs and all the fixings with it. So that was really nice of you.
Yeah,
we really
I had a
appreciate
really
it.
good run last night, and either way, if I had a good run last night or not, I took 4th. But
okay, nice.
Either way, I wanted to do that for you guys. I know this is a really long weekend for you dealers. And you guys don't get a lot of time off, so
so a little pretty quick turnaround for some of us. We'll be here till the end of the night, and then like for instance, I'm dealing the morning flight, so I got to be here at 10:45. So whenever time we get off, get home, get some sleep, get up, get your stuff that you need to get done, and come on over right away.
Yeah.
So what flights do you plan on playing though?
So I'm hopefully playing both of them tomorrow. I do have to work in the morning.
So you have to work in. It is 1:30.
What's great about my job is when I decide to get up and go to work, I'll go to work. But I'm going to try to get up at a decent time. I probably won't be able to be here at the start.
Well, that's okay because here you start with 40,000. There's so much playability.
Yeah, so I'm hopefully. I believe it starts at 11:15. I believe.
Yeah, 11:15 is the first flight, and then we transition over to the second flight at 6:15.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to get here by like 1:15.
Oh, okay.
And put my ticket in.
Okay.
And I'll play Friday night too. So.
Oh, okay. Are you going to be out on the boat on Saturday, or do you already pull that out?
The boat is packed away.
Oh my Lord!
And you know what? I I'm kicking myself. I wish I just would have just pulled it out of the water and not winterized it and stuff
Right.
because the weekend's going to be like 75 degrees.
Yeah, so
But,
I'm supposed to golf on Monday. So yeah, I completely understand. So have you gotten out at all?
not too much lately.
Okay.
The weather hasn't been hasn't been the greatest for golfing. But
So one thing that Vic and I have talked about, and I brought up to him, is that we did the live stream and put together the live stream room and this live stream. So we've been really busy with that, but to try to put together an outing next year for the reserve. So
you know what, I would love to do that.
Yeah,
I know
so-
there's a couple other players that are here, and I have a membership where I live, and
Yep.
I know Ricky would love. He said, "Man, just let me know when you're going to go."
Well, so
Taylor
Ricky-
and
yeah.
it was just fun, and that's what's great about this room is I've been coming here the last year or so.
Yeah.
And the friends that I have made here is just phenomenal. And that's another reason why you bring dinner and
Right,
and,
we
you
really
just,
appreciate that, so.
you just appreciate the dealers, you appreciate the players
Thank
that
you.
come here.
We really do.
And it's just fun.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of fun.
And you live far away, so you're here just as much as we are sometimes, and you live an hour away, right?
Yeah,
Hour
I
plus?
do. I do,
So,
but
okay. So-
that's a whole nother ball of wax there.
So-
Going back and forth, but I do work in town here, so,
So did you
it's
play?
easy.
Did you play at the MSPT?
I did play in the
Okay,
MSPT,
okay.
and I actually got through a couple of $70 satellites for that, and got 2 seats for that, and I sold 1 seat for $1,000.
So
and
you made money by.
So I actually I was up $200, a couple $100, and I played the MSPT main event for free.
Wow! And how
I
did
made
we do?
I made a great run on Thursday. We were about 8 hours into it, and I had 140,000 in chips, which was double the chip average at dinner break. There were 615 people. We were down to about 100, and we playing down to 72, and for about an hour and a half more to go before they were going to cut it off. And I just got carded after
wow.
dinner,
Yeah.
and I just sort of left. It
Yeah.
just went away, and I was really happy how I really played. This is
Good.
really good players, and I tell you what, the players here are just as good as those guys that are
Yes,
up there.
so-
They're phenomenal, and the players here help me to play in a huge event like that.
Really?
Just
That's awesome.
absolutely.
That's awesome.
The competition here is really good, and I've really tried to improve
Nice.
what I'm doing. So
Okay, yeah. So one of the gentlemen that we interviewed earlier finished 7th in
Okay.
the MSPT. So the Orca, or his name's Alex. So,
Uh-huh.
By the way, Terry Dale says you're the house professional.
Yeah, I was going to mention Terry Dale.
Terry says you're the house professional.
Yeah,
So
Terry calls me the house professional.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm by far the best player here, but I do like to come here. He
So-
he just doesn't like it because I like to get in the hands with Terry.
Well,
and
yeah,
he gets all
listen,
frustrated.
When you find a soft player, you keep playing hands with them. It's just that simple.
I wouldn't.
You know?
Yeah.
Especially a guy that'll buy you free meals. That's Terry. So, but no, Kev, it's really good that you got a chance to play, and I'm glad that you have more seats. So hopefully we can get you out making day 2. And if you end up making day 2 tomorrow, do you plan on playing on Saturday to try to double back?
I will. I have something going on that.
I'm sorry. The Rockets are probably playing.
No, they are playing, but they're at Buffalo.
Okay.
But I had some coming up. I was going to play both
Okay, nice.
Saturdays, but I'm probably going to come back and play Saturday evening.
Saturday evening?
We'll sort of
Okay.
see how tomorrow goes.
Well, I will. Myself and Vic and the rest of the crew will be here all day long on both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's all hands on deck when we run something like this.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then we do have. I don't know if you heard, but we are running our Black Friday tournament. It is a $240 mystery bounty, which
Yep.
I've never actually played in one, and I've actually never been a part of one. So I'm kind of interested to see how that goes. So.
Oh, that's a really fun one. I played in the reserve one last year.
Okay.
And super fun tournament, and ton of people showed up for that.
Yeah.
And it's
Yep,
really,
I
it's
remember
really cool.
at that place over there on Miami Street. They used to have a Black Friday tournament, and I got there 2 hours early and was alternate 70. So that was a little rough for me there, and that was the day I learned what Mississippi Stud was, and that was a costly lesson.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
a costly lesson.
Mississippi Stud is also
yeah,
my
that
game.
was a costly.
And,
yeah, I know you love that game.
I love that
you
game,
love that
and
game.
And that definitely has a big ups and
Yeah,
downs.
so
to that,
I,
but win big, lose big in that game.
Yeah, my first hand ever played. I looked down. I got 2 queens and a queen on the first card. I was hooked for a while. After
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And then,
Well,
Yeah.
The first time you play that game, you always win.
You always win.
You
I swear.
always
It's
win.
I swear.
Yeah,
It's like
and
poker. You always beginner's luck. You get that runner. You feel like you can do it for a living, and then all of a sudden you come crashing down.
Yeah.
Well, we're down to 27 players here, so we got 9 more to go before we move on to these players move on to day 2. So it should be very interesting to see how that goes. Right now they're redrawing for seats. So when they redraw for seats, we'll see if we get a new crew here on this feature table. Probably going to start out a little slow because not too many people have actually been. You played on it a couple of times now, right?
What's that?
The live stream. You played on the live
Oh
stream.
yeah, I've played on several times.
Yeah, as a house professional, I expect that. So.
Yeah. It was really interesting when the tournament started. There's quite a bit of people that probably wasn't on the live stream before, and everyone was really, really cautious. I thought the chips would be flying a little bit more earlier, and everyone was really cautious. And I was telling the guys, I said, I don't think anyone wants to get busted off on the live stream.
Right.
And then they're going to have to answer to like.
So actually, I don't know if you've actually watched any of the live stream that we've had going so far, but I don't know if you remember the hand that Tom showed the bluff.
I did.
Did you see what Hutch had?
I did.
Yeah, he had the flush, so that was something we've actually talked about and joked about.
Yeah.
But you don't see that on the live stream, though. Hutch gets, if it's not on the live stream, Hutch goes, I just had 2 pair or a pair or something.
Yeah.
And
then Tom had the nut straight, and he folded.
Yeah,
the nut
that
straight.
was. He said he misread his hand, so that was that. That happens.
Yeah,
but,
we were actually joking at the table about that, and he took it in great stride, and he said that he tries to only look at his cards one time, and he never wants to really go back and look at them, and he just thinks that's sort of a tell that if he re-looks at his cards.
Yeah, so we have it all in here, and ace-10 against king-queen, 10 in the window right here. Kev, what do you think? Well, we know Ray has the ace-10, but Bob is the one all in here for 101,000, and Ray with a massive stack. And
trips it up.
And with that, Bob is going to be eliminated. Bob, one of our favorite players that come in here, one of the administrators over there at Whitmer High School. So prayers for Whitmer. Hopefully they can overcome everything that happened over there.
Ray's going to call that.
Well, I mean, Ray could have 2 Uno cards he's calling.
Yes.
So, it's just how Ray plays. But once again, Ray building another big stack in one of our 100Ks. So Ray actually won one of our 100Ks already back in April, and now he has about 500,000 going into this one. So
yeah, he's a tough player to go against because of his aggression. Sometimes sometimes he's got the nuts, and sometimes he has absolutely nothing. So he's tough to figure out sometimes.
Well, Kev, I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Go get some sleep and get to work tomorrow. And
all right,
we'll be here all day tomorrow. So thank you once again for bringing the food, buddy.
Hey, not a problem.
All right,
appreciate it.
We will
Thanks a lot.
see you tomorrow. See you later.
So with losing 1 player here, we started this table with 27 players left overall, 3 tables of 9. So as far as we know, we're at 26. It could be less.
So a little background here, who we have at the table. Right there is Shane Christie, of the gentleman I brought up earlier, who at the first break was the chip leader of A1 Limousine. Mr. Dave Huff, food truck Dave Huff. Sitting there in seat 5, and to his left there is Ron Bell, the Belldozer, one of our good tournament players we have come in here. Corey has now moved over there into seat 7/8, and one of our winners of our 100Ks, Ray Brent, over there. And is that the King sitting in seat 2?
That is the King.
That is the King sitting in seat 2. So we got Jim Nasser. And it looks like, if I believe that's Lee, who has moved to the opposite side of the table there. And Justin is his name, sitting in seat 1. So
3-hander, we're going to see a flop.
C4 check.
King for Justin.
Check. C1 check.
You're going to check that around.
C4 check. C5 check. C1. That's 20.
Just going to fire, but I don't think he's going to get any callers.
Nope.
Take that down.
And if you see Austin there, Austin is one of our masseuses that we have come in here. It's normally her and her wife, Katie. Austin, it's $1 a minute, and I've had I can't tell you countless massages from Austin. They're absolutely fantastic. So if you come in, she's here probably 5-6 days a week, and it's absolutely amazing the services that we're able to provide here.
Carpet Spectrum is sponsoring this portion of our telecast tonight, and Carpet Spectrum is just down the street from us, and they just did a fantastic job on redoing the carpeting in this live stream room. It looks fantastic. The colors, the quality just makes the room pop. Jim Nasser looking down at King Jack offsuit.
And he is all in.
He's all in here.
Now, unfortunately, we are at that stage of this tournament where everyone is short stacked.
Yeah.
And your blinds are 10 and 20. Even a above average stack, you're still not feeling too comfortable. So,
right.
Once again, I did mention this before though that the blinds will be rolled back to between 4 and 8 and 4, 8, 5, 10. It rolls back to an average of 50 big blinds.
Okay.
So that's what we do on day 2. Day 2 for our restart. But with that elimination of Bob, we are down to at least 26 players, possibly more. So we are getting closer and closer.
Yeah, we are. And Dave Huff now has Ace King of Hearts and is considering the call, but he goes all in. Doesn't need to really do that. Ron is
well
out.
with Ron behind you though. Ron is such a solid tournament player.
Yeah, he is.
And he has been for years and years and years. So it's a situation where you have to be leery of what he's possible to do behind you.
And Jonathan does a great job here of getting our...
Yeah, Jonathan is one of our most professional dealers we have here, but everybody here is so amazing. So, damn lefties, though.
Yeah, exactly.
10s are popular right now. That's 2 more 10s on this board. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. And with that, we are going to see 8 of diamonds on the river, and Dave is going to eliminate the king.
The king eliminates
Mr. Jim
the king.
Nasser.
Mr. Jim Nasser is going to step
Who, by the
out.
way, once again, I'd like to point out, has the best possible fantasy football team name I've ever heard.
Yeah?
He. If anybody knows Jim, you know that he is had some health issues with his legs and has taken it in stride, and his team name is High Ankle Sprain.
All right.
So, that is one of the best things and he's in my league, so that's why I brought that up. So with that, we are down to at least 25.
Yeah,
and
as far as we
counting.
know.
So Ray with 750,000. Wow. Ray has been traveling this year pretty extensively to play in some of these tournaments and that are going around the country, and he has done very, very well.
Yeah,
it's really good to see, and he's a really nice guy. He takes care of the staff really well. So I hope that he hears this, and we think very highly of him.
Well, and it brings up a point that that Kevin mentioned in terms of playing the players here that come to this room and working to be a better player. And it's certainly Ray is one of those players that has made a decision at this point in his life that he's going to be playing a substantial amount of poker. He's going to be playing around, and he's going to work at his game. And we continue to see people here that come because we're just a great social club, but also people that really want to work at their poker playing.
And if anybody ever wants to play Gin 2468, Chinese poker is the latest game people are starting to get into. I'm just waiting for everybody to hook on to euchre.
Yes,
I know you'll be happy about that.
That would be great. Back to Carpet Spectrum, though. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your flooring and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering, ranging from carpet, luxury, vinyl planking, hardwoods, ceramics, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum is home to one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and surrounding area. Come in and mention that you saw our ad in the Reserve Poker Club live stream and receive 20% off of your next order. Significant. And please give them your business. We have given them some of our business, and we can be a true testimonial because we're looking at their work right there behind Dave Huff and looking at the beautiful floor work that they did just this week. Has Corey changed his name to the Dark Helmet?
Well, I think Corey's nickname is Helmet.
Okay,
I believe so. I wasn't sure if that was who it was or not. His beard has gotten a lot bigger than it used to be.
Yeah,
but I believe his nickname is Helmet, and that's the Dark Helmet.
Right. Don't worry, I'll see it on
And Hutch is now watching with us. Hey,
Yeah.
Hutch, how we doing?
Who is this guy?
I know, right?
Ready
Our
for a
helmet?
one?
You're not allowed to get phones back.
C3.
Oh, man.
Fold, C4.
All right, and still action over to Shane. Shane's going to fold. Huff in the hijack with 9-8. And Huff has built himself up a nice stack here.
Yeah.
$500,000.
Right.
Fold, C8.
Very unusual.
Well, some would say that, yes.
But did I ever tell you the basketball story between Huff and I?
I believe so.
Yeah. How I lost.
How many?
He shot 87 out of 100.
That's
87 out of 100 free throws against me. Couldn't believe it. Thankfully, he played me in gin later that day, so I got my money back. But the point is that I lost to Dave.
C1. Check. C8. All in.
Wow.
Corey with gut shot is going to go all in, and that he's going to get paid off for that aggression. He's going to take down that pot.
C8 wins the pot, but he moves your 9.
That's going to help his stack significantly.
The stacks, and then we get like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
of course.
stack,
Yeah, I was just.
20 something, 30.
But Dave Huff, he said that if he wins this, he's going to try to put together that food truck he's been talking about. Hutch, you went out in 26, buddy. That's I'm sorry to hear that, and hopefully you come back in the next couple of flights here, and we got 4 more flights for you to get that bag. And the way you've been playing recently, I'm pretty sure you can get it done. So please come on back, buddy.
Yeah, I think you can do it, buddy.
Shane with offsuit ace here, lays it down.
Fold. C6. Fold. C8. Fold.
The dark helmet in the cutoff folds.
Yeah, you need something to get your mind off of.
Raise to 40. C1.
And Ray with a mystery hand here. That's not a mystery anymore.
Call C3.
He's going to get a call from Justin.
Now,
King Queen offsuit.
I believe Huff folded the same hand.
All right, we are heads up.
The 9-8.
The 9-8 and Helmet folded 7-8 suited. So,
Right.
oh, just
Nope.
just whatever, it's okay.
It's all
It's okay, Ray. Whatever you need. Whatever you need.
Get 100. That's 100.
That's 100,000.
C1 fold.
Justin doesn't have much in common with that board, so he's going to lay that down.
Button moves to C1.
There's a look at this particular table's chip count with Ray at 780,000. And as you mentioned, Dave right behind there with 562.
And Shane there also.
Yeah.
And I don't see. Oh, Lee is there with 33,000. So 2 big blinds there for Lee.
Yeah. Blinds at 10 and 20.
Action off C5. Fold. C6.
Ron not seeing much since he's joined us at this table.
Fold. C9.
Continues to fold.
Fold. C1. Fold. C3. All in.
All in.
C3 all in here with ace deuce. And unfortunately, the 2 hands behind him, or the hand behind him, doesn't matter what he has.
Right.
With 400,000, you have to call Jack 6 against ace deuce.
Jonathan takes the time to get everything set up for us here. The ace deuce on the right is Lee's. Jack 6 is Shane's.
All right, pair on the board, so he has to hit a Jack or 6 now. Now he can hit an 8 Jack or 6, 9 outs. And with that, a double up for Lee.
Yeah. With the blinds at 10, 20, and 10. Now he's going to have 96,000 in front of him. It's going to give him more breathing room than he had before, but still not a lot of breathing room.
Marketing for 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting the right price here. What do you think about it?
Well, Hutch, you got to work the next couple of days. Does that mean you will see you Saturday night?
C6.
Justin at the cutoff with ace jack. He's got 315,000 to start this. He's just going to smooth call. Shane's going to call with 2 clubs. Dave Huff's going to check the 7 deuce of hearts. But that's a Dave Huff kind of hand. He likes that can. And he's looking right at me. Like maybe he saw, he heard what I said. He did not. And he does hit the deuce, while both Shane and Justin hit the jack. Shane's going to bet out. There are 2 diamonds out there. Dave's going to fold bottom pair. Justin's going to just call here. Check, check after the 9 of spades.
5 of hearts on the river.
Going to give Justin the check mark.
Yep, ace jack is going to take this down. A decent sized pot. Kayla has joined in to watch. John's girlfriend, Kayla. Hi, Kayla. How you doing?
Hi, Kayla. And Ray still up there, 780,000. Dave with 532. Lee improved his chip count, but still down there at the bottom, followed by Ron. You know, Ron is a strong player and a patient player.
Yeah, Ron is, you know, he's like I mentioned, he's one of those dark horses that even though he's short stacked, he's still able to pick his spots really, really well. I've dealt a lot of hands to Ron, and he's done very well with poker. Actually, back when Soaring Eagle had their big tournaments, he's actually taken down a few of those.
Lee's going to go all in with ace 8 of diamonds.
Ace, all these suited aces, and Huff with a big stack and ace 4 suited.
It's a 5x raise. More importantly, it's an all in. It's an opportunity to take a player out. Which matters
Huff.
At this point.
Huff.
Oh,
buddy. All right, so Huff folds ace 4 suited.
He just
yeah,
said
and I probably don't tell them that.
So don't expect the ace to come into play here. It's either going to be the suits or the kickers that going to matter the most.
Yeah, he's right. It was 81. You took 81 from him. You went 5. Yep. I thought the same thing. Thank you guys. Yep.
Dwayne, the worst thing possible is if Mike actually bags on this, because he'll tell you how he's the greatest poker player alive. He'll also mention how he's best friends with Kata, and that he'll make sure he tells you how great he is at Chinese poker. An 8 here for Lee.
Yep.
Oh, hard on the turn though. And a 5 on the river. So Lee.
No,
Lee double here and puts Ron at a distinct advantage. Or disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yeah.
So right now we are whittling our way down to 18 players. I'm not sure how many we're at currently. Hutch, you got a better chance of seeing God, sir. There's no way I'm playing any of these flights. It's way out of my pay range, and also I'm not that very good at this game. So, how about we just stick with the low level tournaments and me just talking about poker. You know, some of the best coaches never were very good at the game.
That's true.
And I'm not coaching either. Don't worry on that.
Yeah.
But I can just tell you the basics of what's going on. Ray just folded. See, I'm really good at this.
Yeah.
But no, not playing in any of the flights. I'm going to work every time I can. So
now Lee isn't as desperate as he was before. So he looks down at ace queen, and but he is going to go all in. He's still going to shove.
Now here's the thing: Shane with pocket tens behind him.
Yeah, and with a bigger chip count than Lee by about a third. Looking further on to Dave's queen 6, we can pretty much assume he's not going to be playing that. And he's going to go all in just to make sure that he gets it isolated between the two of them.
Kayla said she's rooting for the guy in the white hat.
The guy in the white hat.
That guy right there? All right.
And he just looked down at just as she
says
that.
Oh, my Lord. She's rooting for the guy in the white hat. Kayla, are you just a good luck charm? Is that why Jonathan runs so good in life? It's got to be. even
Is,
when
Kayla, is it the hat or is it the beard?
and be careful how you answer this. Jonathan will see this.
Yeah.
By the way, which he has none of, the beard or the hat.
Right. Kayla, Jonathan doesn't even wear a jacket to work when it's 44 degrees outside, and I give him a hard time for it all the time. He's got no body fat.
None
me,
whatsoever.
and yet he shows up to work without a jacket. I hope that's on your Christmas list for him.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. All right. She says he's a regular at her job.
Oh,
so.
okay. Yep, that makes sense.
112.
Jonathan does a great job of making sure that we get these pots right because we've got 3 all-ins.
3 all-ins.
Varying stack sizes, which is going to give us multiple pots. Well, at least 2 pots. Boy, look at all those chips. Holy cow.
Huge pot. 760,000 pot here.
Yeah.
And Helmet way ahead with here with the Kings. Gail, I don't know if you're the one that feeds him, what are you feeding him is a better question. Jesus, what do you give him, scraps? Oh, queen here.
We know that's the last queen. Oh, no, may not be.
In the river.
We saw a queen folded.
Jack on the river. So with that, Helmet is going to eliminate 2 players.
Wow.
So gross.
Yeah.
With that situation, Helmet now will have 760,000. Oh, no. Shane isn't eliminated. I apologize. Shane has 31,000 left. But
So Ray at 780 and Dark Helmet here. Corey at 762. And that puts a lot of chips down at that end of the table, followed by Dave Huff with 522. Ron and Shane pretty much going to be coming all in here pretty soon. Our blinds are at 1020 with a $10,000 ante.
So Kayla said she feeds John full-course meals, and he still looks like that.
Yeah, well.
So just to be safe, Vic, I think you and I should get one of these full-course meals.
Yeah.
And just to make sure
How does that work?
Yeah, just to make sure that whatever he's eating is clearly working, and I could use some of that weight loss stuff.
Yeah.
So.
I agree for myself as
right.
well.
So.
And Adam has now stepped in to be our dealer here at the feature table. Again, This is a feature table tonight. We will not be going down to a final table and playing down because we were playing down to 18 players. We had well over 80 entries and well over 80 rebuys at $100 a piece. So 18 people are going to bag, and now
Shane is all in. And then on top of that, Huff has his ace-4 suited again.
Yeah.
Same suit and everything.
But now he's going to call.
And Ray's going to also call here. Now Ray, once again, with a kind of dark horse hand. He's got one of these Ray type of hands where you can never be too sure that it just sneaks up on you. So.
Yeah, you really can't with Ray. Potential side pot.
And here we go. There it is, 10 high flop. 10 high flop for Ray. Now Ray is a seasoned tournament player, a very seasoned tournament player, and I think Huff understands the gamesmanship that happens in this situation with the check back.
Yeah, and Ray now has the
a
flush
3
draw
for
as well.
Yep. Okay, so with that, Shane's going to be eliminated here. Check, and
we have to see all the cards.
and that with that, Shane of A1 Limousine is going to be eliminated.
All right, buddy. We'll see you again.
So
I'm sure tomorrow or the next day, Shane.
Yeah, we are down to 5-handed here on this feature table. I'm sure we're going to be getting players because if we stayed at 5-handed, we would already be down to the 18. So
right.
We are busting out players here quick and fast, and in a hurry. So.
Hutchinson says it's his metabolism.
It's his metabolism.
He's a robot. Yeah. That referring to the full meals, eating full meals, and then looking like a rail.
Yeah, I've
for Jonathan.
James, Jim, we really appreciate that, man. We really do. We try our best here, and we're going to be grinding this out all weekend long. So I'll be back here, and I'm pretty sure I'll either be back here with Vic or Max. I will be on the mic tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. So 4 days back here on top of tomorrow morning, and also Saturday morning I'll be dealing. So a little bit of everything. And
James Barlow, what is your next flight? When are you coming in? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know what time we'll have to late reg you. We'll just let you know when the last break is. We'll get you in the tournament. That's the way you do things. We love it.
So these are 25-minute levels for those that wonder how much time they have after the tournament starts. Like the flight starts tomorrow morning at 8:15 and tomorrow evening at 6:15. Well, we go through 8 rounds at 25 minutes apiece. We have a break in the middle there someplace, and then you can wait if you want all the way to the end of the 8th round. There is no add-on during these flights, but the re-entry is $100. So today we had a number of alternates waiting. They didn't wait too long. We flowed through people pretty quickly today.
So right now, I believe we are hand for hand.
Okay.
So we are in a situation, for anybody that doesn't know what hand for hand is that when you are on either the money bubble or for this particular kind of the money bubble, you're going to day 2. The next player to get eliminated, I believe, we will be down to 18. So every table will play a hand and then wait for the other tables to complete. That way we are all completing hands at the same time, and no one has an advantage of being able to play less hands or more hands. It's easier that way.
Yeah. So that's why you see Adam clutching the deck right now, waiting to get the word.
And unfortunately, Mr. Bell there that you see front and center there at the camera is our low stack at, I think, 30,000.
Yeah.
So he has about one big blind left, and we will go from there. So 27,000. So it's even a little shorter than I thought. It looks like he has a little bit more than that. Because he's to the left of Dave, shuffling chips there. So it looks like he has about 40 or 50, but still, that's 2 big blinds.
Yeah. And if he turns out to be number 18 with 27,000, obviously it's in his best interest to go play a couple more flights and see if he can improve on that, and then get a double bag bonus of $1,500 for that 27,000. Dave Huff is watching, even though you see his hands twittering the chips. That's because we've got a delay here. Makes things fair for everybody.
That is correct.
And we always have the delay, regardless of whether it's a feature table, final table, or even our cash games that we feature here on Saturday nights. We won't be doing that this Saturday because of our big fall classic on our $100,000 guarantee. But you can expect the following weekend for us to get back into that swing of things. And 5-10 Saturday night cash games.
Yeah, matter of fact, we actually have. I was talking about it earlier, and Corey had actually mentioned that he'll be playing on that. So.
All right, so now as we go hand to hand, now Adams has been given the go-ahead to deal this hand.
Now blinds have been raised up here to 12 and 25, which is Ron here, short stack picks up jacks. Wow.
Yeah. And not much out there to put, just
and the dark helmet. Helmet picks up King Jack here. We have Ray.
47,000.
This is a huge hand here. He's really only dodging one over, and obviously 2 pair outs from every hand. Ray's got a flush draw with his,
and he could quadruple up here if he does hit this.
a quadruple up to over 200,000, which is significant.
Yeah.
Seeing that, like I mentioned, he's a solid player.
Yep, we're calling. Good luck. You're welcome.
You can pull it in, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking of a card.
So our main pot right now is 200,000. We've got 3 potential bettors for the side pot.
Ron says he's thinking of a card.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Unfortunately, the only card he can think of is a Jack of Hearts right now. And here we go.
Thinking about actually sitting there with those kings crows in it.
All right, we flop a 5 for Justin. It checks all the checks around, I'm assuming.
Seat 9 checks. Seat 1 checks. Seat 8 checks.
Turn card. Queen. No help for anybody.
No.
Jack's way ahead here, 83%.
Not even a flush draw for anybody at this point.
River. Oh, Justin Rivers trips.
Wow.
And at this point, Ron will be
Oh, my
eliminated.
goodness. Oh, man.
And with that elimination, we are going to be down to our final 18. And from the looks of it, some of the players that have made the final 18 are, I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, sorry,
with
Ron.
that, we are finally down to our last 18 players here. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We really do appreciate that. Some of the players that we had make it here tonight, like the players at this particular table. I do know a couple of the other ones. Mike, aka Matisau, has made it, and also I'm assuming Big Glenn made it. And I just got word that Alex also made it. So 3 of our regulars, made it. So that's a pretty decent size flight we had today. So hopefully
Yes.
can match the flights up next.
Yeah.
And
Ray.
I just got word that Ray is our chip leader from flight day 1. So yeah, exactly, Hood. The games are that soft. Where are you? Okay, why don't you bring Derek in? You guys can come in looking like Shrek and Donkey, and you guys will be fine. But yeah, so we are here all day tomorrow. I will be here at 11:15 to deal, and I'm assuming you will also.
I will.
And
yeah.
then
Time to get some sleep.
Yeah, and then I will be on the mic tomorrow night with Max. And well, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. And anything else you'd like to add, Vic?
No, thank you very much. It's been great. Thanks, Tim.
All right,
Appreciate it.
sounds good. Well, you guys have a great night, and thank you so much. Have a great night.
Good night.
Bye.